Good morning. Welcome back to the final day. That is day 3 of Easter Matchplay 2026 here in Coventry, England. We have got 7 games for you today. It's really hotting up at the top. It's a closely run thing. It's still anyone's tournament, and I'm very pleased to say that I'm joined all day today on CoComs by a little-known international player by the name of Josh Sokol. Hello, Josh. How are you doing?
Hey, how's it going, Joseph? It's a pleasure to be here all day today, ready for some awesome games, and I can see things are pretty tight at the top here.
Yes, absolutely. So if we move into the playing room, we have got a hell of a matchup to kick things off today. We have got 2 Grandmasters facing off. David Webb, known to many of you by the moniker Dweeber Vision, facing up against, is he the current world runner-up? Anyway, world runner-up Harshan Lamabadusuriya. No, 2023, wasn't it? Not last year. Josh, how are you feeling about this opening match today?
Oh, it's gonna be incredible. I don't know if I've ever watched these two play on stream, but I think it's gonna be a heck of a match. I think we're all in for something special.
Sure. So there's the.
You see a nice little fist bump there. I like David's glasses case there. It's very stylish.
Okay, and we're going to get going.
Always exciting to see the first rack of the day. So, got. Okay, not too shabby for David Webb. It's AALMNOV. But I guess there's nothing fantastic here, is there?
No. Yeah.
We're probably looking at something like Malva.
Yeah, unless he wants to keep things really tight, but then he's scoring about 10 points or more fewer. So I think Malva's going to be play.
Yeah, those 5s sometimes can come in handy. I feel like on the opening turn, that's when knowledge of 5s might be the most important. Allows you to hit that double letter score with some potentially unwieldy tiles otherwise. So that's what David is doing. Very good start.
What a fun opening rack as well for Harshan.
So EFILPUZ is the rack for Harshan. And I think just the play of Fuse is what I would see first. That overlaps the M, the A, and the L pretty nicely. And that's what he's got lined up at the moment. But it turns out there's a slightly better option, I think, in Uzil to the L, which, just as I say it, he spots it as well. I think keeping the E better than the I for the same score looks pretty solid. Yeah, not the greatest pull for David here. Keeping that N and that O, drawing 3 I's and another V. And it'd be nice if there was a spot for Virion to get rid of 2 of those O's and the V. But that's not to be here.
Yeah, you can dump off 2 of the 3 I's and the V with the Zia. INO.
Yeah, that's a good one. Gotta look through the high scoring tile here. It's odd because normally you want to score some points and use some scoring spot on the board, but it seems like the only way to get rid of the V's and the 2 I's is to do that. Yeah, both these players are so deliberate. But yeah, it seems like David spotted Visor, which is just a worse version of Vizier. I'm a little bit surprised. It's not the easiest word to spot, but he played almost all the right letters. Certainly better to untriplicate the I's.
Yes, slightly surprising. I think it's fair to say that, isn't it?
But this rack now for Harshan, he was seeing the possibility of Prideful if a D came onto the board, but he actually has a bonus available through the F. Fusel, a super, super low probability word.
Wow.
And he spotted it. Look at that, Pluffier.
That's amazing. I'm pretty sure David is going to be happy with this as well. For a challenge there.
So the only question is, I guess for Harshan, am I making this up? And then the second question is, if not, which way do I play it? You can play a little bit further left, which would allow plays through the P to potentially reopen things, or you can play a little bit further to the right and create a slightly better spot to overlap the ER. So sort of pick your poison here. Play to the left is also possible to play down to the E, to the triple. I think I would go for playing a little bit further right and keeping things in that area of the board. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was thinking the rightmost placement obviously puts the E under the double letter, which does potentially give access to high scoring 5s, but it does restrict access at the top for bingos more than the leftmost placement. Really not much between these on the sim.
Yeah, and I think really what's taking Harshan is just the wonder if he's making this word up. He saw it, so he's probably somewhat confident it's valid. But I don't think the time he's spending has to do with the placement at all. If you happen to talk yourself out of this word, there's a nice pilfer available for the R visor, which is 45, so nothing to sneeze at. But definitely a huge difference between that and the bonus.
Yeah, we see him writing a lot. I mean, I don't know what Harshan's process is behind the scenes. I don't know whether he's just writing and rewriting the alphagram to just see whether it sparks recognition as being valid.
Yeah, it would seem he's not sure enough of it, and this is unfortunate, but yeah, a huge missed opportunity. Pilfer comes down. Still going to put him in a decent position here. So over to David, who did keep those two. So he didn't draw a third one. Doesn't feel like there was much punishment for keeping two, so it's good for him. Possibly paying would be the first thing that comes to mind from the F of Pilfer. That was not available prior to Pilfer, so he was going to have to readjust and look at the playable tiles, or the playable words through the tiles that were just played. But that looks pretty good. Also play Minji or Mingy. I don't know how to pronounce that one from the M. Keep the E. I haven't watched enough of David to know whether he's a huge fan of the ING, because if he is, then maybe Miney instead for 20, just to keep the nice ING combination would also come to mind. But Finney instead, what he's choosing, which would allow some plays to play through the N, but keeping the G without an N definitely a little bit unideal in most circumstances.
Yeah, I like your suggestion of Miney, so that would have been M-E-I-N-Y, down holding G-I-N. But yeah, for me is quite.
So Harshan for sure is going to bonus now. He had Insurer available, still available under the A of Malva. Reinsure maybe slightly more safe, not floating a hook onto the triple, but floating a D or an S hook as a nice scoring spot. But I think this is definitely the right thing to do to block the P and create fewer floating tiles. I think this is the right choice. David's seen the X, and I guess it's really scary to play something like AXE between Reinsure and Finney, making Ray an X. That would give back potential humongous plays, not only eastward on top, but also southward, hooking onto the triple, Axel, axed, axes. So although that's his highest score by decent margin, you might want to just play EXO on the top, hit the triple for a few consonants. But look at that draw for Harshan. That's what's lined up here, but it's not going to matter. Harshan's lined up note card. It's going to be a nice 94. There's no way that David is getting anywhere near that play.
And I think this is going to come slammed down in about 20 seconds. And that's already going to set David back to a massive disadvantage in this game.
Yeah, there's Harshan's a very deliberate player. He doesn't ever really play instantly. To channel his inner Nigel in the way that he approaches the game, but there's really nothing to think about in this particular context, and that's 238 points to 97. David's going to need a lot of help here. see what he pulls. The ideal would be maybe something from the A of Malva, just opening the whole bottom of the board. And that's a blank, it looks like.
It is. Okay, so David has a lifeline. Just one player.
Yes, he does.
See whether anyone in the chat can find that, although interestingly, it may not actually be quite his best move. He may want to forego this.
Yeah, oftentimes with a blank, you have only low scoring bonuses. Somewhere close to 60 points might be worth keeping if you have a scoring option. Here, 20 is really the best that David can do if he doesn't bonus. So I'm partial to just trying to start chipping into the lead that Harshan's built up, but definitely not ideal. The placement of this word open up multiple triples, only score 63 points, but I think you have to start going for it. Yeah, Peter's found it in the chat. Very nice. A grieve. It's certainly a word we all know, but being able to find that through a floating R, making the blank a V, definitely a tough task. But I think in most cases, David is up for it. I wonder if we have some stats about the head-to-head between these two. Obviously, both world-class players. Maybe Harshan slightly more decorated.
Yeah, in terms of ABSP tournaments, that information is available. I don't myself have access to it as I'm not a member of the ABSP, but there might be someone in the chat who wants to log into the database and let us know the head-to-head between these two.
So in positions like these, it's still somewhat early in the game. Still more than half the tiles unseen. But a deficit such as this one requires a lot of things to go one's way. I'd be looking at, of course, trying to bonus immediately. But in the future, hopefully trying to maybe a 6-letter word that'll play on the top left, hooking the R of reinsure. That'll open some lines up there. Trying to retain access to some lines on the board. The M Malva seems pretty decent for that. Node card takes an S hook. There's still a lot of ways for things to go David Webb's way, but it's got to feel crushing so far.
That being said, we are looking at two of the most stoical and composed players in British Scrabble. And those of us who are familiar with David's YouTube channel knows that he does seem to genuinely take a nihilist approach and treat every game, every move like a puzzle. He never really seems to take it personally or let his emotions take over. And Harshan, of course, with an absolutely zen-like state of composure. Never really see him get flat.
Yeah, it takes a lot. Takes a lot to flap these players. We do have some stats. Thanks to Ruth Crispin in the background looking up the head-to-head, but in British Scrabble, the current record stands at 19-18 in David's favor. So with a likely victory by Harshan this stage of the game, that will be a tie score after this one. Obviously, not nearly as important as trying to win the tournament, but there's a side tournament going on. It seems like.
So David really using a lot of time. He's approaching the halfway point on his own clock. He will have seen the green, I'm sure. And it's now just a question of whether he wants to forego that bingo and play something like Aggie, A-G-G-I-E. And even then, where would he put that? Because he can float the E in the bottom right quadrant, play either side of D, could play it beneath Malva, although that seems excessively volatile in the A under the triple word. Even at this deficit, I think that's just getting hit all day long and essentially achieves nothing. I'm partial to playing to the right of the D in no card, just to open the 7th lane and the E and triple word. But okay, we see that he's gone with a move I don't think we considered actually a G, G-A-E beneath Malva. Josh, what do you think of that move?
Yeah, this is just a miss for sure. I think David would have played a Grieve if he saw it. This play just doesn't accomplish anything, doesn't score anything, and I think it's just a matter of looking very hard and not finding it. So yeah, Curdy's going to come down very quickly, keeping 3 vowels but scoring very well. Starting to eat away at the open space on the board, and yeah, this is definitely going to be an extremely uphill battle from here on out. I think you need to bonus immediately to have any sort of chance here if you're David. And you need Harshan to draw very, very poorly. Oh, and look at that. The famed second blank when you don't need it situation. I almost want David to exchange this one and in the hopes of drawing it later and winning.
So for those of you who might be newer to the game, what Josh is referring to is that when you find yourself at such a hefty deficit, the ideal situation is to bingo, if it's going to be with a blank, bingo with 1 and then draw into the other. To bingo again.
Yeah, it has.
Bingo deficit.
It has happened before. I think famously Marlon Hill did that once in a similar situation. But I think you can't really afford to score 0 points on any of your future turns. That's the other side of the coin. And there is an incredible available option here for David if he sees it from the Y of Curdy. That's actually insane. A triple G. You have to make both blanks G's. And he sees this. I mean, I don't care if he loses a game. It's just so cool. I think he's seen it. Oh my goodness me. This would be incredible. No, okay. Something else. So this is a betting, I imagine. Or it could be anything. It could be AR as well. I'll have to get some info about what the blanks are here. Could be a begging, actually. That would be unfortunate because Y begging was what we were thinking of. The thing about this play, though, is creating all of those central floaters. There's a huge advantage to that. If you ever draw a bonus using one of them, it's going to play. as long as Harshan doesn't block. But yeah, a betting is the play here for David.
What was this crazy play from the wire? Because for some reason I'm actually not finding that.
I think it was. Oh, sorry. There was no play from the Y. I was just misreading it. I thought Y begging was a word for a second. But it's a begging. That was his best play there. Apologies. I was totally misreading things on my end. Those Spencer words can really confuse you from time to time. Apologies for that. So yeah, the reason a begging was a better play is that you could put the natural G on the double letter score, but with the blank covering that, you're not getting any points for it. So yeah, over to Harshan. He was looking at the play of Skoog, Scoog, hooking onto note cards, which I think still makes a lot of sense. You can't address everything here. For the moment, so many lines are open. So playing off one of the S's, scoring very well. I think that's pretty strong here, but betting definitely changed the board structure a lot. So we'll see. I guess if Harshan had the last two S's, which he doesn't, there's still an S lurking somewhere. It's actually on David's rack. A play like Cog, Go, and Mag in another world would be fantastic. But given that Harshan is ahead, he does not need to take such risks. This would actually cause a fair amount of damage to his lead if he did that. Okay, we see Skog. 6-point sacrifice. It's an S setup. And yeah, unfortunately for David now, his play of unhairs, the word he has on his rack, will not fit anywhere on the board. He's so tantalizingly close to bingos, other such things, but I think he's going to come up short here, and maybe he has to play Hun. Same idea, under the G and the A of JE, setting up his S. But after the play of Skog, are you worried that Harshan has the last S? Which he does, and he will just hammer that spot. That happens. I think it's pretty much over after that draw for Harshan.
Yeah, you hate to see it blow out on the final day, but I don't think David has done a hell of a lot wrong in this game. There's been a few possibly slightly suboptimal decisions earlier in the game, but I think essentially it's just been a bit of a bad year.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to be picking himself for the Aggrieve miss and maybe the Vizier miss, which didn't actually end up mattering. But it was actually Harshan that I think made the largest blunder of the game with fluffier talking himself out of pluff here. But yeah, Demoness coming down and probably all she wrote. And this is a nice adjustment too. Demotist was the higher scoring bingo. I'm not sure how I'm pronouncing that, but either of those placements through either blank of a betting would have opened a 9-timer, which definitely something you don't want to do here.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, in this situation, Harshan just needs to think, how's the only way at this point I can blow this game? And it is to get tripled on hard. So just don't do that and you're fine. That being said, David has drawn.
But suddenly,
101 point bingo.
Look at that. It still fits. That is insane. And Harshan's drawn the cue. So just as we said, it was potentially over. There's a little bit of air left to breathe if Dave is able to spot shearing. Still fits at the bottom of the board.
Horrible draw for Harshan. He's found it. Okay, he's lining it up. I'm so glad. I was slightly worried that he would miss this just with all of those underlaps. We might still have a game here, yeah, Josh.
We might. Yeah, this is going to bring David up to 303 points, so a 66-point deficit. What's good about Harshan's rack, the only thing that's good about it is this responds very well to this play. You could play QI under the G of GAE, or even just COTS to the S of shearing to eliminate the biggest threat, which is now that S.
Yeah.
Harshan looking like, oh, I thought it was over.
Yeah, after either of these moves, David's still going to be down a hefty bingo, really. Yeah, are you favouring QR here under the G, or Cat's just taking out that spot? I mean, I'm inclined to the latter just to get rid of that worst case scenario. Although, actually, I've just seen that.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, both accomplished the same goal, but what's crazy here, Joseph, is that I did not notice there's an incredible 54-point play available for Harshan if he sees it. We thought the part of the board that they started playing, the visor fusel area, was like totally out, but Wyatt will play through that U of fusel for 54 points. Harshan sees that. And that might be enough points to deter me from eliminating that S on the board.
Yeah, that's a very valid option.
So it looks like a terrible draw, but...
Yeah, plus David's drawn into 7 random tiles, so he's unlikely to draw into a bingo, and as Josh says, even if he has, Harshan may outrun if he finds quiet. Right there in the middle of all of that clunk in the middle, as Josh said, look completely dead. Although both players will have had their eye.
Yeah, I mean,
you have the Q spot tailor-made.
Yeah, that's right. I feel like if the X were still in the bag, both players might be thinking about that spot a little bit more, just because it's a nice spot to just dump it. But with the X gone, it's so weird to be thinking about that area of the board. I'm so drawn to just locking that S of shearing, and it might actually be a superior play, just to play QI for 34, just given how impossible it's going to be to really create any movement going forward on this board.
Just looking ahead.
What's left after? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Looking ahead to David's post bingo draw, he's still needed a really favourable pick out of the bag. He's not got that with a W and triple T. And there's just space closing up all over the shop on this board. There's very little places left to open up. The 2 blank T's are not helpful floaters for him. And we see Harshan throw down QI, which takes out one of those floaters. It takes out the S as a bingo line. That's going to be pretty devastating for David to see, just as he felt he might have a miracle comeback on the cards.
Yeah, he's got to wonder why Harshan took so long there, maybe. But he's under 6 minutes. And I think the only option here, you would love to have a 6-letter word at the top, then that would create a little bit more space. But I think owlet on the bottom right is the only option left. And the problem is what's going on, but like the T's in a betting, or the bottom T in a betting, is like really the only line left on this board, unless you somehow get something through the D or Y of Curdy. And unfortunately for David, he's going to be keeping 2 T's behind with the play of owlet, but it's the only way he has of scoring, and doesn't feel like he can do anything to open the board. So I think that's what you got to do. He's looking at Watts now under the O and the G. Keeps a little bit better, but the score difference is massive. 13 points.
Yeah, he's lining up owlet.
And we did see this at the World Championship. The issue with, I guess, the playing style of both of these guys is they're both so deliberate with their thought processes that sometimes when they get low on time, it just feels like they don't have any higher gears.
Yeah.
And yeah, Dave's gonna have to speed up a little bit here for sure.
David drawing.
This is the sort of rack that sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, I was like, yeah, you go.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that this is the sort of rack that in general David would hope that Harshan has, but actually having all of those vowels is not very good. As we see, David only with 2 vowels there. He's so nice. Actually, I think batikt is the word, but only with 1 T. Is that possible? But yeah, it's not to be here. I think that draw was it. I don't think there's any hope left for David, but almost a really crazy comeback. I think Harshan can really go any direction here. Maybe he wants to try and block the T of a betting, or any last ditch bonus that might be there. But I think a Noah on the top right gets the job done for sure. Unseen letters are so bad.
Yeah, Harshan can be very confident at this point. David isn't sitting on anything. I'm seeing to him on B, W, not to mention the J, the K.
If there were some way for David Webb here to open a new lane on another part of the board, that would be what Harshan would be worried about. But a Noah is going to leave 2 tiles in the bag, and that is just not enough tiles to open any more space up on the top left. So I think you can be pretty confident that David doesn't bonus immediately. A Noah's going to take out the D and the Y of Curdy, and you can just take out whatever space is left next turn. Yes, if there were 2 I's unseen rather than an E, jailbait might be the only threat to Harshan's winning chances here. But it looks like he's going to play a Noah in this spot instead, which, yeah, if there was anything to worry about, it's now gone. You can no longer score very well with the bonus starting with J. I don't know if there is one, though.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, this is the kind of paranoid move I would make because I wouldn't be absolutely confident in my own tracking. And also, I'm sitting across from a player of David's caliber. He may have some absolutely crazy aim that I've not considered. But then I'm not Harshan, who I'm sure is absolutely rock solid every time on his tracking and has essentially perfect knowledge of the aids, except for the one that he missed earlier. But yeah, I know it is the play.
Yeah, this does block more bonuses, like stuff like bald pate. So it does have inherent value, despite potentially being the more paranoid option. And that J, those two vowels, are really going to solidify one's vice grip over the result of this game. So what is unseen? It is Harshan's rack plus a P and a W. And yeah, that's not good news for David Webb. He knows he's lost the game here, but drawing something so heavy as the last couple tiles is definitely not great. So David looking at Cobb up top, making E, I think. Looks pretty good. There's a nice option of tubed through the U and the E that we were mentioning earlier with the possibility of quiet for Harshan, but tubed up there is 27 points and gets rid of 3 consonants at once. With 2 tiles in the bag, I think David just has to empty it and cede the endgame timing to Harshan.
Could you elaborate a little on that for the audience, what you mean by that?
Sure. So near the end of the game, especially for these top guys, being aware of how many tiles are left is very important, even if there's like 10 or 15. Because if you get to go first in an end game when the bag is empty, it gives you massive chances of having an extra move, being able to go out before your opponent. Let's say Harshan makes a move, David makes a move, Harshan goes out. He'll get a bunch of extra points, and David will lose extra points on his end. And so being able to get that sort of sequence going is far more likely when your opponent has 5, 6, even 7 tiles in the end game. So yeah, in this particular instance, we're going to see a very unfortunate draw of PW for David. But even if you drew a couple of vowels, Harshan would be able to go out before him and get some extra points. So the end game is underway, and Harshan's already spotted the best play. It's pretty intuitive. Some end games are really difficult, but there is a mathematically ideal sequence in every Scrabble endgame. There may be multiple, but in this case, and in most cases, there is one and only one play that is correct and optimal. And in this case, it is Yodel, Jodel, through the D of Curdy, which is pretty intuitive move. It's, I think, the highest scoring move in the position. And it retains AET, which is going to allow Harshan to go out next move for a variety of different options. So that is the correct play here. And I think I was noticing the standings earlier. Harshan's differential, so the total difference between his and his opponent's scores throughout the tournament, is pretty low, uncharacteristically so, I think. So it makes even more sense to really take your time, even though the position is winning, no matter what, to try and make the absolute best play. He does have 4 minutes left to try and do that. And the way to solve an endgame is first to look at what the opponent is threatening to play, and then deciding whether it's worth trying to prevent them from playing their highest scoring move, or if it's just better to go ahead and try to maximize your own score. And I think that's what Harshan is doing some math, some sequential math. So if I play Yodel, David plays Tubed, I play my EAT, and you get a total score after that, and that's what he's doing. Nice play.
Yeah, Harshan had a relatively slow start to this tournament for him. He was languishing in the upper middle table for quite some time, but as is his wont, very often, as we've seen in so many tournaments, including those that he's won, he has slowly risen up, and we see going into this game he was in 3rd place.
Indeed. And David was in 2nd? Oh no, David was not in 2nd. He was in 6th place, maybe, before this game, and he's gonna fall pretty far below. But yeah, after this, still 6 games to play, so anything can happen for sure. But this was a very important win. The final day, the wins become more and more decisive.
Absolutely. In fact, at this
45 seconds left for David.
It's not quite updated at the moment, the enhanced standings. We will try to get that fixed as soon as possible. But yeah, as Josh is saying, David dips below 1 minute. Just needs to get something down at this point and minimise the count backwards back. Harshan is going to go now next turn.
Wit is the play. I think that's potentially 5 points worse than his best play, but yeah, he did not have the time to properly assess all of the options here, and it didn't matter either. So yeah, tough loss for David, but he's only going to lose by, I think, 86 points after Harshan's best play. So he made it interesting. Shearing was really, really good. Give him an outside shot. So the best play here for Harshan is to play EATH to the H of Shearing. That's 14 points. It's like he's about to do that. He's got 2.5 minutes just to see. You would think that there is some nice overlap that could possibly happen with these 3 tiles, but actually not. And that'll be it for this game. And I guess with the rules, the ABSP rules, Harshan will end up with 470, and David 402. Or no, 470 to 386.
Yes,
I
that's
think.
correct. Yeah, that's it. All right. So, yeah, not as much of a blowout as it promised to be. David getting that 101 point shearing down to give himself a squeak of a chance, but unfortunately it wasn't to be. But an entertaining game nonetheless. A couple of slightly suboptimal plays early in the game from David Webb and a straight out miss from Harshan Lamabadusuriya, who considered fluffier for a few minutes straight. And I would say, in some regard, correctly decided to not play the move that he was not 100% sure of. But nevertheless, he's gone out with about an 8-point win. Josh, we are interviewing winners throughout this tournament, but Harshan does have his own ritual between games of just chilling out, calming down, so we're not going to ask him for an interview. We will, of course, if he wins the entire thing, but for now, folks, we're going to take a short transition, and we will be back in about 10-15 minutes for round 18. So don't go anywhere. Be right back. Welcome back, folks. Sorry for the delay. A few technical issues our end, but we are here for round 18. Welcome back, Josh. We're going to transition over to the players. It is Phil Robertshaw facing up against Paul Allan. I'm just going to update those stats and all the stuff you're seeing on the screen. We've had a load going on in the break. I've literally not had time to do that, but I'll let our producer Ruth know that we're good to go, at least so we can get the play underway. Josh, how are you feeling about this matchup?
Yeah, no problem. I'm feeling good. I don't think I've ever seen Phil play on stream, or commentated a game of his at the very least. So I'm very excited. He's the leader in the tournament. He's one game ahead of the field, and he's playing one of his most played opponents in Paul Allan, who, I like. I like Paul. I like Paul's attitude about Scrabble. I haven't really met Phil, but I've seen him in chats and all that. So it's gonna be a great matchup for sure. I think their head to head is 26 Phil, 28 Paul. So loving getting those insider stats as well. But yeah, no favorites. I just know Paul's game a little bit better. AAELNTU is the opening rack for Phil. He'd rather actually be going in second with a rack like this, I think, because a bunch of possible 8-letter words could have. But there might be an exchange on offer here, or something like ALU for 6 is the first thing that comes to mind for me. So ALU is lined up there. I might exchange the A and the U. AELNT, not a fantastic combination, but sometimes it's better to leave those 1-point tiles off the board and try to get a bonus a little bit earlier. Laowan also a possibility, just to get rid of those pesky 1-pointers. But yeah, lots of things to think about. I think Bill's thought about all 3 of the most important options. So playing long with Laowan, keeping ET, playing ALU, and exchanging 2, which I'm partial to. So far so good. So EEEINTW in response for Paul. And he can play WEETE, but he has a 7-letter word here of tweenie, which doesn't even, I don't know, like I've seen this rack so many times in my studies. I'm sure he has as well, but if no one's there to tell you there's a word here, it might not come down. If he sees tweenie, I think he's gonna play it, and he does see. But it might just be a question: is this actually a word, tweenie? But yeah, it is good, and we're gonna see. I think we're gonna see a comeback here. Is there a bingo to come back? Planet with an N. Actually, nothing here. Wow, very unfortunate. The exchange did not work out for Phil. Just 1 letter off of a bonus. There isn't even a constellation 4-timer here through the E of tweenie, so very good start for Paul.
Yeah, that's really rough for Phil, with that exchange, and then given all of these floaters. Really uninspiring options here. I mean, if he's going to score anything, he's probably going to have to blow this rack through and just start again. Something like NEAP, NEAP, above tweenie. Alternatively, just an absolutely egregious fish, like dropping an N somewhere. Doesn't really feel like Phil's style. It would probably feel like the wrong move, like a Division D move, which you don't really be doing on stream in the final day.
Right.
But it's actually simming pretty well, to be honest, just dropping the N above the final E in tweenie. It's the kind of thing I'd do.
No, that's too ridiculous for, I think, I don't know, Division 1 players. We tend to not do things like that. just for practical reasons. But sometimes you have to play one tile for 3. It's not a terrible option. It definitely maximizes Phil's chances of a bonus.
Yeah, I
I'd
mean,
like to say that this
Yeah, go
is yeah, go ahead.
no, I was just going to say one thing it does do is
Oh,
take
I was
out
going to
the
say,
premium square.
yeah, that is one thing. And it sets up NEP, it sets up ENE, ANE, it sets up bonuses on the right side. So it's crazy, but it actually seems like he might be thinking about it. Because I don't think you're playing Planet here. I was just gonna say, like, the likelihood of an opponent opening with a bonus is something like 15 to 20% on the opening play, and the likelihood of Phil having drawn into a bonus is probably well over 60-70%. But look at this.
Wow.
Fantasia. Paul was so happy that that T didn't get played through. Wow, what a great start for him.
Yeah, comes down instantly Fantasia for 63 for Paul Allen. And from a neutral's perspective, while of course we do want a close game, it's interesting to see Paul go ahead. We see that he's in 4th place coming to this game against Phil, who's sitting there right at the top. It's going to be an uphill battle for Phil at this point, although it's literally only his 3rd move of the game. There's plenty of time to go, but he's now down 2 bingos as we see what he's drawn into post plan. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, that's going to be very important. We'll see what Paul draws, though. See another S. Oh, wow.
Nice.
That is very good for Paul as well. Royalettes is double through the A, and I can't see that being blocked by Phil. I think he's just going to have to go ahead and play Tornado and Plant. Feels like that's his option here. I don't think you play non-rated, which would block Royalettes, but yeah, wow, just 3 bonuses to start things off, I think, for Paul, and he's going to be in fantastic shape to narrow the gap between him and Phil. It is interesting, though, to consider the board after the play of Tornado, and even after the Royalettes, it's still so wide open. Plant would be, I think, where you play Tornado rather than playing Plane. And Plant will take an S hook. There's the S hook on Fantasia. There's the huge J/Z spot next to the first A of Fantasia. So it's, oh, wow. Okay, so we're seeing Tornado there instead. So a little bit more aggressive. Is this characteristic of Phil when he's down early to blow things open like this?
I actually don't know, but I am a little surprised at the placement. Okay, I mean, I guess his opponent has got 7 random tiles, so I don't know.
It is. I mean, it is interesting. I mean, things are so crazy already with so many open spots that opening that T in the triple in the 9-timer lane is not nearly as dangerous as it would normally be. But it is a 2-point sacrifice over Plant and Tornado. But wow, Illuviate is going to come down. If Royalettes comes down, which I cannot see Paul missing that.
Wow.
But he's just doing his diligence to see if he has anything through any of the other letters on the board, because there's so many letters to play through. Look at this board. This is just fantastic. So many openings.
And Josh,
wow.
think about the content on offer when Illuviate comes down, hanging over that triple word. You love to see it.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm loving that idea. The thing is, though, like, if somehow, I mean, we have to just imagine a crazy universe where Paul doesn't see Royalettes, which is actually his only bonus here, which is very surprising. If somehow he misses that, is he going to play through the T of Tornad? Is he going to play Tolsey? No. Okay. He's going to play Royalettes. We're going to see Alluviate. And whoever gets that first hook going to be pretty happy. But honestly, in terms of the scoring spots on this board, I think both players are going to average well over 50 points after these two plays hit the board. So crazy stuff to start things off.
Now, I've got my eyes firmly planted on what Paul is drawing out of the bag. Is he going to get a D or an S to stick on the end of Alluviate, which is surely going to be coming down shortly? I can actually see a little smile.
Well,
on Phil's
Alluviate is
face.
going to be coming down.
You see the look on
Okay,
Phil's
I was
face.
just
He
going
knows
to
what
say,
he's
it
doing.
now plays to the T of Royalettes.
This is true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like in a different world, you might play it through the T of Royalettes, but you gotta do it here. This is awesome. Yeah, this is peak.
I mean, it would be a 20. Oh, there's the S.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Wow. But hold on. Is there a bonus available here? No, there's no bonus. Okay, so if there was a bonus available, you'd have to maybe think about it. But Sicko and Alluviates is 84.
Wow.
Oh boy.
You almost wish Paul had drawn into a bonus somewhere else on the board to leave that lane, that Alluviate hook. But as it stands,
So here's the thing.
Take that out. Yeah, go ahead.
Obviously, we're sitting here, we know for sure Alluviate is a verb. Takes an S, takes a T. I think Phil also knows this. You have to just wonder for a second if Alluviate is an adjective. If you're Paul, you're sitting there, it's like, well, I just got this, silver platter in front of me. Am I crazy, or do I have Sicko for 84 points, Sickle for 87? Yeah, we're obviously hoping that Alluviates gets played here for Paul and extend his lead to 150 points, but gotta wonder for a second. Also, I mean, I like that Phil's drawn a blank, but in terms of what he could possibly have drawn here, that's so clunky, and there isn't a fantastic X spot once Alluviates gets taken. He's going to have some trouble, I think, forming his rack into a bonus, despite having drawn this blank.
Yeah, it's a very valid point. He's drawn into a hell of a lot of firepower, but at first glance, there's not actually a whole lot he can do with that. He might have to just dump a load of it off for a slightly sad score just to nurture this into hopefully bingoing next turn. But he's gonna need to. I mean, when he sees whatever comes down from Paul Allan in that top right corner, he's gonna have to keep this board maximally volatile because he's still way up against it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just funny though, like if you're Phil, the longer it takes Paul to make a move, the more confident you get that doesn't have a hook and that you'll be able to play walks through the O of Tornad. But
That's so
I
true.
think we're it's just a scenario here where I think Paul's just wondering if he has a bonus, and he honestly shouldn't. Even if he has a bonus here, it doesn't even score as much. It can't score as much as Sicko would unless it starts with an S. So it's actually a matter of, is Alluviate sword? If so, we play it. Not, then we don't. Then we look for a bonus. But yeah, you gotta. There's definitely some I think fear or nerves going on here for Paul. But here we go.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's got to be pretty devastating for Phil Robertshaw. There were only
Brutal.
two S's unseen to him, so it was fairly unlikely. I mean, there were also D's, of course. By the way, hello to Hubert William
challenge.
Chat. Thank you for joining us. And Stuart Holden says that this, Sock would have allowed the X to be dropped with Oxo, although it'd still leave a load of clunk, wouldn't it? But regardless, so it's Sicko at +5. I think Josh, Phil probably had to +5 that, wouldn't if
You
you
just have
wasn't
to,
sure,
yeah.
because it's just such a brutal play.
You're sure enough. You're sure that's the word if you play it, but if your opponent plays it, no, it can't be, right? That's the situation for sure.
So true. Yeah.
And yeah, this is classic sicko mode for Paul Allen. He has not missed a beat. Tweenie for 78, Fantasia for 63, Royalettes for 94, and now Sicko for 84. His average score is through the roof in 4 moves. And look at that draw. Holy mackerel. Trentel is going to play in multiple spots. And I feel if you're Phil, maybe you play Oxbow here, which is 60 points, burning the blank, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, this is just ridiculous for Paul Allen.
Yeah, just look at the shape of this board already. That is insane stuff. You love to see it on stream, especially.
Yeah, it's just gonna continue. Yeah, Trentel plays on top, making EL to the E and Alluviates. Plays with Planet, which is, I guess, a little safer in that it doesn't open 9 timer. But I mean, if you're in this position, you probably just want to open the 9 timer, even though it doesn't make any sense how crazy this game has been. Yeah,
just open a 9 timer out of sheer audacity. Like, yeah, what about it? I'll do what I want on this board. So
I mean,
yeah, Trentel plays in 2 positions, as Josh said, under Alluviates or for 3 fewer points, making Planet. I don't know how much there is between those. Trentel does take an S, so playing down from Planet. I mean, for the sheer content, Josh, you want to see it down from Planet, surely. Come on.
well, actually, I mean, yeah, Trentel down from Planet, that would float that 4-timer S hook would float some really high scoring responses onto the triple. Trentel with Alluviates will give less back for sure, but those worst case scenarios are potentially worse. But now that I think about it, what about IZE words to the left of Fantasia? Those are a big threat. Those could score 150 easily. So it might actually be not incorrect to open the triple here, just because of the problems that the other Trentel creates.
That's a very, very, very solid point. The other thing about the placing in the top left is it marginally interferes with the floaters in Tweenie as well, and it would do so, I think, in this case, because Phil has lined up Combiner probably through the first E in Tweenie.
Yeah, and I think that might be his only bonus here. So yeah, the decision here, normally you're ahead 200, you're about to go ahead almost 200 points. If you're Paul, you don't open a triple, but this might be the exception to the rule. And I might just be saying that because I know what Phil has, but there really is something to be said about not allowing those humongous play. Even like something like True's TROZ is going to score 100 points by itself next to Fantasia. So there's a lot to think about. This board is just completely insane. I guess you see it's another situation for Phil where he's just like has to wait, see what Paul does, and it looks like Trentel's coming down there, and see the reaction from Phil. Wow, just totally stoic. What in the world? I mean, he's smiling a little bit, but I'd be jumping off my chair.
Absolutely crazy scenes here.
Yeah, wow. So Combiner playable, Encumber as well. Make the blanket U. And, if if Paul draws absolutely nothing for the rest of the game, then we could see some things happen. Very interesting decision though. Why not play through the first E of Tweenie and score a little bit more?
Yeah, that's
It's a 5-point sacrifice for pretty much nothing.
that's a very curious decision. Yeah, I'm just looking at the two of them side by side right now. It's combine of 5 more points. It does set up.
You know what?
Um,
Hold on a second.
yeah, go for it. Go for it.
This might be brilliant by Phil as he draws that all-important Z. This might be a brilliant decision. It's possible that playing Combiner where he played it is preventing some in-between moves. If you can imagine Combiner one spot to the left, just something with Fib, Fob, Fub, or Fab can just totally eliminate that second to leftmost column as an option. And I guess more marginally, more bonuses I think will play potentially through the O combiner because it's closer to the center of the board, but maybe not. I think the one benefit to this is it does create a situation where you cannot as easily block those humongous Z plays that Bill almost drew. He's got Zoe. He's got some decent options, but nothing insane.
Yeah, I think you're correct that he's stopping those bridging plays between Fantasia and Combiner, taking the 5-point sacrifice. McLaren guy in the chat simply saying Phil gets it. Do you know what? I think he does. Meanwhile,
So
a
finally,
really nice post bingo draw for Paul Allen as well. He's going to score handily. Go ahead, Josh. Though, what were you going to say?
Well, finally a little bit of respite though, right? He doesn't have a playable bonus. There's no open T for outheard or authored. So yeah, something just like our or HAUD will play next to the AL until for a big score, but I guess he's going to have his lowest score of the game this turn.
Yeah, Mia 44 or 47 points on offer for Paul Allen. So much to think about for both these guys. There are just so many whack-a-mole areas all over this board. Phil S to play both ways under Fantasia. The Trental hook has now been blocked, which is slightly gutting. Phil may well have needed that to stay open, but he's going to be bombing down the Z now, opening a new sevens lane on the far left.
Yeah, I think you have to play the Z here. There's something to be said about trying to keep it and try to draw a humongous play there. But I think that's the next spot that Paul would be looking to use. So an unfortunate triple I now for Phil, and I think his chances are really, really suffering with that draw. So now for Paul, I think some play that blocks the leftmost column is on offer. He can do so by playing edged to the left of the SIA of Fantasia. Doesn't open anything. It blocks the triple, or it blocks bonuses at least, using that triple, and scores 34 points. I think the most points he has on offer. So that would be very nice. Actually, it also blocks the S-hook on Fantasia, which is a threat as well. And we'll see within, I think, the next few turns, the board start to die. With all of these long words, just the normal plays are going to just eliminate so much space one after the other. So there's not much time left in terms of what's left. I guess there are 19 tiles in the bag right now, but also within a few moves, you might see very few options for Phil. But that R/hour, I think, is his saving grace. It's very hard to eliminate that as a threat. So you can maybe try to draw a big bonus there on that triple.
So Paul Allen has got edged available, EDG, ED, down on the far left next to Fantasia. It takes out that S hook under Fantasia on double word. It clogs up the sevens lane that Phil has just created with the Z bomb.
Yeah, and he's looking
Play that
at
on
gated
favoring.
with gone, which does. Yeah, the
Yeah,
edge looks very, very good, but gated accomplishes similar goals, and I think that's what he's looking at. But it doesn't quite block everything. I'm trying to imagine a play making TEA and then E blank S and DUI. It might be possible. Like educate would still fit after gated between gated and Fantasia. But that's the sort of thing you have to look for, I think, if you're Phil in this position. You're down over 100 points after Paul's play, but 3 eyes is really not what he needed.
Yeah, really unfortunate draw. Okay, this was another option that we didn't consider. Taxed, creating another sevens lane. It could be a 1-2 punch to then take out the R in the bottom right quadrant.
This is amazing.
Yeah, what do you think of this?
It doesn't block the sevens lane, and it doesn't block the R, and it creates a new lane, but it scores really well and just says, hey, I'm gonna keep scoring. You cannot stop me. Go ahead, try to bonus multiple times on this board. I'm still gonna beat you. So I love this play. It's really good for spread as well. It might give back 1 or 2% winning chances here and there, but I don't even think that's true. I think this is awesome.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Rather than go on the defensive, Paul is just blowing it wide open and just saying, what are you going to do about it? And actually the answer from Phil is not a hell of a lot on this turn. He's got a triplicate I and a V. His winning chances right now are south of 1%. He needs at this point.
He's looking at Visey maybe through the S of Fantasia. That eliminates some space. Maybe play Visey and FE, IVs and FE and Zaz as his highest score. But yeah, I think you need to score, and then you need to bonus, and then hope that that Paul gets stuck with the Q or something.
Still the second blank on C as well.
Plays.
Okay,
Via makes sense.
Yeah.
That'll maximize his bonus chances.
Paul Allen sitting on just a solitary vowel. So the kind of draw that Phil needed him to have in order for him to have any chance, just to slow his opponent down for a turn or two. Is Phil going to draw into that second blank? He is not, and the vowel problems continue, and he's drawn the J as well. I don't know how useful that's going to be on this board, Josh.
Yeah, I think that's it. That was his last chance to draw something, but yeah, Tile God said no.
Yeah.
Honestly, like looking at this game, I really like the opening play decision of exchanging by Phil. That was definitely a debatable move. And the only other thing I could maybe reproach is his play of Tornado, which ended up not necessarily working in his favor, I guess. If everything were the same, which it never is, Scrabble is unique. Every game is different. You're always going to draw something different if you try again. But if he had played Tornado with Plant, maybe he doesn't get Alluviate, but maybe Paul doesn't get Sicko in response. So maybe that was the only chance Phil had to stay in this one. But man, Paul was just completely destroying him every single move. There's nothing he could do about it.
Paul is lining up Giad in the far left column. He's got 12 more points available for an absolutely gorgeous play, as pointed out by Peter Guzik in the chat, of Grided. A really obscure 5 plus the D. This achieves similar. This is Giad for 34 for Paul Allan, which takes him over the 500 mark. Probably on for a 600-point game.
Yeah, and in this instance, you really just want to play something you're sure of. And this play has been put on hold and is getting challenged, but pretty sure Paul was 100% on this.
That makes sense. It's one of those situations where Phil really just needs it to not be good. So if there's any shadow of a doubt, just chuck 5 points at it.
Yeah. And we'll see if Paul Allan draws that final blank. And that would give him the best chances of getting that sought-after 600-point score.
Or indeed,
there aren't that
Q as
many
well.
vowels left, though.
Yeah, there's still the Q out with 2 U's. He draws GGEQ. There's Q, and no U to go with it. Okay.
In another world, I would feel bad for Paul here, but I think he's okay with this. And
Yeah,
we are too.
I think he'll be all right.
But yeah, that's the only problem. You're digging into a bag with very few vowels. I guess from his perspective, there were only how many vowels were left from Paul's perspective? 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. And so 9 vowels, maybe 10 or so consonants. So he probably wasn't going to draw like this one, but it can happen.
So, Josh, in the end, like the last game between Dweeb and Harshan, it has turned into a bit of a blowout, but I think this one has just been a lot more crazy and just bizarre. Whereas the last one was just, I think, a bit sad for Dweeb, really, because he kept plugging away and it just didn't quite pay off for him. Whereas Phil hasn't really done anything wrong. He's just had a run of a couple of tricky draws, unlucky early on after that initial exchange. And he's just been completely blown out by a sequence of insane draws and plays by Paul Allan.
Yeah, definitely. I couldn't have said it better myself. And I think at this point, Phil knows it's pretty much over. If he wants to try and hope that Paul has 7 consonants, he can play something like Jomo through the M of combiner and just try to draw that humongous bonus on the bottom row. But I think Sijo here, which he has lined up, which plays under the ED of taxed, is 38 points. It keeps a very balanced 3 vowels if you compare what's going on in the unseen pool to Phil's rack. I think this is definitely the play you want to make when you're just trying to retain your presence at the top of the standings.
Yeah, at 140 points down, I think even with an absolutely monstrous bingo, it's still just a case now for Phil Robertshaw of damage limitation. Even if he can draw a Q blank bingo, I still don't think it's going to be enough. So yeah, Jomo is the play, as Josh suggested it might be. Holding the S.
Now with 4 tiles unseen and a blank, you might be a little worried if you're Paul of like just a high scoring out bonus like finisher. So maybe you don't play bogged through the O of combiner, which looks really nice to just get rid of all of that junk. Maybe you just try to leave 1 in the bag, make sure you don't get hit in the end game. But I think he's looking at just playing egg under the D of taxed and just block both of those lanes on the bottom and try to get rid of the Q. But I'm worried that he might get stuck with it. There's only one spot that I see for QI to the I in combiner.
Yeah, egg is certainly a very sensible option. Meanwhile, across the table, we see that Phil has not drawn the second blank, so Paul is most likely going to be picking that up.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see. I mean, if past games were any indication on stream, it always seems to be a crazy situation when a player leaves one in the bag. Just the most bizarre letters left in the bag. So I wouldn't be surprised if egg comes down and Paul misses the blank. But yeah, it's a 75% chance of drawing it. And really, what is unseen? Finisher, some fish word maybe. The unseen letters are pretty awful. 3 I's, 2 U's, and no 1 point consonants other than that S. But yeah, this is definitely the sensible play here.
Yeah.
Let's see. See if he gets the blank. M-I.
Yeah, there it
There
is.
it is.
Yeah.
And the U is still unseen, which would actually have helped Paul pretty much as the blank would have. But yeah, he's not going to get stuck now. So I'm running the engine Macondo here to see what Phil's best option might be. Obviously, the game is decided in Paul's favor, but there might be some decent way to try and go out soon and score really well over the next couple moves. I see the spot between Fantasia and Gyred might work out with certain draws. Like the F goes between the E and the S, the U goes between the D and the I. But right now, nothing fits there. IF does fit there though, making RIA. So that might be what I do here. Such a small spread. He must have been winning some really close ones. It's great to see him up there in the standings. Phil's looking for some fish word. But I was just gonna say, after a play like egg, feels like you might not make that move with the Q in hand. The Q might be more likely or the most likely tile to be in the pool, but maybe with how defensive and low scoring that move was, the blank is also something you can sort of infer was less likely to be on Paul's rack. Otherwise, he might have left things open and tried to bonus again. But yeah, I think playing if between Fantasia and Gyred, keeping the U for potential Q draw makes the most sense here for me. All right, we see a fish.
Nice.
For a fish word, I guess. What is he going for? I mean, he just treats you a U, which is like the worst possible thing. But
Little smile there from Phil. He knows.
yeah, he's going for the blank for ice fish, but where does that fit anywhere?
And he's turned that U over just to make sure that we definitely know what he's going for. I love that.
Oh yeah,
maybe,
sorry. Ice fish does fit above DE. Yeah.
Nice, yes.
Yeah, there's enough room for that. Okay,
Maybe just
I
stick
see
it
what this
down
is.
with the U on its side and see whether Paul notices.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, very nice. So very, very complicated endgame now. The Q and the blank and all those clunky consonants. But looks like maybe you just play. What do you do? Quips? Maybe it does. That does set up dumb through that blank U, but you'd really want to go out in two. It's so hard with so much stuff like this, so much clunk. Yeah, I wonder what the best endgame play is here.
Yeah, it looks like it might be quipped through the PE and planet. Holding BN.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
not the
That's
easiest
gonna
find.
score so well. Yeah, nice find there.
Yeah, Paul's lining up quid, possibly Cade.
Yeah, it's just so hard to think to play through that PE. That's beautiful. Yeah, crazy game. Very entertaining stuff. Paul Allan starting off with average of 81 points over 5 moves, or an average of 80, and fizzling out a little bit, but yeah, this was definitely a fun game for both players, despite the one-sided result, I think.
Yeah, a really enjoyable one on stream as well.
So, do we have pairings potentially for next round? We could start thinking about who we're going to feature, and I also wondered what the schedule is. How many games before lunch? If there's a tea break. What should we expect here?
That for you. I know we won't have the pairings until all of the results have been submitted. But yeah, let me just have a look at the timings so I can let everyone know. And just before I do that, let me input Paul's play here of QI blank N.
Yeah, hopefully that blank isn't an S. Yeah, I think this is the top score he could find. And
not only that, it also
it's
slightly interferes with Phil's play of fair. I mean, he's still got FE, but he's depriving
right.
extra points for Haw.
All right, that was available DEI. I was only thinking of DUI, but yeah, it does interfere. Very nice.
So, Josh, we do have a short break after this, although because of tech issues, we did start late. So, folks, we will be back for round 19 in, well, probably about 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes at 11:25 GMT +1. And as I said, we won't know who's playing until all of the results have been input. But of course, from here on, it's just going to be tables 1 and 2, essentially.
Got it. Yeah. Very very exciting stuff. Things are looking interesting. So I did I did speak with, and I'm very excited to see Will Anderson in the field. Our truly our best our best Scrabble content creator, and he's been having not the best tournament, but he's somewhat up there in the standings.
Yeah, I think just looking at his results, there's still time. We would love to get him back on stream.
Oh yeah, that's I do have. That is my one request. If we could get him,
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
to be streamed. I think I don't get that many opportunities to commentate over his games. So that'd be really cool. But I did see that he played a game on stream, at least one game against Harshan, and Harshan took him down. Yeah, this is a very complicated end game, lots of stuff going on. Really cool play available for Phil here. See if we'll see it. It's Rushy between the R of Combiner and the E of Royalettes for 31 points. That is incredibly hard to spot. Yeah, Paul is going out next turn, so it's best to just maximize the score. Yeah, awesome game. Very exciting.
Yeah, you'll love to see a plus 1,000 point game on stream. Epic scenes
Are
here.
we going to be able to interview Paul? That was my other question.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So if you don't see Rushy, Rush, I guess if you see Rush, you might see Rushy. But EISH is 24 points. That plays nicely to the left of the ENTA of Trentle. That's what Phil is looking at right now. That is his fourth best play here. But I guess now is a good time to thank everybody for tuning in, watching this 2026 Easter match play. This is an annual tournament, correct? It's but it's the first time it's being streamed.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, this is one of the 5 majors that we have here in Britain. Josh, you've attended at least one of those, I know, the MGI. I think that's the only one that you've attended, right?
That's correct. Yeah, my only ever international tournament. It was such a fun time. So it'd be great
Nice.
to be able to attend some others.
Do you have any more in the calendar?
Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Yeah, it's looking like I'll be doing some commentary for the MGI. And there's some exciting news for that tournament. I think can't quite release that information, but it's gonna be live streamed again. And I think myself and Will will be commentating.
Nice.
But that's not the exciting part.
All right. So Paul plays out with his high scoring move of bid. He collects 2 points, 1 point from Phil Robertshaw for a final score of Phil 456 to Paul Allan 580, just shy of that elusive 600 mark. An absolute banger of a game. Fantastic scenes. There's the handshake. We are going to get Paul in for a quick interview before we go for a break and reset for round 19, folks. So don't go anywhere. Josh, just while we wait for Paul to join us, let's have And
Yeah,
we will
most definitely.
by
So
Paul Allan. Go ahead, Josh.
go ahead.
No, that's it.
Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say. I'm very excited to speak to our victor here.
And just while we wait for Paul, again, as Josh said, thank you very much to everyone who's joining us today from all around the world. We've seen so many comments already. There's been fantastic support and engagement across this 3-day extravaganza of Scrabble here in Coventry, England. We really appreciate your support on our growing channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, do consider doing so. Just hit that notification bell on the ABSP Scrabble channel. It really helps us in the algorithm and just reach more players, no matter their experience level. And if you haven't already, we would really appreciate it if you could just drop a like on this live stream. Even that is a lot more helpful than you might imagine. And we are now joined by Paul Allan. Let's just get him set up. So he's in a headset this time. So if you could come to the shot a bit, yeah. Thank you. Hello, Paul.
Hello.
Well, what an absolutely crazy game. Josh and I were losing our minds. Outrageous scenes. Josh, I'll let you take this one if you like.
Yeah, Paul, can you hear me?
Oh, you can't hear. Okay.
Okay, thanks. So I couldn't hear.
Hey, great to see you. Great
You
to
too.
see you. Great
Josh.
game. That was awesome.
Jammy game. Jammy
So,
sword. Jammy sword. Yeah.
Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about that move, Trentle. So there are 2 spots to play it, and
Yes.
they were both kind of crazy, right?
Yeah. Well, as far as I can see, one opens up the 9 timer. Which, yeah, I'm not going to do. So I figured worst case scenario, Trento, he might score off the A, big deal. He might bonus onto Trentos, again, big deal. I'll play under, and the game will be pretty much closed apart from the top left. And it's got to be the right rather than left. If that's the only, there was only two options. Yeah. Is that right?
That's right. That's
Okay,
right. You
I'm
had so
definitely-
many strong looking racks, and
Yes.
yet Royalettes was your only bonus. Trentle was your only bonus.
Yeah.
Tweenie, like it was some crazy stuff going on. And that Illuviate play, how sure were you of the S hook on that one?
Pretty sure. The thing is, you're such a comfortable position anyway. If it'd been closer, I mean, if it comes off, he's got to block Fantasias and Slick and stuff. So, you've got such a lead, you can be more bolder. But I was pretty sure anyway, regardless. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome stuff. And I really like the play of Tax there. That was like such a ballsy move, I guess you could call it. But I think it made so much sense to just say, I'm scoring. I'm going to keep scoring. You can't do anything about it.
Yeah, well, the point about that is I was worried about some huge QER onto the R bower. If I play Taxed, there's really only 2 spots, and we're going to share them, and that's fine by me. If we share them, then I win.
Yeah. Let us know if you have any questions about any of the positions. But I think the game pretty much played itself there, and it was super entertaining.
Well, I know dead end games are very, very poor at dead end games. Did I have an out in 2? I could set myself up, but Phil could block just at the end game, just out of curiosity. Is there anything that Quackle suggested? I know it's a weakness of mine.
It was really tough to spot.
Oh, quipped. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Oh, that's so much better. Yes, I wasn't even looking there. I wasn't even looking. Yeah.
Hard
Brain
to
death. Oh, Quinn's not so far behind. So everything's pretty similar except quipped, which is obviously best. So, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, and that was about it. Great game.
Thanks.
You're now in 3rd place. So things are getting really, really heated. But we'll let you go, I guess.
Thank you.
I think there's a small tea break, but we started off pretty late. So good luck in your next one.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Fantastic win. And Rebecca in the chat says, great job, Paul. Fun to watch. So there you go. Folks, we are going to take a short break to reset, and we will be right back in about 5-10 minutes with round 19, I believe it is. So don't go anywhere. See you shortly. Welcome back, folks, to Easter Matchplay 2026. We are getting ready for round 19 of 23. And Josh, we have got a hell of a matchup for you as we transition into the players' room. We've got our wonderkind, Sam Crispin, 17 years old, facing off against someone I think you know quite well, Josh.
Yeah, I think old man Will Anderson fighting someone half his age, less than half his age, Sam Crispin. So yeah, Will and I are great buddies. We like to tease each other, but it's so cool. This is Will's first UK tournament. I'm sure we've mentioned this before, and he's such an asset to the community and such a strong player. So it's great to be able to actually witness his game live, because he's usually the one doing producing, the commentary, stuff like that. And so yeah, I'm very excited.
So we see that Sam is in 5th place in a field of 38 players. In fact, we see that Will is seed 38 as he is unrated. This is in fact his first ABSP tournament. Will with a spread of just plus 90 on 11 wins. Compare that to Sam Crispin, who has over 1,100. Quite a differential there. Sam has started Will's clock and he dives into the bag. Let's see what he draws early doors. Let's get going.
Very nice, very nice. All right, VRUY ALR. So not the greatest opening rack, but not the worst. I can see a pretty quick decision here. Something like Lurie, I guess, is playable. Lurry. That's the only way I think to reach the double letter score. But you could also just go with vary for 20, get rid of the V and the Y, keep things a little tighter, but that O hook, potentially reason enough to just take the points for Lurie. And it doesn't matter what Will does here because Sam is going to bonus with Sinopie. Regardless, after vary, it'll play with ovary. After Lurie, it's going to play with slurry. It's going to play with EL as well. Iony's also playable here. He wants to play upwards, slurry. But yeah, that's it. Ripieno's also playable, but I feel like you don't open a triple in this position like that.
Hello in the chat to Squad XZO, who says, let's go Will. So we've got some Will fans in the chat. I thought we might. I think Will posted about this game just prior to going live.
Very nice, very nice. Gonna get a nice squad
Yeah.
of Will fans out there. And regardless of what Sam does, Will is going to bingo himself with a vitamin, or vitamin with the E at the end. Is that how vitamin is spelled commonly in the UK, or is it spelled without the E as well?
It's without the E in the vernacular.
So this is a small sacrifice. Plurry actually takes a P hook. So Pioneers would play for a couple more points with Plurry, but that also opening this pretty big spot next to the PIO, potentially a small missed opportunity for Sam. I mean, Sam's word knowledge is fantastic, especially for his age. But I think if I could point to one thing that he can continue to work on to just improve even more, it would be word knowledge. But yeah, Pioneers and Slurry, fantastic play for sure. But Will's going to come right back. The only question here, I guess, is you play with the first Iron Pioneers. I think you have to play Vitamin here. It's the highest score by 1 point, but it's also just more defensive to sort of interfere with that triple that was just open. So I guess in either case, it's not super safe. If you put the T on that middle column, you could see potential high scoring plays with TH, TY, with the N, there's NY, ND. So it's not super, super nice to leave those possibilities open, but I think you want to just inhibit a little bit. There we see it.
Lord
So
Livgon in the
as I
chat,
say that,
just pointing out that Sam is one letter out from benzoyls, which would have been absolutely beautiful. And I do not doubt Sam knows that word as well. But yeah, go ahead, Josh. What were you going to say?
Oh, I was just mentioning, yeah, that Y is going to be very useful here. Doty will play for 49 points if Sam wants it, but he also could just play Dozy atop the INE of Vitamine, which is a 50-point play. So that's, I think, his highest score. But I think, despite keeping the extra consonant, I think I would keep the Z here and just take out that triple if it were me. What about you?
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Yeah, 100%. The Z's such a powerful tile, especially with the last few lexicon updates. Sam lining up Doty. For those of you who don't know as well, Sam is our most promising young player over here in Britain. In the World Juniors last year, which I think was held in Sri Lanka, he came 7th, and in the main event, he came 9th. So a truly scarily good player, as Josh said, for his age. And the thing is, he's still shooting up the ratings here in Britain even now. He's still improving. It's pretty remarkable to see. And also a little bit of behind the scenes knowledge. Those who might not know, his mum Ruth is actually our on the ground producer. So right now she's sitting about 2 feet away from him. So Sam is actually playing on stream right in front of his mum. Bit of added pressure.
Yeah, or maybe some comfort, just could be helpful, could be added pressure, could be no difference, could be just stoicism all the way through. But yeah, we just have to make sure there's no collusion, right? We know that Ruth isn't doing anything to commit any treasonous acts.
Yeah, Ruth
But it
actually
looks
told me
like
yesterday
body.
that she feels just sick with nerves watching him on stream, and she has to stay stoic and stony faced. But yeah, as Josh said, body is the play coming down. How do you feel about this, Josh? 8-point sacrifice, but dispensing with the B, and it does disrupt that triple word somewhat. I don't know how dangerous that was, but yeah, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, it's a more practical decision, just keeping 3 consonants rather than 4. 4 consonants is very heavy. 3 consonants is usually workable. It is a point sacrifice of 8 points, but I think it's really close. And I think Sam thought about it long enough to recognize that it was probably what he wanted to do. So I don't quibble with it. And over back to Will with AAE GOSX. And he's just going to go right ahead and dump and bomb the X for 55. I think by far his best play here. It's the only question is, do you keep the E or not? But I think you play it and you create that lane for yourself. Yeah, one added benefit to the play of body that was mentioned in the chat is it does set up the Z quite nicely with MOZ. With an I draw, Sam would have had Zit in the same spot up top that Doty played it for 40, and with an E draw, ZE would score 44. Neither of those draws happened, but definitely a great idea.
Yeah, Sam isolating the LZ just to dump either side of the U in slurry for Luz 23. Leaves a slightly ropey rack of D with the duplicate T. You might want to hold this Z for another move, something like Tad up top for 17, leaving LSTZ.
Yeah, it's an interesting position. Do you keep it again? There's just no way to score without it. You can play ads up top, but that is completely insane. Making NE and DE, setting up the E hook and setting up the triple top as well. You definitely don't want to do that. So Luz or Lutz to get rid of the duplicate T. I think Lutz is a pretty strong option, a pretty strong contender here. Keeping ADST, that's going to maximize Sam's bingo chances for next turn. That's the play I'm partial to right now. So if you play Tad up top, making Tid, NE, and DE, there's some small chance that you'll be able to play Zitz and Zany for over 100 or around 100 points. But Luz is the play, scoring a little bit extra, but keeping that extra T. Sam's going to want an E for sure on this draw. And he gets even better. He gets the blank and statued. Certainly going to come down. That stays open.
That's also a very good point. I didn't clock that with Tad. It set up an absolutely monstrous hotspot with Zany. So yeah, that was something to consider. But Luz is perfectly sensible as well. And moving back to Will, we saw he's drawn into duplicate W at the same time after his X bomb.
And look at this. Look what he has lined up here. Wagwan.
Nice.
Some people's favorite Jamaican word. That's incredible. Incredible find. Just getting rid of both W's and the G. And Gowl is the other option, I guess, here to consider. But I think if you play Gowl on top of the INE of vitamin, that's going to open up some huge, dangerous options. So I think I prefer Wagwan, but you could also play something like Widow through the ID. What do you want to play here, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm a fan of Wagwan. I have to say I was not aware that had come in. I see on my Ziziva that I've got open that that's just been added with the latest lexicon update as well. Really nice vision from there as well from Will to spot that as a possibility. Like you say, Gal, it is actually simming marginally better, but it does open some really scary hotspots up in the top right quadrant.
Yeah, it's 6 more points, and it is kind of difficult to have the correct letters to overlap. But ONY takes the M hook, E hook, the B hook. So a lot of potential options going constant, vowel, constant could score upwards of 50 points. But the benefit is extra score, better leave, or maybe not a better leave, but a more balanced leave. Maybe the long-term plan is to maybe play Raw next turn with Za and set up the S. And potential for big draws with Gowls, I guess. That's what Will's considering here. It's just that the LOS, I guess, is just so poor. If you miss your bonus, you're not scoring anything. That might be the reason that the computer prefers Gal slightly, but you got to play Wagwan. When are you going to ever get to play that?
Yeah, this is true. Yeah. I've noticed a few times when he's been on stream, Josh, that Will does physically separate his tiles. Is that something you do? Or, I mean, I'm not personally a fan of that just because I don't like to convey to my opponent any information that I am bingoing versus not bingoing. Where do you stand on that?
Yeah, I think If you're gonna do it when you've already sort of committed to the fact that you have only those options and it's your time that's running. I don't think it's a huge issue once your time is running, but um, I'm sort of partial to the idea that any information you give could either benefit you or inhibit you, and it depends on who you're playing. If you're playing someone who's going to notice these things, maybe you should do things that are misleading and try to mess with them. But personally, I don't think I tend to separate my plays, but I don't think it's a huge deal either way.
Yeah. So, WOG 1 is the play. We love to see it. Very nicely done from Will Anderson. And we move back to Sam Crispin, who has the blank, he has the S. Just 3 bingos available to him. Statued, making vitamins, as Josh already said, or the same word to the left of EE. He also has a more difficult to find 8 through the A in WOG 1. We'll see whether anyone in the chat can find that.
Yeah, and I think out of those 3 options, I don't think you play Statute with vitamins. I feel like that's way too dangerous. That would put the E right next to the triple for only a 6-point increase over the other placement of Statute, which don't think is enough to justify it. And Will's drawn pretty well here. He's drawn into enclose, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to get something down, but yeah, right now Sam is behind 50 points, so he needs this bonus to stay in the game.
Yeah, well, if Sam plays this in the more defensive position to the left of EE, this will not give back enclose, and I don't think it will give back anything else through the U, T, E, or D that will be thrown out in the open. If he wants the 6 more points playing down, making vitamins, that will give it back. I think that's probably unnecessarily volatile. I personally would take the 6-point sacrifice here. Josh, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. And the play through the A, for those wondering, is Dupatas, making the blank a P. And that too would give back a spot for enclose to the left of the S. There's just enough room for that. So that's a 70-point play. That might be slightly better than Statute and SEE. We'll see what Sam ends up doing. It's actually a very, very important moment for him. If he plays with SEE, he will not face comeback bonus. If he plays any other bonus here, he will.
In our little group chat, Josh, I've just seen that our producer Ruth said that Sam actually held WOG 1 as well, briefly. So that could have been a +5 for Will, but he did accept the play.
Yeah, one of the things to know about Will Anderson is his word knowledge is incredibly good. He's actually also recently started learning the 9-letter words to add to his arsenal. And so even with a 5-point challenge situation, he almost never plays a phony. So something like this, of course, in normal circumstances, if you've never seen a word, you should challenge it. But against Will Anderson, I think psychologically speaking, challenging him is usually a bad idea.
Hello to Alana in the chat, another Will fan, it would appear.
I mean, who isn't a Will fan?
This is very true.
Wow, very interesting.
Okay.
Either Sam was unsure of Statute or he didn't like what it did to the board. Would rather bonus potentially next turn. But I think definitely a missed opportunity here for him. I think it was worth playing the bonus, despite this keeping the blank. It's not a big mistake, if at all, but this also, I think, doesn't allow Will to bonus. So
Yeah, I think this is probably just a moment of being unsure of the word. I don't think it warrants the 40 point sacrifice there. I mean, statue, of course, a relatively high prob word, but in the heat of the moment on stream under this pressure, you do not want to phony at this level of Scrabble. You will probably lose the game if you phony and miss a turn. Statue certainly not the most intuitive word. It doesn't even necessarily matter how high probability the word. Sometimes they just frankly look weird, and also players at this level, their word knowledge is so deep that it may well have been a long time since they've seen these really high probability words. Statue not being a verb, meaning to statue, it is just an adjective, meaning having a statue. So assuming that that was a moment of uncertainty for Sam, you can say fairly that that was a sensible decision, because that would be a moment of throwing the game if that comes off, and he's holding the blank and the S. So a smart decision in its own way.
yeah, definitely. And I mean, even if Sam was like 90% sure of statute, it's worth passing it up to play something you're sure of, because that's how close playing tattoo is to just playing the bonus. It does seem like he's missed in this particular instance, keeping DS blank has drawn CHOT, which is pretty good, but there's just no playable bonus here. So what do? Maybe now is finally the time to just bite the bullet and make a play atop the INE of vitamin, or I don't know, what else is there here?
Yeah, that spot does seem far and away his best at this point. COTH playing for 32 points, holding the S, which will then hook onto it. Meanwhile, we didn't say, because Will played quite fast, he did find his highest performing move of Sell above Tattoo, his 7 of Enclosed not playing. Will has drawn into Ditones and Stonied, so whatever Sam does here, he needs to draw well and bingo next term in order to stay level with Will and not let this game run away from him.
Absolutely, yeah. Will's gonna bingo for sure. Ditone, Stonied both play, hooking the EE in the middle of the board. Droniest will fit at the very least through the R of Slurry, and Stonied also fits with vitamins, but in that really dangerous spot. Very similar play to Statute, where I just don't think it's ever worth making a play there if you have a comparable option. But yeah, Sam here to play COTH. Making CIDONY and TE. But that might run into some trouble. Does take the S hook. So that is coming down. Oh no, Doth is coming down. So he's saving himself here. That's very nice. A very nice adjustment. Doth does not take the S. And this even sets up Coney for him potentially next turn. If he doesn't draw into a bonus, or if he draws into a lower scoring bonus, it would be worth scoring around 50 points with Coney. So this is a great play by Sam. I love it.
Yeah, really, really smart decision. Fantastic board vision from the young Sam Crispin there. And we move back to Will, who has got 3 bingos available to him, and he now just needs to work out the placement and how to best favour the board shape to his advantage.
Yeah, and he's probably already decided which one he likes the most. And that would be Ditones, and Doth changes nothing other than blocking another option of Stonied. So yeah, very quick decision. Makes most sense. Highest scoring bonus. And now Sam to respond. He's going to be able to score very, very well. After setting up his C, he's also drawn the P. So it's going to work out for him, and he's going to stay in this game for sure.
Yeah, really, really interesting turn for Sam. He has a few 8s on offer. Let's see who in the chat can find these. He has 5 individual words as 8s available, but none of them is as optimal as simply playing Packer right on the top in that spot that he has created for himself, and he's already lined it up. Paul Coyle in the chat has found one of those with Escapade.
Yeah, you could also make the blank an O for Escapado, but you're totally right. Paca for 55, as we were saying. I mean, it's so worth playing that. The blank is around 25 points on average. To keep S adds so much value to that. So you might as well just take 55, especially with the score line as it is. Scoring 76 for Escapade would bring Sam within 20 of Will, but then he's just drawing 7 random tiles. And after Paca, this will narrow the deficit to 40, and a bonus next turn should tie things up in a lot of cases. So this is what he's going to do. Very, very nice. Very well done.
And moving back to Will, he's drawn a load of clunkers with the duplicate U. He does have scoring options available, so he's going to be all right. But he needs to keep the pressure on because, unbeknownst to him, his opponent is sitting on S blank. It's something to point out as well for some of those newer players who are joining us in the stream today. It can be easy to get fixated on just bingoing as you see it, but you have to remember that sometimes you're going to score at the equivalent of a bingo and hold that blank for another one next turn. So that was a really good illustration by Sam Crispin playing Packer. And Josh, I think I've seen your reaction to Sam's draw of, well, he's now sitting on triplicate R, which is pretty nasty.
Yeah, that's my fixation right now of just terrible stuff, but he does have pre-orders through the E. It's just that I think Will's going to block that in so many cases. Will can play his K next to the O of Ditones, KUE. If he really wants to be a little bit crazy, he could play BAUK, I think his highest or second highest score, making BE and AS. But all of these plays will block that all important E. And so I don't think reorders is coming down. But if BAUK comes down, for example, Sam will still be able to play Dork for almost 30 points to the K on the triple. If KUE comes down, DORR is still going to fit next to the ES. That's what Sam has lined up right now. So it's not over, but that was definitely a draw that I think was a little bit unfortunate for Sam. So Bach is coming down, just going full aggression here. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think Will can infer a strong lead from Sam after his play of Packer. So it wouldn't appear that his opponent's sitting on a bingo-y rack, especially given that he left only 3 tiles. And of course, unbeknownst to Will, Sam drew absolute dross, as Alexi in the chat, as Alex Potts in the chat, sorry, pointed out. And we see actually Will has drawn into the QU, quite a strong pick. And I don't think any bingos here for Sam Crispin. No, he's probably just going to have to score onto the K and ditch some of these R's as a holding play. So something like Dork, most likely.
I think honestly that's either Dork or play the S for 3 points. I don't see why you would do that. So yeah, that's the best play here, I think. But yeah, Sam's still trailing. He was trailing by 80. He's now trailing by 53, and Will's going to be able to do some stuff here. He's got some nice overlaps of the O and E of Ditones, and he has that QU combination. He also just has Cot up top if he wants it for 40. So some nice options here. 1 letter off of Quango, and Will's maybe thinking about that D and Dork as the biggest threat to his lead. So I wonder if he's going to try to block that.
Yeah, and this play achieves all of the above and scores the best, and is in fact his highest performing move. Mackie comes down for 51 for Will Anderson. And a marginally better draw now for Sam Crispin, but he's going to need to make something happen fast here if he's going to stay in this game.
That's right. Sam's now down 104 after that very nice find, very quick find of Mackie for Will. By far his best play. If you miss that, you're blending around maybe 10% winning chances or something like that. So a very good find. We expect that from Will Anderson, but 100-point deficit now, I think, is the time to bonus, like you said, but the bonuses are terrible now that the D is gone. 64 is the most that Sam can score, so maybe you have to hold off again. Maybe you play ARO or ARO under the BOD of body, making some overlaps. That's 28 points, keeps ERS blank, but again, what are you going to do better than a 64-point bonus, and what is Will going to do to try and stop you? I don't know. I don't know if it's correct to bonus here, but it's a really rough position for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Sam's bonuses do create some new floaters. He's got Arrester, Arrieros, Armorers, all through this R in slurry. If he wants to create a singular word like Arrester, in fact, Arrester is the only one. It does create a new hotspot with an unseen S as well in that triple lane. Of course, unseen to Sam is another blank and one S. We see that Will is not sitting on either of those. Sam is considering Arrieros.
Yeah. And there might be something to be said if you do bonus, maybe you play through the M of Mackie, use that spot that is sort of harder to use and leave that R open for Will to deal with. But I think I like the aggressive idea of playing Arrester and just trying to create a new spot for yourself and open some more stuff. But yeah, maybe Aero is just enough to be worth playing here. Maybe you can draw a 9-letter word from the BE or through the AS, the bottom left of the board. I just don't like the fact that there's so many scoring tiles left and they're all going to fit next to the O of diatones. I guess from Sam's perspective, there are 5 I's and 6 E's unseen, so he could hope that Will's got a piece of those and he's not going to be able to score very well. You see, I like when Will just like nods his head like, okay, you did something. You did something good.
Okay, so
Armorers is the play.
Yeah, nice. Quite a, well, sets up a unapologetic hotspot for the unseen J as well. Players just pausing the clock, check their scores. We down as a 40-point lead for Will Anderson.
Yeah, that's right. So I think it was the hold of Wagwan where Sam then ended up missing that score or misscoring it. But yeah, over back to Will with 12 minutes left. There are 14 tiles left in the bag, and 5 of those are I's, and 4 of those are E's, but 1 of those is a blank. What is Sam Crispin going to draw here? He needs something good. He needs it very soon. That's the blank. That's 2 I's. Okay.
Okay.
That's pretty decent. Just drawing that blank now. We give him some nice chances for the rest of the game. Not sure he has anything immediately liniment. But yeah, it's up to Will here to try and clamp down on things. I think if I were Will, I'd play some overlap of the ORER of Armorers, just because that J is unseen. Will isn't careful. J could score 60 points and propel Sam right back into this without the blank. So I think HOTE, keeping the GN combination, looks very, very strong, but maybe HETE, just because there are so many E's left, would be slightly better here. HOT also takes an L. I guess it's probably not an important thing at all, but yeah, it's a good play.
Yeah, although as has been pointed out by Peter Guzik in the chat, Sam actually had the really tricky spot of annihiling through the S, which has been blocked. So Will's play has, in fact, achieved that. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That is a bingo.
But whoa. And he sees it.
Oh, my God.
Sam sees it. I think he sees this bonus playable through the ER. Is he going to be able to pull the trigger? And is it even correct to play? Those in the chat wondering. Try to find possible 9-letter word through the ER in the center of the board. Sam, I saw his face scrunch up a little bit. It's like, oh, is this good? Do I have to play this? I mean, you don't have any scoring tiles. How else do you score? I guess you could play the really tough spot of E-lint to the T of ditones. That's a nice 26. I think that's the only other thing you can do here. But the board is slowly dying, and I don't know. I think you might have to try this word. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out. Because
Yeah, I have to
if he
say,
does.
this 9-letter word is simming much more highly than any of Sam's other plays. I have to say, I don't know the extent of Sam's word knowledge. This 9-letter word is 2,000 of probability, so as far as 9s go, it's relatively low prob. I think it's safe to say Sam did see it, but again, like we said earlier, with Statude, I think he just didn't want to phony and throw the game. Nice vision anyway, from Sam for having spotted, as Peter Guzik in the chat has pointed out, into line, which would have given back Hefe anyway, as Peter points out. So it's not over yet for Sam, but he's up against it. Elint is the play. Still a very nice vision, and we move back to Will Anderson, who's sitting on the J.
Yeah, and Sam's still within range here. There are 6 tiles in the bag, so it is still possible for him to come back with a bonus, but the lines are just so hard to make use of. There's now a possibility of a 10, I guess, through the ME, 9s through the letters in HOTE. The O and the T and the E are possible, but that draw, duplicate E's, duplicate I's, I think is not a good one for Sam. If you're Will here, do you play the J off? Do you try to eliminate possibilities of 9s? I like the play of NEF, which plays to the right of armorers, just to eliminate a lot of that 9 nonsense. But it's not over. I think Will's maybe 95% favorite to win this at this point, but still possibilities for Sam to come back.
Also, a minor consideration for Will, as pointed out by Lord Livgon in the chat, is that Hote, of course, not only taking the L on the end, but also the N. Very specific floater, very specific lane, sorry, that would have to be. But I'm sure Sam's also got his eye on whether he can make anything happen there. He's currently lining up Knife, Neif, presumably from the TE to the right of armorers.
Yeah, there's probably some precise way for Will to sort of deal with most of the threats at once. You can extend Slurry to slurrying. That is actually potentially the biggest non-bingo threat for Will, is slurrying just completely opening the board. So you could prevent that by playing 4 tiles, because then slurrying would empty the bag and leave Sam 6, unable to get that 50 extra points for a bonus. But what 4-tile plays are there here? I guess Will can play NEIF himself.
Oh, yeah.
That's interesting. The obvious play is Jog to the left of the BA of Bach, making Gas and Obe. That balances really well. It sorts with the J. It deals with the J, and scores 35. So Will's probably very comfortable here. He's thinking about Beg. Which is a great idea with Orf, T, and Erg.
or to the right of ditones, which again would eliminate those nines, the 9 possibilities through those pairs.
Right, yeah, the couple spots for this word for sure. Very interesting to see what Will does here, but got a lot of good options.
Yeah, so
He's
he's
gonna play
holding.
JEU.
Yeah, he's holding
his
the ing
highest
suffix. He's found his high scoring play of jus. Puts him up
But
just
does he
shy
ever
of
want to play
points.
that? That's the thing. Does he ever
Yeah.
want to play slurrying? Yeah, this is a really tough situation. I think Sam's sort of giving up here. By playing NEIF, he's down almost 100, and yes, he has an outside shot of threatening something. Maybe if Will doesn't see playable bonus for him, it could happen. But I think it's pretty much over now. Bag is completely empty. As long as Will doesn't give back a bonus, he's going to win this game. So, what to do, I guess, in this end game? You kind of want to go out in 2. Get rid of the V first, maybe. Get rid of the F. You could play Fog or Fogs, the right of ditones. But Will's just going to have to double check and triple check he knows what Sam has and make sure there's nothing lurking. Slurring is an option here, but if that gives back a bonus, it's over. I don't know if it does, though.
I don't believe it does, but again, I mean, if you any doubt at all, if the
Oh, it
only way you
does.
can lose is to have it does.
Yeah, lingerie, and
Okay.
reignite. So yeah, that's definitely not. I mean, it's not a good play anyway because it keeps the F and the V, but you can still blow it if you want to
Yeah.
be a little fancy here. Yeah, the end game saying play Fogs, keeping VIN. Scores 40 points. But I'm not sure that's correct because how do you play off your V after that? I'm going to put the engine to a little bit more depth to see what it says. Oh yeah, talk about titles. So give us a little bit of an insight as to how you get a Grandmaster title in the UK, Joseph.
A Grandmaster title, I think, is is it? I think 3 years of being 190 plus in the ABSP rating system, or 5 years of being 180 plus. I am, of course, is international master, which is from the Wesper system. It's not relevant to the ABSP system right now, but as a mark of respect for Will Anderson, we have put it after his name. I was happy to do that. Just to balance out the fact that he's C38 of 38.
That's right. So the IM title is an international one, whereas the GM title is a national one here. So if Will finishes the tournament with 180 plus, he'll become a GM automatically. Is that right?
Not quite. Actually, I actually have no idea how they would do it for someone who's never played a tournament. Yeah, all that side of it is frankly beyond me. And honestly, I'm not good enough that it's ever been relevant to me personally.
Yeah, don't speak too soon.
Paul Coyle in the chat pointing out, play Fogs and finish with Vyman through ME. So that's probably why Fogs is simming so well. Really nice spot there from Paul.
Yeah, that's the two-turn idea, but once Sam blocks Vim, and if he sees it, it becomes evident that the V is not really going anywhere. So this is actually the top play recommended by the endgame algorithm to threaten FERE and FOG, as well as FOG to the left of ditones. It's the only way to guarantee an out and two. So very nice spot by Will. And actually, there. This is crazy. It doesn't guarantee an outplay. There is one way, maybe one way, to block both bogs for Sam, and that is actually his best play here. He has to play aside from the AS, burning the blank for 4 points, and that is the only way he can block both bogs and go out next turn. That is totally crazy.
Wow.
I have no idea if there's more than one person in the world that would ever spot this sequence.
And just while Sam
Oh,
now
it seems
just
like they
stepping
can't
below
hear
3
us.
minutes. No worries.
Seems like they can't hear us on the scoreboard scene, but
no worries. I will get that fixed in the break. Apologies about that, folks.
so we were saying Bill did win his game. So Frigg coming down, that is the highest score. Now that slurring has been blocked, but Will's going to be able to go out with fog. So nice sequence there. Like we said, that best play of aside is completely insane. Second best play would have been to play Roger to the ER, the RF dork, just to block the higher scoring spot and score some points. But it's all academic from here, and not sure what Will's thinking about. Oh, he's counting. Sorry, he's counting Gopher. I should apologize for disrespecting the man. Gopher is one fewer point than Fog. He was just double checking the scores there. So after this, final score will be with the count back 500 to 412, right?
Yes, that is a final score after countback of Will Anderson, 500 on the dot. Sam Crispin, 412. An absolute banger of a game. And we're going to get Will Anderson here for an interview, folks. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah, Sam mentioning he thought of Interline, but realizing it would have just lost the game. Very cool. Yeah, very cool stuff. Yeah, if you guys have any questions for Will, by the way, just let us know in the chat. We might be able to relay them to him during the interview.
Yeah, in answer to Alexi in the chat, no, we don't have an overhead mic at this tournament. Alexi also says, I think I'll take my chance with interline there, assuming that I spot the word elint is never a winning move. Interesting point. Josh, what do you think of that?
I'm not sure. I get that, but I also totally understand elint. You could still draw into something. The board is open enough for the blank that you could have. Your Sammy could have drawn very well and threatened some stuff, and Will might have all that junk and not be able to do anything about it. So I think elint made more practical sense. I think the engines also assume that Will's going to play inaccurately after the bonus, but there's going to be so much left for Will to think about and make his play as precise as possible. But yeah, I think interline, if you know it, you should play it. But who knows? The long tournament spread is still important. Probably losing anyway. All right, here he comes. Just be a minute or so while we get the interview set up and the players square their board. Like I said, any questions you have about the game, about Will's thought process, or anything at all, he'll be happy to answer. We'll probably have to cut the interview shorter than most people would want it, though.
And we're joined by Will Anderson. Josh, I'm going to let you do the honors on this interview.
All right.
Thank you. Hello.
Hey, Josh.
Will,
hey, everybody. Hi, chat.
This is Josh Sokol here in the booth. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you. I've heard so many things about you.
So nice win there. Really solid game. I guess before I get into it, is there anything you wanted to know about? Saw you had a nice postmortem with Sam there.
Yeah, I mean, I think by far for me the most interesting position was the Wagwan one. It's very inference based there after his play of lose. There's just a lot of stuff that's telling me that it's sort of I would love to hear, anybody's opinions on that. Other than that, I guess I'm curious what the best endgame sequence was, but yeah, whatever we want to talk about.
So you did play the best endgame sequence, but what's crazy is the way that Sam was supposed to respond. There's, I think, one play and one play only that he had that blocked all of your outplays at once. It was aside from the AS for 4, burning the blank and threatening some outplays, and Frig for 24.
I was thinking might be something like that, and I would just tip my cap to him if he found something like that. It occurred to me it's not impossible that he would do a play like that. I hadn't actually worked out that would be the play. That's the only one that does that.
I think so.
Wow.
I think so.
Cool.
In terms of one that threatens to go out next turn. So yeah, end games are difficult, but you did the easy part, I think, when you have a blank like that. And it's just insanity. So yeah, no, super well played game. We definitely liked the play of Wagwan, the new word. You almost got 5 points off of it, but other than that, I think you just did a great job at finding your defensive options, your nice equity plays when you needed them. I guess the vitamin turn.
Yeah, I thought a lot about
it was
that
interesting.
one, actually, because there are several interesting things about that. The first is the two positions of vitamin do different things to the power tiles that play down from H1. So vitamin takes the sting out of the K, for example. You can't, TK words are very difficult to play, but it also, if I play in the other spot, it takes the sting out of the H, where there's 2 of those. So I was trying to think also about the long-term sort of what quadrants I want open. Ultimately, one of the other factors was in the very short term, there are just fewer floaters on the board after the position that I played it compared to playing it, slotting it over to the left a little bit. There's just a few more places for him to play 8s in the short term. And of course, he just bingoed, so his rack is random. But I just felt like I don't really know one way or another whether I want the board to be open or closed. And he's got the first crack at drawing an 8. So I'm going to play the slightly more closed play and hope he doesn't draw an H. That was my thinking on that. So.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot to think about. This game is a very, very good game by both of you. Sam was making some really cool setup plays. Dolph was a setup. Body was a setup. But yeah, he had a couple of ways to maybe increase his chances. But I think the only play that I think was wrong, and I mean you'll analyze it as well, was JU. I think the problem with that play is that he can respond with slurrying sometimes and leave one in the bag. And
I was worried about
some
that
fog of
exact
war.
thing. Yeah, I was scared about that exact thing happening. So what should I do to avert that? Play more tiles or?
So yeah, you could have played NEIF in the same spot that he played it, which is
slurrying
interesting,
then
but
emptying the bag.
maybe Feg with ORF, TE, and ERG. You'll take a look at that, but
I set that up on my rack for a second, considering it. But I think at that point there were 6 in the bag, so I would want to play NEIF over Feg if I'm worried about the slurrying, opening the board and creating multiple threats thing, just so that he can't do that without emptying the bag. So I like that idea. I thought about it fleetingly, but ultimately I just thought that it's going to be difficult even after slurrying for him to draw bingos in 2 places. So I thought I would be able to potentially just shut down the more salient threat after slurrying on the right side of the board and then sort of live with it from there. So
that's right. Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
Cool.
I guess last thing I'll ask, this is your first tournament in the UK, so if you have any thoughts about how it feels, if it's any different from North American tournaments, I'm sure viewers would love to hear how you're experiencing things. And
it's been great. Yeah, I've really enjoyed myself. It's so much fun to play so many people I've never played before. So that either, win or lose, I knew I was going to have a lot of fun in that aspect here. Something I really enjoy is that we're all kind of taking our meals together in the hotel, whereas in the US it's very customary to everybody scatters to the wind with their own plan, and I've really enjoyed that. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and hopefully I can close out strong here in the Scrabble. But like I said, win or lose, it's been really good.
Great, awesome. Well, great to hear from you, Will. Great to talk to you from across the ocean. Good luck in your next games, and I hope we see you soon as well.
Thanks a lot. I know you got an early morning there, Josh, so keep that energy up. And thanks to anyone in the chat who came over. I did a little post saying I'd be on the stream, so if you're out there from that, thanks for stopping by, and hope the games are good. See you later, man.
All right, see you.
Okay, bye.
Alrighty. Oh.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Very good.
Thank you to Will Anderson. All right, don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly with round 20. 4 rounds to go. Anyone's tournament still to be had. See you shortly. Welcome back, folks, to Easter Matchplay 2026. We are here in Coventry, England, on the final day of this 3-day Scrabble extravaganza, and we are heading into round 20. Things are getting very tight at the top, and we have a hell of a game for you. We have Harshan Lamabadusuriya facing off against his fellow Grandmaster Phil Robertshaw, second versus first, both players on 14 wins. Josh, how are you feeling about this game?
Oh, very excited. I mean, last year, I think in the UK, that was Harshan's year. He was winning absolutely everything. But this year, Phil is on a tear. So really, really awesome to see them face off. Very excited. See the fist bump there. So this is the last game before lunch, I think.
That's correct.
Right?
Yeah.
After that, 3 more rounds to declare the winner of the Easter match play. One of 5 major tournaments, I think is what you said in the UK. And yeah, Coventry is the location. Tiles have been taken from the bag, and it's a slight difference if you're joining and you're used to watching maybe North American Scrabble. I would doubt it because it's very, very early in North America. But if you are in North America, main difference is before you see a tile, your opponent's not supposed to start the timer. But in this case, once the tile comes out the bag, what's going on? So very quick play by Harshan. Elchies. Didn't even have to alphabetize that one. He's taking the maximum score. Very good. Start things off.
Yeah, nicely done for 82 points to kick things off. Phil sitting on a pretty clunky opening rack with duplicate T, HK, and a U.
Yeah. By the way, like Elchies, those are really nice letters, but the formation, the order that they're in makes this one of the harder words to anagram. So the fact that Harshan saw it immediately means it's very close to him. He might have studied it recently, or he's just him. He's able to see these things. It's a very nice start, but yeah, for Phil, he can deal with this rack pretty nicely with Kutch or Kutcha.
Mhm.
And the question is, do you leave the A off and set it up, or do you play it for 2 extra points and set up a big scoring spot? I think I'd leave it off. What about you, Joseph?
I think you've 100% got to leave it off. Not only are you saving the hook for yourself, you're also just giving back a needless hot spot when Harshan's gone into the bag and drawn out 7 fresh tiles, the J and the Z on scene. I think hold it off for sure.
Yeah, the weird thing about the word kutcha is that it is, I think, an adjective. It certainly doesn't take an S hook, but just that A above that premium blue square, the triple letter score is just a little bit too dangerous for my blood, I guess. But it's like Kit is also being thought about, which plays next to the IS of Elchies, but I think Kutch by far the best play here. Thick also possible.
Yeah, just having a look at thick. You don't really want to be holding on to this U if at all possible. Has he lined up Kutch yet? Has he seen it?
He lined up Kutcha. I think maybe he hasn't thought of leaving the A off.
I think you were going to say also a crazy post bingo draw for Harshan, right?
It's a very good draw. Not sure he has a bonus immediately, but that's so nice. No matter what, if Kutch or Kutcha comes down, that is just going to give back a huge fox for 60 points, making OK and XU. So it actually feels like in this particular instance, despite Kutch and Kutcha being the 2 top plays, neither of them is going to work out very well. So thick would work out much better in this particular instance.
Yeah, Phil also considering Catty. I'm not sure where he might be considering that.
Yeah, he might be thinking of iCat or Cats. Yeah, maybe that. Maybe that fits with the T, right? Cat T's. 2 T's, is that right?
Catu, 2 T's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tricky
definitely
opening
tough.
move for
Definitely tough.
Phil Robertshaw. He's burnt through 3.5 minutes on this opening turn.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you face an opening bonus and your letters aren't very good, it's just so tough to make a move because nothing is going to look good with a rack like this. You're still going to be down 50 plus, and your letters. There's nothing great to keep here. AIT is decent, IT is decent, but yeah, it's not something to be happy about. Yeah, 4 minutes now though. That's a lot of time. If he takes over 5 minutes on this move, he's probably going to run into some time trouble later. So yeah, we like to see the play here. So thick is going to work out. It won't set up that X, and yeah, according to the simulation, this is around a 5-point mistake. But in terms of what Harshan actually has, this is probably his best choice. Obviously, he doesn't know still what Harshan has.
Also worth pointing out that, of course, thick taking an S hook as well as an O and a Y.
Yeah, very nice. Those are some cool hooks, and I guess the O hook can be used immediately with Fox. But will Harshan want to do that? Because thick O takes the S hook, and he'd be setting up a massive potential for any word ending in ES, for example. That would score well over 100 points on the double-double lane after Fox. With Ox blocked, OX, OH, and XI, I wonder if it's just worth it. Like, obviously, the downside is huge. You're up. You really don't need to open a big spot. But what about... Oh, okay. Harshan's thinking about fixatory. It's not a word. It makes sense, though. But yeah, I think thorax for 40 is a really great option here through the H of Elchies if you don't want to open things up. But with the blank, you play Fox and you draw a bonus ending in ES, and the game is pretty much over. So that's the up.
Interesting little bit of intel from our producer Ruth is that we see that Phil has lost only 5 games this tournament. In fact, 3 of them have been in this streaming room. So he's probably not got a great association with this little function room off the side of the main playing room right now.
Then again, right, it's the reason that his games are being streamed in the first place is because he's playing someone very much in contention and during that round. So it's a little bit, I feel like that's a little bit of a superstitious thing, but as players, we are superstitious for sure. Yeah, big thing for Harshan here. The blank, you might think you're missing a bonus. And the options aren't so easy here. Taxor also playable with Thicko. That makes it a lot harder to use that S hook productively. And that would score 43, so 3 extra points over Thorax. And maybe you could just play Fox if an SO. Take the sacrifice. It's 28. Keeps ART blank, which is extremely likely to bonus next turn, and you're blocking 2 of the prime spots on the board. So that seems pretty good as well. So there's an infamous moment when ChatGPT started becoming popular where players were asking it to try and anagram words to see how good it was at Scrabble. And one of the suggestions was that fox hater was a valid word. And that would be very good here for Harshan if it were actually valid. But as we know, AI is not very well equipped to tell us what is and isn't true.
So Harshan has gone with Fox, making Thicko. Really, really volatile play.
Yeah, I like it though. It's just the upside is so high. You have no idea what Phil has. If he had the S last turn, likely he would have had a better play. But yeah, AUA is coming down very, very quickly. I wonder about this play though. Now that there's this huge S hook on the board, maybe you want to play a bit longer, try to draw that second S. Taupie was playable, underlapping the T and the H of Thicko, and that races for an S. And oh my goodness, do you see that? 3 E's on the pull for Phil Robertshaw. That is absurd.
Wow. And the blank for Harshan. So this is already unfortunately looking like GG.
Yeah,
Harshan's
very
on
unfortunate for
haters.
sure. Yeah, there's a couple plays using that E of Elchies that's nicely in the center of the board. For those in chat wondering, try to find. There's a couple of bonuses that go all the way to the one of the 2 triples. It looks like Harshan spotted one of them.
Yeah. Alexi in the chat suggesting a layer cat. Unfortunately, not playable on this board, I don't think. And Harshan has
So Rotovate coming down.
Rotovate. Other options were
Yeah, this is
Evocator.
actually
Yeah, you're not
right, and you can see why Evocator is a better play, right, Joseph? So I think this is definitely a little bit of a miss here.
Yeah, talk us through that.
Yeah, so the biggest threat after this is a 4-timer bonus with Thickos, and Evocator would really inhibit that possibility very, very strongly without giving too much more back. I guess it would increase the available floaters by 1, but yeah, very quick turnaround here of just EKE for Phil, dealing with a lot of the damage that could be caused with an S draw, but also scoring very well and parting with those 2 unnecessary E's that he really did not want to draw. And he's drawn another one. But Weepiest will fit. We'll see if Harshan draws into something that can inhibit that.
Harshan making us wait, getting all of his paperwork out of the way, as is his wont, keeping us in suspense. The monstrous double-double. Now, all but eliminated, save for something ending in FS. From a neutral perspective,
yeah, so I see
the Phil bingo here, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we definitely hope for a game here. It's 133 points of difference, and so yeah, it's very unfortunate for Phil. This is the second time in a row. It's like opponent's just completely killing him in the beating. But I wanted to mention, someone in the chat has mentioned that I think what's going on is they're not seeing the blank on the rack. Just given the exposure in the camera, the blank is really hard to spot, but it was actually connected to the other tiles. It was just really hard to see that it was there, given the lighting.
Yeah, 1 or 2 other people in the chat have pointed that out over the course of the tournament. That is feedback that we're gonna take on moving forward. A lot of thought, believe it or not, went into which board to use, which color tiles, and getting the contrast right in the lighting. So we still want to improve it further. So we do appreciate that feedback, and we will take it on board for our next stream. Meanwhile, Harshan's post bingo draw, a load of clunkers. He can sort through these. He might just want to turn over tiles with blood, keeping DP.
Yeah, so you can hook the D onto Rotovate. It is a verb, but I wonder if Harshan's going to take a little bit of a look at BOD to the next to the IS, which does block a few things. The R definitely the biggest threat on this board right now, given that bingo starting or ending with an R will hit a triple. But at the moment, Harshan can inhibit that with playing blood through the O of Rotivate. I think he wants to inhibit something. And he's going to play Ballad, which is not a word.
Oh my god.
This is a valid word with an E. And
Wow.
is this being held?
Surely.
No.
Oh my
No
god.
hold on this.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, that's a huge, huge swing.
Wow. Crazy. And this blocks the bingo. I mean, you have every incentive in the world to challenge, but this is just a case of double blindness here. Unbelievable.
Wow. Yeah, Phil never even seemed to hesitate with that word. He just accepted the play. Phil, of course,
I
having
think
great
he was
respect
resigned
for
here. I think he was
Harshan,
just resigned to his
Yeah.
thing being blocked. Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And Tweep is a nice consolation for 46, but oof. Phil's not going to be happy when he learns about this. Incredible stuff. Yeah. Very, very, very surprising. I mean, it looks like a word. It's just to think about it. I mean, all it is a word. You know, the hook's on that. Bolide is a word with the E, so many ways to confuse this. And it blocked Phil's only way back in the game, honestly. So, yeah, that's a huge blunder there. And look at that terrible draw.
Yeah, horrendous draw for Phil. And meanwhile, Harshan's sitting on a load of firepower. He's going to continue to pile on the points. MGK28 in the chat saying Harshan's reputation helping him out here. That's what I was saying. Yeah, these two players know each other very well. They actually don't live that far apart. They have been sparring partners in the past. Both aware of the other's phenomenal word knowledge. So it's just one of those situations where I think Phil didn't think twice that Harshan could possibly play a phony five, especially in such a pivotal game.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way Harshan thought this was an invalid word. He would never have played a word he thought was invalid in that position.
Exactly.
But yeah, just a case of double blindness. It happens even at the top level. So Harshan's noticed a really beautiful play of Podzol through the O, first O of Rotivate. I really like that option. It eliminates the R as a big threat and scores very well and retains the J and the Y to score with later.
Yeah, that's a beautiful spot. He's also
I think he was thinking of doozy, but the problem with that is it doesn't block the R. You can still play ER words, so he quickly pivots back to Podzol. This also sets up the J a little bit. JAY would score 26 next turn if he draws an A, which is something.
Yeah, and Phil now really staring down the barrel of a loss here as he looks to be relinquishing first place to Harshan. He has the S for Tefts, but he has no firepower to go with it. He's going to need, realistically, 3 bingos, I don't know, or some massive bomb at some point to have even a hope of getting back into this.
Yeah, I see him shaking his head. He knows
Yeah,
position is so bad here.
horrendous position for
Maybe
Phil
you play
Robertshaw.
off. Maybe you play off EE under the WE sweep and just hope for bonus next turn and then opening the top of the board, etc., etc. But it's such a long way up. Maybe you just take points and play LEESE. In that spot, keeping IU, just so ugly. Maybe you play LEE for a couple extra points. Everything sucks here.
Yeah. Ronald Credo in the chat. Play leisure, threatening athleisure. If only. If only that were even a
Only that's
possibility.
too many letters. Yeah, athleisure would not fit on the board, but I'm sure Harshan would let him play it one off. Yeah, an interesting option of extending Thicko to the ES plural, just to open a lane for the S. But I think given the situation, you have an S to use for rotivates or TEFs. It's not necessary, but it's and I think it's a good idea to eliminate this scoring spot. When you're behind by so much, you just have to stop your opponent from getting easy scores and just hope for the best.
Yeah. One interesting side
over to Harshan.
Josh, in that we will not be aware of either way is it is sometimes the case that you later in the game suddenly second guess an opponent's play. So for all we know, Phil could now be looking at Bollard and be completely on tilt. Have I just let a phony go that blocked bingo away to this game? We have no idea whether that's now going on in his head, and that can completely throw you for the rest of the game. So it's worth bearing in mind these little psychological elements that we on this side of the camera are not aware of.
That's absolutely true. That's a great point as Jay comes down. This looks like a good play for Harshan, but Scrabble, when you start playing Scrabble, you think it's a word game. When you really get into it, you realize it's at least a math game, if not mostly a math game. But the more you dive into Scrabble, the more you realize it's also psychological. We heard from Phil that he was a little bit concerned with his presence on the stream because 3 of his 5 losses came from streamed games, and that could be affecting him too. That could be affecting his mentality, giving him a little bit of pause and throwing him off his game, which would be definitely a good explanation of what has transpired here with Bollard. I don't think this is the sort of situation you speak of where you look at a play and you're like, wait, that's just not a word, but it could very well happen. Definitely. I've been on both ends of that. It often happens with the phony too, that neither player notices, right?
Oh, for sure. So Phil, sitting on utilize, doesn't play, and it seems his best scoring move is dumping off 3 tiles for just 9 points. That would be Lewitt onto the blank tee of Rotivate. How sad is that?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. You finally draw your bonus, it doesn't fit. Yeah, that looks like a good idea, I guess. Sets up the S hook, Lewitt to slew it. Maybe you just exchange here. At this point in the game, you might want to just delay things. It might be delaying the inevitable, given that Phil is down 162. But maybe you just exchange UI, hope for something. It's just so awful.
Yeah, if you just look at the shape of this board, it's just one mass crammed into the bottom left quadrant on a 162 point deficit. Absolutely brutal scenes for Phil Robertshaw in this vital game.
Yeah, definitely. He can survive this loss, but it's going to make things even more interesting at the top with 3 rounds to go after this one, after lunch. And Lewitt makes the most sense here, I think, and he plays it. Definitely not happy about it, but a very strong play.
Yeah, nicely done, actually.
Harshan now with AEN, R, V, W, and a Y. So that's a lot of scoring power on a board that no longer really requires it. There's not any way for him to do much better than 30 points. He could play Hexer if he wants it. He's up by so much, he can pretty much do whatever as long as he keeps a vowel and a consonant on his rack. Doesn't ruin his chances of making valid moves. But yeah, maybe you want to try and start eliminating space, maybe play to the right of Lewitt, something like Lonnie, possible to sort of try and inhibit the hook on Rotovate, the hook on Tef. But nothing's screaming out to me as a good play here, honestly.
Yeah, Harshan got a really stylish extension of Hexane. We do see that Phil is going to be bingoing on his next turn. And he's clearly fishing now, so I think Harshan maybe just keep piling on the points. But you also did suggest Lorne, didn't you, to just continue blocking things up? That's quite a nice obstructing play.
It is true that the biggest threat is maybe SS bingo with Tefs and Thickos. So playing something like Hexane or Hexer makes sense, but Hexane I feel is markedly worse because it gets rid of both vowels. When you're up by so much, very important concept is keeping a balance. You might think balancing your rack is only for beginning of the game or when you're trying to get a bonus, but actually when you're leading by so much, as long as you keep a vowel and a consonant on your rack, most likely you'll be able to continue to score, do something, and respond to any threats your opponent has. But Lonnie looks good.
Yeah, and just to echo what you said, Josh, MGK28 in the chat saying rather than playing Lewitt for 9, possibly consider just changing down to ELS to hope to hit a double ending in, for example, LESS or NESS. Quite possibly.
You know, the cadence of the game has been in Phil's favor. Some small plays, not high scoring plays for both players, and now he's going to be able to bonus and open things even further. Thinking a Gister or Agrits on top of the Y of Lonnie making AY. That'll open a lane on the top and will also extend further into the top right of the board that has been completely unexplored up to this point. So there is some chances. There's still a blank out, still a couple S's. And we don't see what Harshan has drawn. He's doing his paperwork, as always, very deliberately. But there's definitely some hope, depending on what Harshan gets, or an unlikely comeback. This bonus will bring Phil within 100 points, essentially, of Harshan. See if I can get this one. Triages, Sirages, Agister, Agrit, Seegert. I think
Strigay.
one more. Yes. That's the one that always escapes me. Oh man, Scrabble's tough. Yeah, Agister is the highest score, 75. Puts that G on the double letter score, and that's what Phil's gonna do. Does everything right. Oh, stagier.
Oh yeah.
You also missed one.
Yeah.
I love commentating. You can miss all you want. It's not going to affect you.
So yeah, that takes Phil to an exactly 100-point deficit. He's not quite down and out yet, although Harshan now sitting on 41 points with Fame, holding ERV. You might want to hold off and just play Fam, holding the E and not setting up that hot spot with the triple letter above Agister. Not a bad draw for Phil post bingo. He can do stuff with that for sure.
Yeah, it's a balanced draw. It's not going to bonus unless somehow. No, it's not going to bonus. But yeah, Fame looks really good here. I think you tack the Eon because if you just play Fam, for example, it's a lot easier to bonus on top of the MI with AMI. Yeah, you're getting the extra points and setting up a scoring spot, which you want to do when you're ahead by 100. You want your opponent not to bonus, and you want to set up scoring spots for yourself for the rest of the game. And yeah, Borming was available, but it's unfortunately tragically been blocked by this play.
Yeah, that's tough going. Phil realistically never expecting that spot to stay open. Yeah, so Harshan electing to play that E for an extra 3 points. And Phil now sitting on a homeless 7.
It's all right. He can respond with 40 points of his own. He can play a bingo, but not 7-letter word. Just the word bingo. Plays with BES. A couple other options. Boring, Broman, Boing. I think those are the plays you want to be looking at here. But unfortunately, the situation is just that spots are getting blocked no matter what. I feel like I'm partial to a 6-letter word here. I think boring 41, keeping the M, opening that G as a potential threat for a 9-timer, setting up an O hook on BES, forking the board. That's what I do here.
Yeah, and going digging for that final blank as well.
Another suggestion in chat, you could go another direction and play Bogman through the A of Lonnie to set something up there. But I think boring is right. Mooring is not a word. So hoping that Phil gets off of that. Blank is still out. There's still 2 S's out. Still a Q out. Lots of things that can still happen here.
Harshan looking to retain his title, being the winner of the 2025 Easter Match Play. Like Josh said at the start of this round, he's just been on an absolute tear. He's basically been untouchable on the British scene for the last few years. Boring is the play for 41. Again, exactly a 100-point deficit for Phil Robertshaw as we return to Harshan.
Yeah, if you're Harshan here, you don't have an O for OBES. You don't have a great play through the G. I guess IGD is possible. That might be what you do here just to eliminate that 9-timer. And look at that blank Agminate. Agminate is possible through the G. So if Harshan does not block, but oh my God, he's lining it up. That's almost as if he's seeing through.
Oh my God.
And Egomania, even better. But Harshan just quickly, he's like, I'm up 100. I got to block the 9-timer. Wow.
Wow. You can see Phil's reaction. He's trying to not react, but big exhale there from Phil Robertshaw. What a crazy turn of event we almost saw there. Jeez.
So unfortunate, because now you can bonus, sure. But highest scoring bonuses are 70 points. And you're down 127 after the play of Ig.
Yeah.
So you might want to do something crazy here. Play Hexamine from the Hex. Just open another 9-timer and hope that Harshan has all constants or something. He's drawn QUIN, so that will just lose on the spot. Harshan has Quag for 42. He has so many great plays now with that Q. That's it. I think it's game over.
Yeah, a couple of you in the chat pointing out Hexamine. Well, these extensions to Hex or X no longer for style points. This is actually Phil's only realistic chance. He needs to forego the bingo and find this 5-tile extension to Hex, floating an E right in the most juicy spot in the right hand triple lane.
Yeah, it won't work, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I think that's his only chance. I think this is over, just given what Harshan has. That's it. Crazy stuff. 1 turn away from an incredible comeback. Harshan didn't have that eye. If he didn't draw that eye, he would not really be able to do much about the 9-timer. Maybe Egg would be played.
Yeah, that's so
looks
true.
like Phil, I think, giving up playing Amentia.
Yeah, Donna Stanton in the chat saying soul destroying to see that come down. It's so true because, as Josh says, Harshan didn't really have any scope to block that G, and even if he hadn't, ordinarily, I don't know how dangerous a G in second is. So that's got to be really just absolutely devastating for Phil Robertshaw. Very realistically, that may not have been blocked, but anyway, yeah, Amentia is the play.
And that's why I say you got to keep a vowel, got to keep a consonant. Otherwise, things like boring can happen, and you'll be completely helpless to block. Harshan had 7 consonants there. Would have been a completely different game, but he made sure to keep a vowel on his last move. And a good draw for Phil. It's just too little, too late. Really unfortunate. Harshan can play CINQ for 54 through the end of Amentia. You can do that with impunity. It won't empty the bag. It'll put him up by over 100 again. So that's I think the easiest way to win the game. Other than that, I don't think you can't play Queena to the A of Lonnie. That would open up a possibility of a huge 9-timer with another U still out. But Quag is fine too. That's what Harshan's looking at. Currently 6 tiles in the bag. Seems like there's 6 tiles in the bag every single game we've been covering, Joseph. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, Quag makes the most sense, I think. Until you see Sank is 54. But Quag does block the O hook on BES. Yeah, just take the points here, I think. We were talking about the titles earlier. There's some schematic that varies between organization, whether it's a national or international organization. Very recently, the World English Scrabble Players Association, WESPA, started unveiling player titles. I think Harshan has the Grandmaster title, not only in the British Scrabble Players Association, but also the World Organization. Very funny play being suggested by my engine here of just thick O's keeping DENRTU. It's definitely not the right play here. That would block Sea of Sank, and there's nowhere for you to go after that. But cool options available. Unfortunately, there is an S out, but something like Ag just for 4 points to the AG could potentially be difficult to deal with for Harshan, but he has drawn that final S. Oh, but Rag is possible. That's a great suggestion in the chat. Just play Rag for 4, set up the D. Harshan can't do anything about that. I think he spotted it, Joseph. That would be so cool.
I think he has. Wow.
Beautiful.
Oh,
what a play. Magnificent.
Fantastic. Yeah, so good.
And what can he draw? Let's see. He's going to show us. All right. Does that work? The C? No. I think this is not going to do it. Distune and Dunites are the two here. Squinted doesn't fit through the Q. Disunite, Untidies, Nudities won't fit through the I, so possibly he'll have one more chance, Phil, do something here, but Yeah, the good thing about this play is you can't just make this play if it's the only spot. Because it is blockable. It's kind of hard to, but it's blockable. But because that C is open, it's such a good idea to create a second threat on an otherwise dead board.
Yeah, so Harshan
is it-
considering Brow to block.
Yeah, Z thinking of putting the U on that though. I feel like he just has to double check to make sure that wouldn't open a 9 timer through the V. But VROW does a better job at blocking. Yeah, from Harshan's perspective, there are many threats making drag, so I think you want to block that. And because there's 2 tiles in the bag, the shortest way to block drag is to play 2 tiles, so he might as well play more, get rid of his V. So VROW, VROUW look pretty good here. Time running down for Harshan, but the game has definitely already been decided. Even if he lets Bill play something with drag, which he doesn't have, that won't be enough to outrun. So he's just trying to find the best way to maximize his differential, which becomes important the closer you get to the end of the tournament. And what is this going to do to the standings, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm just looking at that. We're still waiting on the results to come in from the other top boards. A win for Harshan, though, is going to boost him into first place. Phil will be down on spread. Yeah, we don't have any results yet from the other top 2 and 3 boards.
Yeah, but actually, before this game, Phil and Harshan were both 2 games clear of the field. So, yeah, they're just going to reverse their standing.
Yeah, that's
Harshan
very
was
true,
behind
actually.
in spread, but now he'll be up a game.
Yeah. Ronald in the chat says he thinks Tag may have been better than Rag. I don't know, quite possibly for an easier S hook. I don't know. What do you think about that, Josh?
No, I don't think so. I think
Harshan's
I mean
the S,
neither play ever wins, but yeah, if Harshan has the S, he's just scoring so much and blocking the spot.
unless you have to hope Harshan doesn't have it.
That's right. Yeah, I mean you could hope that, but in any case, it won't be enough.
Yeah,
regardless.
yeah.
So you might as well just make the safer setup and hope to draw one of those ends that is unseen to you. What else could you have drawn? He did draw the I, which is not what he wanted. But the R is back retuns at the very least. The N would have given back stunned, stunted, also possible. So I think that was definitely, and snouted. So I think that was a better fish overall.
Yeah.
Harshan here just he's out of frame, but he's taking a look at the tracking.
Yeah.
I think, and 2 minutes left. He's gonna have to make some moves somewhat quickly. But little does he know, Phil doesn't have anything. He's just a little bit off, just like he has been for most of this game.
Okay, he tacks the S on as well.
Yeah, this is very, very, I guess, courageous, because you have to be totally sure you're not giving back a 9 timer that would end the game. But Harshan is certain. So good job by him. It's endgame time. So there's now an absolute best move here. And that move is just the simple Vide from the V and Vrows for 42. Because Harshan with 2 ends not going to be able to go out on the next move. So I'm pretty sure we're not going to get an interview with Harshan, even though it is lunchtime. He doesn't tend to give interviews after the games, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's correct. Harshan, well known on the tournament scene here in Britain for his between game rituals, getting some fresh air, getting a stretch in, having a walk, putting his earbuds in. When he's on stream, if you look closely, the very, very last thing he does, even after all of his admin is done, is he takes out his earbuds and puts them into their little pouch. I believe he has, I actually don't know what he listens to. It's presumably some kind of ambient music to keep him in the zone right until the kickoff. So yeah, we don't want to disturb that. And after a rough win, we're not going to ask Phil to chime in with his thoughts either. We'll just let the players reset over lunch.
Yeah, I guess the question is, everybody in the chat wants the players to know the crazy thing that happened. In this game, Ballad was played by Harshan blocking Phil's bonus of Weepiest, and it stayed on the board despite not being valid. But I think it's honestly in both players' interest to not be aware of that having happened.
Yeah.
So, yeah, given that there won't be an interview, I think that helps. So, Vend equivalent to Vide, also 42 points, also threatening 16-point outplays. So good job by Phil solving the end game. Harshan with 1.5 minutes to go. His best option is to play 2 of his ends off with NAN through the A of Lonnie or 13. I think he's already spotted that. And Phil to go out next move. So great game here. Harshan going to take the lead, I think, for the first time in the tournament, Joseph.
Yes, that's correct. And just going back to Phil's almost triple of Egomania, a really nice stat in the chat from Kinderwachstumsgeräusch, who says, for context, only 155 possible 8s with G in second, which is 0.4% of all the 8s. So that's exactly what I was saying. It was so unlikely that Phil had anything there. So it was almost a truly crazy moment to have on stream. Then the player's Nan for Harshan, leaving OR, and Phil to go out.
Yeah, suit and phase is what we expect here for Phil Robertshaw. And that'll take us into lunch and the championship rounds afterwards. 3 rounds left after this to crown the winner, and somewhat likely it'll be one of these two guys. They're sharing first and second place respectively. Some results coming in. Paul Allan won his game against Brian Poe. Yes, that's correct. So I think he's going to be in 3rd place at 13-7. Jack Moran also won his game against Will Anderson. Is in 4th place currently. Jason Carney sneaks into 5th place after beating Tim Hands. And yeah, the rest of it is a wash. I mean, so many players at 12-8, only a couple at 13-7. Bill will be at 14-6, Harshan at 15-5 after this game.
So a final score of Harshan Lamabadusuriya 454 to Phil Robertshaw 387. Really exciting stuff here. Didn't go the way of the tiles in the end for Phil Robertshaw, but he made things happen to the last. Lovely fishing play of Rag to freak his opponent out. Almost drew into something miraculous. A blocked 9-timer. Devastatingly blocked by Igd. There's the fist bump. And yeah, Josh, I mean, I don't know exactly when the players are going to find out. about the phony. Certainly, our producer in the room, Ruth Crispin, wouldn't mention it of her own volition. I guess the players might ask at some point, but I wouldn't want to be Phil, especially even more than Harshan, in finding that out. That really could put you on tilt even after the game over lunch. You could ruminate on that. You just need to, as and when he does find out, you just need to move on. With, as you say, the
That's right.
championship completely in the running still with 3 games to go.
Indeed. So we're off to lunch. I'm off to, I don't know what meal. It's 8:30 a.m. here. I've been up for quite some time, for 5 hours. But yeah, it's a great time. Thank you so much for having me. We'll be back after lunch. How long is the break?
Yeah, folks, we will be back in 45 minutes at 2:15 GMT +1. So yeah, we're going to go and grab some food. The players are going to replenish their systems, and we will see you then. Thank you for joining us. See you shortly. Good afternoon. Welcome back after the lunch break. This is round 21 of the Easter Matchplay 2026. We are getting ready for the final 3 rounds. Josh, it's really hotting up. We see the players are seated, the tiles are bagged, and it's Jason Carney who has re-entered the top 5 after quite a hefty stint outside of it, languishing in the upper middle of the table, versus Harshan Lamabadusuriya. Folks in the audience, notice what I said last round. You see the very last thing Harshan does, he takes those earbuds out. That's literally the last thing he does, even while he's bagging up the tiles and doing his paperwork. Josh, how are we feeling about this one?
Very excited. Jason is an electrifying player to watch. I think he loves to score points and blow the board open, as far as I'm aware. I was able to meet him last 2 years ago. Very strong player. It's good to see him in the top 5 again and see if he can make a name for himself in his first stream game of the tournament.
100%, yeah. A very entertaining player to watch. Quite expressive. We have their head-to-head on hand. They have played 15 times in ABSP rated competitions, and that is 11-4 to Harshan. Oh,
Very nice.
What a beautiful opening rack for Jason.
Yeah, only issues those 2 ends, but Axemen as well as Examen are playable here for 46 points. If you miss those, Annex is a nice 40 points, keeping the ME together. So a really good start for Jason, but for Harshan, on the other hand, that Q is going to be a huge problem to part with immediately. So he's going to have a couple of turns, I think, where he's going to have to deal with that fact. Q's on your rack is just a fact of life. To do something about it.
Yeah, for sure.
And yeah, Annex, you're really just looking to double that X on the double letter score here, and it looks like Jason has found Examine, but it's interesting. I think he found Examine, and he's just going to play Annex anyway. I mean, the leave is better. Just the M, the defense is better. This takes an E hook as well. So yeah, very strong start. And yeah, no playable words with the Q for Harshan. There's no I for QI, no P for QOPH, and no U. So what do you do here? Maybe you play YODH, set up your S. It's pretty strong to me, making YE and OX. What do you think? Lots of J's, sorry. Joseph.
Yeah, no, I really like that option. Jason unlikely to have another S to deal with that. It does in fact look like that's exactly what Harshan is lining up. Across the board from him, we see Jason has drawn another E, but also into the first blank of the game.
Yeah, and actually, if Harshan plays YODH, you make that blank an S. EMEUTES is a valid word. Play in multiple spots, especially making YODHS, but looks like Harshan's thinking about playing Shy and NY as well, which would set up QI if you draw the I, which makes sense. But I like the aggression here. Having the first 2 S's, it's quite unlikely that Jason's going to be able to use that spot. A good play by Harshan. I have to see now if Jason, this only bingo, EMEUTES, that's a French word. That means riot. If he finds this and wins this game, we might see some riot in the street of Coventry. Maybe one person riot.
Yeah.
My pronunciation, Coventry.
Yeah, we were having this discussion with Will actually over dinner the other night.
How would you pronounce? Yeah, no, I know it's Coventry. It's such an instinct.
I prefer Coventry, to be fair.
I wonder. Yeah, he sees it.
Here we go.
Oh,
Lovely.
look at that. He sees it. Very nice.
88 points shortly to be coming down for Jason Carney to take an early lead in this. And nothing he puts on the board is going to assist Harshan in any way with this irksome cue.
Yeah, imagine that. He plays a U and it just doesn't do anything. So I wonder what the hesitation is. Maybe he's trying to score the play before playing it. Lots of players tend to score their plays before putting them on the board. Maybe there's a question in his head. Is this a word? How could I make this up? Such a weird looking word. But we'd love to see this come down on the board. And he's going to play it there instead. This is an 11-point sacrifice. Very interesting stuff.
I think
Is he unsure of the S hook on YODH?
I think we can only infer he's not happy with that. I don't know if he's not sure of it, then maybe he thinks Harshan is setting him a trap by putting it in that lane. It's still a commanding play, but yeah, this is a miss, isn't it, essentially?
Yeah, but Harshan is going to accept, I think. He was holding briefly, it seems like.
Okay.
But yeah, this is a valid play for sure. But yeah, 11 points on the table now. Harshan has to think, well, I guess that hook is really all mine. He thought it was all his by setting it up with 2 S's, but now seeing as Jason hasn't used it, I think turns things very complicated.
Yeah, that's a really good point from Josh. You can sometimes infer when your opponent avoids a certain area that you know is good, that actually it is entirely at your access at that point. And you may wish to hold off until you've got an even more powerful move there. I mean, it's not relevant on this move. Harshan's priority is the Q. But yeah, he can probably infer that that S lane is exclusively his.
The problem is if you don't use the S hook here, you have 42 points for it, CORSE. But Harshan, I was just going to say, what if he just exchanges 1?
Wow.
His likelihood of drawing into a bonus is so high here with CORSS. I love this decision.
Yeah, this is really cool. This is his top performing play by far, actually. Yeah,
Yeah,
really
let's see
nice.
what he gets. He's drawn a B.
Ooh.
Is that going to work? Is Scrobes valid?
It is.
Yeah, that is a word.
Okay.
Wow.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Okay.
And yeah, it's just so unlikely to imagine Jason eliminating that S hook on YODH. And obviously, if he does play something under the H, just being unsure of the validity of the S hook, I mean, Harshan's going to be able to play bonus elsewhere. So a while looks like the best play alongside Writhe, WRITHE to that E in Immerts, and a while coming down. The RT combination so strong. Jason's currently ahead by 129, but 98 points on offer for Scrobes. Will Harshan play downwards, or will he just play with the S in the top right corner? I think, given the game situation, maybe you do want to open a few more things. The problem is, you play Scrobes starting with the S hook on Yod. That is going to create a huge scoring spot. So it looks like Harshan's electing to keep things a little bit more contained here. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and it's also worth pointing out that if Jason was not sure of the S hook on Yod, as I think it's pronounced, this could be getting a +5. And also, it's a pretty low probability 7. Jason's got very strong word knowledge. He probably knows this word. If he doesn't, he could also be throwing +5 at Scrobes. I think we're going to see a challenge here either way. We will need our producer on the ground, Ruth Crispin, to confirm which word, if not both, is being challenged.
Yeah, so it's just the 5. It looks like we see the cell phone above the board. So that's 5 extra points. If Scrobes was also challenged, that would have been 10 extra points. Now
So
we
the
have to see.
challenge was just for Yods, so it's just +5, which makes this a 26-point game as we wait to see what Jason Carney has drawn out of the bag. Fireworks early doors in this anti-penultimate matchup at the Easter Matchplay.
Indeed. So it's the first letter D, A, another T, a G, and an M. So not enough vowels there on the redraw for Jason Carney. So things are still up in the air. Definitely, depending on what Harshan gets here. There's still a blank out, still some good tiles, but so far, not so good. Yeah, not terrible for Harshan, but what do you do here if you're Jason? Try to play something through the eye of a while, maybe. Other than that, I have the M to underlap the other M on the board, so something like Tram there. The G is terrible. The G and the T together is terrible. Not a lot of great options. I'll run a short simulation here, but originally GREYED seems like a decent option through the EYE on the board. It's 22, but it does keep 2 T's, which is not great. GATH to the H in Yuds, not so great either. Let's see. Yeah, the engine liking either GATH or MATH, making those overlaps and scoring 23 and 21 respectively. A very tough turn. Lots of things are very close. Nothing is very great. Oh, Harshan looking at LOOR, underlapping A and an E, I imagine. Keeping the ERV combination that served him so well last game against Phil Robertshaw. It looks like grade is coming down. Nice find there.
Yeah, very nice vision from Jason Carney.
Yeah, another not so obvious situation here. If over low were a word, that might be nice, but over slow is the valid one there. Row over is valid, which is really cool. Getting rid of all of the
really stylish way
rejected
to
ones.
clear out this rack. He's also got Vower through the W. Does take the front A, although that doesn't create a bingo lane. Other options are Vor.
Yeah, now let's say now that grade is at the board, LOOR no longer plays. So I think yeah, getting rid of the V makes a lot of sense. Yeah, just VOR for 14 you were mentioning might be worth it there. Making RE. I was for a second wondering if Jason had drawn into Catmint, but that is an L, not an I. So he's going to have some issues as well. So yeah, both players not drawing amazingly in this mid game. All right, we see Vower come down. That was among the best options for Harshan. Let's take that A hook, so we might see a nice little 5-letter word come down eventually here. And if you're Jason, Maybe that O is your saving grace. You can play TOC, making CH and TA. Just undouble your T's and try to draw a vowel or two. Spotted that. Also the stylish mantic through the I of a while, just to part with more of the consonants and try to get that final blank potentially.
Something
Very
pretty cool
cagey
that I
game.
missed in the chat when Jason played a while. He was just missing the B for Whirlbat. That's a fantastic 8 that I've never seen. Nicely pointed out in the chat by Lord Livcom.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And with a
Pretty good.
O for Whirlbat as well.
So amazingly, for the second turn in a row, the engine is liking just playing math to the H on the right of the board for 23 points. Just hoping for some vowels, of which there are many left. I think these last few moves contain a lot of consonants. But yeah, I like this decision. TOC, balancing as best you can, scoring a little bit, small lead that you have. But Harshan drawn that second blank, and he's certainly going to bonus here. He has one very, very tough option for 73 points. And a couple of slightly worse options, but I wonder if he's going to see crazy, crazy fit.
And not only that, it's probably his best play as well. Just in terms of it gives very little back other than the S lane, but otherwise it's pretty tucked away. Yeah, let's see whether anyone in the chat can find Harshan's highest scoring bingo for 73 points. It is an 8, so you're looking through a letter on the board.
Yeah. So he's already made his decision. There it is. Wow. So quick.
Oh,
so accurate. Potholder coming down for 73. That might even get a challenge. Porthole also valid.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is a great find by Harshan.
Yeah, absolutely commanding word knowledge here from Harshan Lamabadusuriya. We do not appear to be on hold, so Jason has accepted the play.
Yeah, great job here by Jason, also knowing this word and thing. All right, my turn now. Jason down 26 points. He can get 26 right now. He spots his obscure 5-letter word manual, M-A-N-U-L, which fits with a vowel, but alum, a similar idea. He sees it. Beautiful find. Wow. These guys are just seeing everything.
Yeah, great knowledge of the 5s there from Jason Carney.
Look at that weird draw from Harshan. JKVGAO. Gonna take a few turns to sort through.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Jason now considering Mull. I'm not sure where.
Yeah, Mull would.
I guess to the left of Pothole.
Mull would fit. Yeah. I guess the issue with that play is it makes it easier to access the bottom right triple via overlap by making UR. But ANT is the strongest leave, I think, that Jason can have here, and he's down, so he kind of wants to bonus pretty soon if he can. But yeah, I like the points here, tying the game up. There's also the option of playing just Lum, L-U-M, making UPO, that blank P in potholer, and mob. Is nice 19 points, maybe a slightly better version of mull, keeping ALNT scoring a little bit more. And yeah, Don in the chat making a fun comment. Yeah, it's so basic to know that potholer is the anagram of porthole. Yeah, it's tough to learn these words, but these guys have such command of the lexicon. It's incredible. He's looking at his top recommended move of Lum, and he's going to go for it. Very nice, very accurate. This will block the possibility of Gajo, G-A-G-O, making G-O, and leaving Harshan with some options to get rid of the J and the K. You can play Joker or just Joke and EE. With two S's left, I think without the S, playing Joker is a little bit dangerous. What do you think, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree.
Crazy suggestion by the engine of just BEGO for 16 points under the A and the N of annex. And I guess the logic there is it blocks so much. But Jake or Joke in this spot as well, a very, very strong play recommended. And Harshan suddenly a little bit hesitant. He ends up switching to the A. I think the logic here is that there are lots of A's left and only a couple O's.
Well, also he's now holding the O to overlap Jake himself. However, he has just shown his opponent he's holding that O, which may influence Jason's decision.
Right, these little things can make all the difference. But yeah, good suggestion there.
I think we saw Harshan actually hesitate because he realized now he has given Jason that information, and it's almost like he didn't want to pick the O up and replace it with the A, but he still knows it's the right thing to do. But of course,
Yeah,
he has now lost the element of surprise in that area of the board.
But what exactly can Jason do about it? He's kept LANT and he's drawn a few more decent tiles, but they just don't go well together. There's no bonus available. And if you play something like DAL underneath the JA, you're setting up an O hook, a U hook, neither of which that you have, and you know that Harshan has the O hook, so you can't do that. But maybe Lad, the better version. And he's just going to play that with a Vower and not risk it.
Yeah, smart decision. I like this. And I think you could tell from Jason's body language there as well. He just wanted to get something on the board because he's dipping toward 10 minutes versus Harshan's 17. We're only just over halfway through this game in terms of tiles left in the bag. So yeah, Jason's going to need one or two turns that he just whizzes through in preparation for what's already shaping up to be quite an intensive, closely fought endgame.
Absolutely. And the draw there for Jason, 2 I's and an F. A and R2 is a really good leave here. But doesn't seem like he's drawn into anything good. But Harshan, it just feels like he should have a play to the L of Lad, but he just doesn't. Doesn't have a way to get rid of the V and score well. So he might be forced to just play something like Vigor, Vigour, to the R in potholer, setting up the S going down, but also simultaneously blocking the S hook on potholders, which might be a step in the wrong direction, though he is slightly ahead. It's a very complicated position. I assume Harshan is going to take a while here. He can go ahead and complete his setup of VOG underneath the J and the A, but AIUS has so much disaster potential here. Very intense game so far. Harshan up 23. Slight advantage there, but nothing comfortable about this.
Yeah, if I recall, Josh, the other 4 games we've had on stream so far today have all been relatively lopsided, right?
Yeah, I guess the Will and Sam game was the closest one, but
Oh yeah.
so far this has been very, very nice. And bigger is the play. Again, the engine's top recommended choice being found. Yeah, great game to watch. These guys are playing absolutely lights out. And looks like, again, with the quickness, the recognition by Jason that time is a ticking. So final coming down for a nice 27 points. I wonder if just playing if underneath the G and the O was slightly better, just to keep a really strong train leave. But I understand after all these small plays, keeping decent leaves, not coming up with a bonus, it's time to just try and maybe score a little bit more, throw in the towel a little bit.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
though does seem to be simming better than final. It's such a strong lead for just 4 fewer points.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that replenishment is not very good for Jason. And Harshan has 2 bonuses on this rack. Antings, Staining. They both fit under the A of Annex. And there isn't anything better, but a bonus at this stage of the game, when you're already up 16, could be really, really good for you. And looks like Harshan spotted at least one of them. I don't think you can play Antings because of the hooks.
Lord Live gone in the chat saying GG. I don't think we're quite there yet, but it's certainly going to be an uphill battle for Jason Carney when this comes down.
Absolutely. Yeah, just looking ahead, you'd want to maybe play something downward from the O and Vigor. Keep things open after a play like Staining, but don't really have anything there. And it just looks like a slow grind here is going to be really tough for Jason Carney to come back from. Still an S left, but this board is so dead now. Yeah, just another mention. If Antings hit the board, that takes 4 separate hooks. B, C, P, and R. You can't allow that. Even though this does allow some flapbacks on the middle triple, those won't be enough most of the time. I guess Harshan could have been a bit worried about the Z. The Z could come back for over 100 points, but not going to happen here. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Quiz is playable now
Oh
for
my God.
121 points. So if, my goodness, Jason does the quote-unquote correct thing and tries to open the board on the bottom here, he's going to get completely destroyed. That is ridiculous from Harshan on the redraw.
Holy moly. Yeah, and the thing is, Jason Carney really probably going to be looking to, I guess, play down from Vigor to reopen this board and give himself a fighting chance. He wants to leave those floaters and staining well alone, including that hot spot with the double letter to the right of the triple word. So as Josh said, that would be the correct thing to do. Because
But it doesn't even matter, even if you've lost Quiz.
Well, yeah.
Look at this. Squiz is 100
Oh
as
my
well.
God, yeah.
That's crazy. It's the most goated draw I've ever seen. Wow. What in the world just happened?
King of Letters in the chat saying stop, he's dead already.
And Yitri has such a nice find.
It
Look
really
at
is.
this word that's lined up
He's
here.
just clawed his way back into the top 5 as well.
Maybe slightly better is Rayat for the A for 2 more points, but oh my goodness, Harshan has just a host of ridiculous plays after this. Best of which is just Squiz and Vigors for 110 points. I mean, come on, what is this?
Wow.
Some sort of exhibition. Completely insane. What are you waiting for, sir?
Yeah, this could also have interesting ramifications for Harshan's spread because going into this game, his spread was 140 fewer than Phil Robertshaw in second. That really could be a deciding factor if these end up on the same number of wins. So, yeah, it's absolutely brutal scenes. The nod of resignation there from Jason Carney, a wry smile. Not what you want to see on stream. The thing is, Jason's not done a whole bunch wrong in this game.
That's right. It really does just go back to the Imert's play that was playable with the odds, and I was just unsure of that, and everything just fell into place for Harshan in a much delayed manner, I must say, but sometimes that's how these things go.
Yeah. So, 5 tiles in the bag. Jason with quite a nice rack. If he can dump off the F and the P, he might still be able to mitigate some of this damage and get one more bingo in this game.
Yeah, but it is definitely over 449 to 278. 6 tiles in the bag. Again, keeps happening.
Yeah.
We've found an infinite, a repetitive Scrabble glitch here. Always 6 tiles.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, just ridiculous redraw. I don't think there was even a possible better draw than that for Harshan. I guess he could have drawn into... No, he couldn't have drawn into frequent. Anyway, it's not even worth thinking about. Especially not for Jason, who's down to 6 minutes. Lots of vowels left unseen to him, and a B, D, P, R, W. So I guess you want to keep the P? You just play of? This is not so great chances of bonusing here for Jason Carney, but good try. Maybe he wants to try and draw something from the F in final.
Another option here, Josh, is to leave one in the bag, open a Hail Mary triple lane in the bottom left quadrant, something like Naif or Fine, or Fain, F-A-I-N, in the same spot. I guess floating the N out there. I mean, honestly, a triple almost certainly wouldn't even be enough anyway to catch Harshan. But I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, he's doing something similar. Pop and FA.
It's similar,
I'm
although
not
how
sure
useful
what.
is that P in the second spot with no S's left unseen to start with SP?
Right. I'm trying to think of what could he even draw here.
It's certainly
Aperient,
the
I guess,
nicest
is what he's
possible
going
lead.
for.
Yeah.
Aperient. Somewhat likely draw with the R out and all those E's. It is not drawable because he got so close too.
Oh, wow.
But Harshan had 3 of those 4 E's.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I guess
he's gonna want to block.
Harshan is obviously blocking that spot all day long. So, but yeah, certainly the right idea from Jason Carney there.
Yeah. Harshan can block in a really nice way with Epopee, Epopee. Also, Harshan 1 letter off of Epopeia, Epopoeia, which is completely insane.
Mm.
But I guess you kind of have to. You don't have to empty the bag. Harshan can just play, Ope. That's what he's doing. Leaving 1, and actually, is that going to prevent a bonus from Jason? Possibly.
Lord Liv gone in the chat saying turn the W on its side for a 9-time Aperient. We had that in the last game actually with Phil drawing into Ice Boat with a a sideways U making a C. 1 in the bag, as Josh says. Jason with the retain stem, and for those of you new players, this is among the first words that we learn as Scrabble players, is the 6 letters retain plus another letter, because they are the highest probability ones that we're going to be drawing into. So nothing available here for Jason, so I would imagine he's going to be looking to fish the W somewhere and try to have an unblockable bingo in 2 spots to go out with.
Yeah, and he can do that, or try to do that. Now that I see Harshan's drawn the letter I was hoping he'd get, but OW for 10, you can draw into Faintier from the F and final, still open, and Inertia as well. But actually, Inertia wouldn't fit if you play OW, so that might not work. But what's the last tile in the bag here? It is the D. So we will see a draw of trained, detrain, anti-red, but will there be a second spot? Otherwise, Harshan's just blocking. According to the engine, there is a way to block everything. You just have to block the lane under the OW. And the best way to do that is apparently the VIAE. It's just completely absurd looking. Hey, that's Scrabble for you.
Where was that play again?
Harshan squeezing the bag as if it's a. Harshan squeezing the bag like it's a stress ball or something. Just from the Via Vigors, that's how you block underneath the OW without giving anything back. But it is kind of tough.
Alexi in the chat pointing out that a consolation for Jason will be operated from Ope for style points.
That's very nice. It is just really tricky to block. I didn't expect it to be. But you can't play OWE and go to the east because Ower and Ode are valid. Can't just underlap with Beep because that creates a new lane. I think Harshan looking at Veep here. Dipterin is the only playable word through the P. And retain detainer are the words through the E, and those will not fit either. So that does the trick. Yeah, very tricky stuff, but even if Harshan wasn't able to block, he would win the game. He's up 155, so you jinxed it, Joseph. It was a close game, but here we go. But this is great for Harshan. He's going to stay in the lead in a way that Phil can catch him. Maybe at least a game up. We'll have to take a look or pay attention to those standings to see if some of those results are in yet.
Yeah.
Right now, Harshan in first place.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at these now, just while Harshan thinks about this.
Oh, Phil did win his game against Nick Deller by 69 points. So he'll still be trailing by 1 game after this win by Harshan. I think that's the only result in at the top.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll keep coming back to that.
Harshan's going to take a while here, I think, trying to solve this endgame. So difficult to. But Engine saying VIAE, slightly better. Just for the scoring power next turn. So complicated, though.
While we wait for Harshan to figure this out, this game, I think it's the first time we have dipped above 100 concurrent viewers on the stream. So thank you so much for joining us today here on ABSP Scrabble. It means a lot to us to have all your support as we enter the final few rounds of this game. And thank you to those of you who have been with us for the whole tournament. Lots of you tuning in from around the world, waking up early to join us or staying up late at night to watch the action. We really appreciate all the love and support in the comments. Each stream we do, we are still building. We're a relatively new team, so any feedback that you want to put in the chat or just message us privately, please feel free to do so. We've made many tweaks on the back of stuff that we've already had from the first 2 streamed tournaments that we put on YouTube, and you can find all of that on our channel. If you just hit live in the tabs, you'll find our streams, and we've also segmented all of the games up into individual matches that you can watch if there's a particular player that you want to check out.
Yeah, awesome stuff. You guys are doing awesome work. Is this just the second big production that you guys have had?
Yeah, it's our second stream. In November, we did a stream of the winter match play, which we pre-recorded and then released because of popular demand. But yeah, this is our second one actually going live. How was your New Zealand stream, Josh? You must be pretty tired now.
Yeah, I still have. There's still a little bit in me here, but New Zealand stream was great. It was great to watch those guys play. There's so many strong players down there, and you would just never get exposed to them so far away in North America if it weren't for the beauty of streaming. And yeah, it was a great 23-game tournament as well. Simultaneously, the Australian nationals were being played in I think it was in Victoria, and Adam Logan, who was visiting for some reason, decided to just give David Eldar a little bit of a taste of World Championship Kool-Aid and win the tournament with a couple rounds to go. So Adam Logan, our world champion, taking down world number 2, David Eldar, and now I think solidifying his spot in the top, or second to top place. Opposition still, of course, the one and only Nigel Richards.
Yeah, I haven't been following the Australian tournament that's been going on at the same time, but I did catch a picture of it, and I saw the back of someone's head, and I thought that looks like Adam Logan. You can't. That's so cool. I didn't realize he was actually there. That's fantastic.
Yeah, we know it's a spectator sport. Separated on his rack. Yeah, he's having trouble here. He's not sure of things. This is such a tough endgame. But VIAE, the reason that is the best play for only 8 points is it threatens an outplay of biped to the D and lad. And once Jason blocks that, Sean will be able to score decently the B. And right now, the scores are 464 to 309, but after all is said and done, Jason will have made up around 20 of those points just because he's threatening a bonus, and you have to do something about that here. Yeah, great stuff. Production looks great. If you guys have any feedback, constructive feedback, of course, still early days. Every stream is going to be an improvement over the previous one. But you guys are doing an awesome job.
Thank you. It's decision time for Harshan as he approaches the 1 minute mark.
Yeah. It's just such a weird spot. I think he's probably going to end up going with Veep, which is what he saw originally. But no, he's going to play BOW for 8 points. Wow. So, yeah, in lieu of anything else, that does block all of the bonus options somehow. And I guess operated is potentially the best play now for Jason. You did see him spot it. He basically had it lined up on his rack. Yeah, BOWN is not valid.
Yeah.
So if he thinks that Harshan's made a mistake here, he's going to be wrong. BOWNE is valid. That's probably what Jason's thinking about.
Right, yeah, BOUN
Harshan
and
says
BOWNE are different spellings of the same word. I think slightly surprising decision from Jason, because after all that time spent, it's unlikely that Harshan is going to be making an error and give him an out play here with a hook. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure what Jason was thinking there, but it's no huge deal, is it? At the end of the day,
I think psychologically, it makes sense to try that. You might think, so difficult to block all of my bonuses. Maybe Harshan couldn't find a good way. Maybe he missed D-Train and saw the other two. But yeah, it's not going to happen.
So Jason needs to find operated now. Although actually he does have slightly better plays on offer. That phony from Jason has boosted Harshan's spread a little bit more for this game. So some extra spread points for Harshan that he won't have been expecting.
Yeah. Yeah, operator would be nice. AE was very nice from Harshan. Yeah, that's what's going to happen here. Harshan's going to retain the lead after 21 rounds. 2 rounds to go after this. It seems like it's going to be probably between Phil Robertshaw and Harshan, but Paul Allan is the only other hopeful. He still hasn't finished or entered the result in his game against Chris Vickery. If he does win, he'll be 1 game behind Phil, 2 games behind Harshan.
Good evening to Rebecca in the chat, who's just got home from work, who's been with us on the stream for the whole tournament. Been at work today, but is pleased to be home to catch the final 2 games on the big screen. Really glad to have you here, Rebecca. Thank you again for your support. Jason goes out with his highest scoring play of in for 10 for a final score after countback of Jason Carney 358, Harshan Lamabadusuriya at 516. As Josh said, what was a very close game turned into an absolute blowout. Harshan with 100-point plays in 2 spots on the board at the same time, simultaneously while Jason needed to open things up in a completely different area. So pretty brutal scenes. There's the handshake. And Josh, yeah, let's have a quick squiz at the enhanced scoreboard again, as a few more results have now come in. But yes, as you said, it should just be Harshan and Phil, possibly twice over. We'll have to see. So Paul Allan moves up to 3rd with 14 wins. 4th place, Brian Poe with 13, along with Jack Moran. They are the top 5. Harshan remains in 1st place with 16 wins, 1 ahead of Phil Robertshaw on 15. A crucial penultimate game in this tournament for Phil Robertshaw. If Harshan wins, he will have won the Easter Matchplay 2026.
Yeah, I think that is the pairing that makes the most sense. Harshan versus Phil. 2 games left. Paul Allan, I guess, somewhat knocked out of contention, because yeah, even if he wins both, Harshan or Phil will take 1st place.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
we'll just take, I guess, a small break while we get the pairings all set up.
Yeah,
And
folks,
we'll come
we will
back
be
for the
back
last
in
2
about
rounds.
10 minutes. Do not go anywhere. You do not want to miss this very, very intense penultimate game between Harshan and Phil. We will see you shortly. Welcome back, folks. We enter the penultimate round of Easter Matchplay 2026. This is round 22, and we have an epic showdown for you here. It is Brian Poe versus Phil Robertshaw. Phil must win this game to stay alive in the tournament.
I think we might have lost Joseph there for a second, but
Yeah, sorry,
he'll
my
be back.
internet cut up for a few seconds. Josh, did you ask me something?
Well, are you ready to rumble? I guess is what I didn't ask, but I should.
I am ready. I am. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, Brian going first. Phil looks very nervous. This is such an important game.
Yeah.
It's a pretty much a must-win situation because he's not in control of whether Harshan wins or loses. But he's 1 game behind, while Allan 2 games behind. And Brian Poe, the winner of the previously streamed top tournament in the UK. Forget what it was called.
The UK Open, yeah, in January.
Let's see what he can do here. He's not fighting for first place, but definitely fighting for a place prize. So ADINTUU, opening rack. Nothing great here.
Are you exchanging here, Josh, or are you throwing down UT for 6?
Yeah, I think I'm playing Utu or U2, however you want to pronounce that. I think it's worth it. It's a very defensive play. Hard to do anything about it. Hard to underlap, hard to overlap. But as long as you don't give Phil an O for confront, I think you'll be okay. But exchange 2 makes sense as well. That's what we see here. I guess you play Frontier now. It's a pretty simple decision for Phil. If you draw the O, you get the confront extension to the triple, which is a nice 39. Doesn't mean the world, but it's a nice little option.
And that exchange is seriously paid off for Brian.
What a draw for Brian.
Into the blank. Yeah, lovely.
I think he was already thinking of Anti-Dune as his letters were lined up. AANTIDUU. Phil playing Frontier. And yeah, I guess the task now for Brian is there's something through the R hitting 4 multipliers, or is there something from the T hitting 3?
Yeah, pretty interestingly, Brian has just a solitary bingo available here, and it's an absolute airball. Let's see who can find it in the chat.
That's crazy. Wow.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong rack. He has about 7,000 bingos available, so ignore everything I just said.
I should question that, but yeah.
Yeah, you just need to.
I was like, oh, donation. Yeah, I guess that's it. Stop looking. But yeah, front does take the A. So Danting will fit there for 79. That's by far his best option.
Nice.
But we're seeing donation instead. Yeah, it's his only bingo.
Yeah. Oh man, that is a low point on the stream for me this weekend. Guys, only the highest quality professional Scrabble commentary on offer for you here this weekend.
I don't think it's nearly as bad as why begging.
I really like that. I think we should lobby for that to get entered into the dictionary next update.
Yeah.
Okay, so interestingly, Phil's top move here is to front extend front with confront.
Yep. It does, I guess, undouble the G and the N. Those two letters sort of like each other, but yeah, for 39 points, I think you don't have a bonus. You have to just go for that. But I think you got to take some time to see if you have a four-timer through the A of donation. Maybe think for 1 second if O donation is a word, which it isn't. And yeah, then you're confronted with the best play.
Yeah, Alexi in the chat saying it seems like Brian may have missed the front hook to the A front hook to front. Quite possibly.
Say that one 10 times fast.
That one, yeah, that took a moment. Confront is the play for Phil. Nice find.
Imagine having a natural Ritzley and not being able to play it.
Yeah, that is some sad.
Imagine no more.
For Beepo. Jerry in the chat saying, just catching up on the stream, let's have a quick squiz at the scoreboard was dramatically underappreciated. Thank you, Jerry. I fully agree with that.
Yeah, definitely drop ball there. I apologize. Yeah, that was definitely a great one.
Yeah, we'll have a word after this. Atty Boy on the chat says, confront is one of those plays you make because it's fun, even if it isn't the best play. I fully agree, although in this case it was actually simming best, so it was the best of both worlds there for Phil Robertshaw. And we're in a 1-point game, as Josh said, sitting on a homeless Ritzley. You hate to see it.
Yeah, but tis nice consolation prize for 49, overlapping the ONA of donation. I think that's far and away the best option here for Brian in this close one. And Phil has drawn a Q. I'm just going to have to take a turn to deal with that. Tiz is going to give him a spot for QIN, which is 24 and probably worth playing over parting with the second A with Cot for 12. Brian, take some time here. What everybody's thinking about. I like seeing Brian think.
Yeah,
just see his neurons firing.
Yeah, Brian has a habit of looking deeply into the ceiling tiles when he's really weighing up his options. I do enjoy seeing that. Quite a few in the chat are pointing out the option of confrontational as a 15. There are certainly less likely 15s to come down. Yeah, quite a few kicking off saying it would be absolutely insane. Everyone should be trying for it. They should probably just spend the rest of the game just fishing for that. I don't know.
Like, well, what else are we living for?
100%.
A nice prize, a nice first place prize and trophy. Nah, play a 15, then you can retire.
And an insta Q dump for Phil. Nothing else to think about there.
Yeah, and GAU is the draw for Brian. These are balanced tiles, but they don't bonus, unfortunately. And I guess, yeah, exchanging GURY, going for confrontational. Looks like the best play by a mile.
Hello in the chat to Jackson Smiley, a friend of yours, Josh, I believe, who says, how many games are left? Yes, it's just one more to go, Jackson. Thank you for joining us. Oh, I need to update the thing at the top of the stream as well. I said to Josh I would do that in the interim, and I forgot, of course. That should say, as it does now, round 22 of 23. A reminder that on table 2, Harshan is playing Paul Allan. Paul Allan needs to win that game to stay alive in this tournament himself. Is that right, Josh? I'm just having another look at the enhanced scoreboard now. If Harshan wins,
that is right.
Phil needs to win here, and Phil can still win the tournament, so he won't be out of it just yet. Even though he would go in to the final a win down on Harshan, who would then, of course, have to win that final round on stream.
Yeah, and there's a almost 400-point difference between Paul Allen's spread and Phil Robertshaw's spread. But if Phil suffers a big loss here and Paul beats Harshan by a lot, he might actually sneak into second place and play Harshan again for the finals. So it's definitely still a 3-person tournament, but Paul needs a lot of help, and Phil also needs a bit of help, but still in control of his destiny here if he wins this game. Ugly is the play. Looks very good for Brian Poe. The R is the draw that Phil got. And I don't believe... Oh, he does now have a bonus playable, and he spotted it instantly, Realgers, through the L of Fugly, and that is it. That is how you take a small lead here. And we'll see what Brian draws. First tile's an E, another A. He's a couple constants if he wants to respond to this. Yeah, I think you had to play Fugly there, despite the one tile play.
Yeah, definitely the correct move from Brian. Just unfortunate to get hit with that. Hello to Cooper Komatsu in the chat. And hello to a few new viewers whose names I don't recognize. Really pleased to have you here at the penultimate game of the Easter Matchplay 2026 here in Coventry, England.
Oh my goodness, what a draw.
Wow.
Holy mackerel, Phil. And not exactly what you like to see. Assy rate was just blocked by Realgers. So Brian's going to have to take a turn to sort of just try and build towards a bonus here. You don't really have any other choice than to play something like with the A and the E. I don't think you can play long here and play from the R. I guess you could play Retia, something like that. But I think just playing off AE here is the call. You can get 17 points for it by playing with Confront, the E hook there. It's a tough one to spot.
Wow.
But you got to know your hooks on those 8-letter words. That was mentioned in the chat. We'll see if either player sees that, plays it. Yeah, crazy stuff.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, Brian doesn't know it.
Yeah, I'm confident both of these players probably know that hook.
But it's one thing to know; it's another thing to spot it, right? Like you might have seen it before, but I have to stop making the confront puns when confronted with it. You might not see it, but it's really a tough one and really a beautiful one as well.
King of Lettuce in the chat says Phil is the defending champion, right? No, Harshan won this tournament last year, so Harshan is the one looking to retain his title here at the Easter Matchplay.
Right, and Brian, 5.5 minutes below Phil on the clock here.
Yeah.
With around a third of the game played.
Alexi in the
just
chat.
One of those racks.
Yeah, this is tough. Alexi in the chat. I didn't see Phil do this, but apparently Phil has spotted the fact that he has a 9 and he's lined it up. Not now, but apparently he did. I don't even know whether that would necessarily be his best. With that would hit the double word, actually, to be fair. So, okay, Brian just dumping it here. Taking out that hot spot. Seems quite a sensible play.
Yeah, definitely. So point sacrifice leaves the E-hook on confront. That could be a plan of his. I mean, it's a 7-point sacrifice, but that is, I guess, your best lane with that E-hook. And also blocking huge possible plays from Phil makes a lot of sense. And there we go. These are the highest probability racks possible. Yeah, this is amazing.
Yeah, so for those who are new to the game, Brian's rack is literally the highest probability rack you can have. This is the first 7 that we learn as competitive Scrabble players. There are 2 7-letter words in there. Neither of them really everyday words. One of them, I guess, is marginally. If you're, in fact, I need to actually work out what that one is. It's not. Yeah, I was going to say, if you are familiar with French legislation, I guess. or you happen to
Or,
be
you know, if you
green zoology.
Yeah, exactly. You know, could be. A lot of the words that we play in Scrabble are very specific to certain domains. There are lots of biology words, chemistry words, zoology words, plants, metals, rocks, lots of those things. But if they're common enough, they're playable in Scrabble, and you got to learn them. So retails among, I think, definitely several other options with confronts, high scoring plays there. You could also hook the E onto confront. Again, that would be very flashy for either of the players to play that. And totalizer for 70, probably just not worth it. It's so dangerous. And we're going to see the S hook and not the E hook. The retail's coming down. 73. You could have gotten a little bit extra, but I think this makes a lot of sense.
And I know a lot of you in the chat are going to be absolutely devoed to see that come down. Our dreams of confrontational dashed.
Yeah, very sad.
Be, folks. So it's interesting because essentially it was a tie game. Both players sitting on what we call baby bingos. So we're going to see back-to-back bingos, and essentially it's going to be a tie game again, just about 70 points up a piece. Phil draws into the J in his post-bingo draw, and a nice balanced leave, it looks like. W possibly flying the ointment there. And the blank.
Oh, wow.
Final
That is
tile
huge for
at
Phil
the back.
Robertshaw.
Yeah. Anoretic, the play for Brian Poe.
I mean, look how Jewel just fits alongside, right on top of the RETA. It's just ridiculously perfect.
Wow.
60 points retaining the blank, so Phil in a huge spot here. Like we said, really needs this win to stay in contention as best he can.
Yeah, Jewel is just an
he will need to win the
dream
next round
slot.
regardless, though.
Yeah.
Let's see what Brian gets, though.
Yeah, it's a bit of a grotty draw for
not the worst thing.
Brian. It's balanced. He's got scoring potential, but Jewel is going to be killer. Oof.
Yeah, it's a tough one for sure to see if Brian. But it's still a game. It's just really tough to imagine things staying open. Those overlaps just constricting so much space all at once. So if you play something from the S, like Soupy or Siped, you're just going to run into some problems when a re-overlap happens and you suddenly have nowhere to bonus. But if you score 45 here, which is by far the best you can do with Siped, that will narrow the gap to only 13 points. And with that double V draw, it's going to take a while for Phil to untangle. So this is definitely still a game. I do want to leave things a little bit more tense in the center of the board rather than play from the S now. Duped is a nice underlap of anoretic, keeping YO. Some chances to use the Y for scoring later or to open the board. And it's going to be hard for Phil in many positions to stomach making a play from the S of Realgers and opening so much. Saudi is the play. That's 33, so was, I think, pretty certainly a miss of Siped, leaving 12 points on the table for a slightly superior leave. What the heck do you do here? I think you just exchange if you're Phil and just hope to miss first. And that's the second U for Brian, not what you want to see. especially after starting with 2 U's.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for Beepo. The only viable non-exchange here for Phil really is Tub, underlapping Anoretic for 20, holding OVV blank. I think you've just got to exchange here, throw the whole lot back. T blank, the keep, possibly hold on to an O. And BUVV is indeed the exchange, holding OT blank. Nice, quick and decisive from Phil Robertshaw, and we return to Brian Poe sitting on a clunky rack, 25 points to the deficit. Also the duplicate U, another tough, frustrating play for the young Brian Poe here.
And yeah, that is a very good draw for Phil.
Yeah.
I think things are looking really rough no matter what. There is only one playable bonus through the D, though. So we'll have to spot that one. I don't think Brian's going anywhere near that. Either you exchange yourself, you play hub. I feel like you just play hub underneath Anoretic and tie the game up.
Yeah. Oh, Josh. Oh, my God. Don't get excited, but Alexi in the chat points out confrontational would now have been possible. Can you actually believe it? Wow.
That's
just
completely ridiculous.
I have no words.
This is the epitome of what could have been Scrabble, where like, oh, if this didn't happen, and this didn't happen, I'd be able to do this thing with the exact letters that I drew. But
God,
I mean, in this case, it's well worth mentioning.
Yeah. Wow.
Closest we've gotten to 15 in a long time.
Yeah, do you know what? I'm going to go back right now and just look at that play of retails again and see whether there was any chance it was not right to take that spot. I think all of Phil's best plays were just, they completely obstructed it. Yeah, there was nothing else viable. So possibly retails down the right of Real Gars, but he was never going to be doing that. He needs to clog the board and assert dominant lead. But God damn, guys, we were close to a 15 on stream. That would have been probably the highest viewed Will Anderson video you would ever see. Can you believe it?
Yeah. Sometimes Scrabble's a little bit sad, but it's nice to see what could have been. So Hub coming down, I think that's the correct option. Taking a lead here, but if Phil's able to see auto dial, he's going to definitely surge into the lead here. But it's I guess, what would you call it? That's what you called the only playable bingo earlier. It was just a little bit of an airball.
Yeah.
Auto dial. Yeah. But yeah.
Wow.
Unfortunately, no confrontational.
Yeah.
I'll take it from here if you need some time.
I'll lie down.
Oh boy, not a good draw of 3 vowels for Brian.
Oh, good lord, yeah. Yeah, just while I remember,
but it's not over.
While Phil had retails, I said he lined up a 9. If you didn't see what that was, it was Totalizer off the T blank O. Really nice vision there from Phil Robertshaw.
Yeah, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, and he needs good vision again because, as Josh said, he has one and only one playable bingo here. Although it's not.
Yeah, and he's looking. It looks. Well. Yeah, it might not even be worth playing. To be honest, like ITA under Hub is quite strong. I think the reason being, if Brian just has the X or even W and H, auto dial is going to open a huge spot to re-overlap and tie the game back up potentially. So might not even be worth looking for something that doesn't hit a premium square, double word score, triple word score. Yeah, we'll see. What Phil's doing right now, he's moved his blank from the right side of his 7 alphabetized tiles to in between the A and I. That means he's going through the alphabet one by one to try and see if he can find a playable bonus. This is something that you might see players do on stream and then wonder, how is their opponent not queuing into what they're doing? But such is the nature of not being able to see opponent's tiles. Auto dial 62 points, which would bring Phil ahead by 58. And with a couple nice plays, which Brian doesn't have, it would still be a tie game. So Phil definitely in the driver's seat, but probably needs to just pass up on things and play Ita under Hub, 25 points, and live to see another day. I wonder if you see the bingo, you see auto dial as your only bonus, do you play it if you're Phil? It seems like the human thing to do is release the tension of those floating tiles, the only floating tiles on the board, and score as well as you can, but it might be really scary. What do you think, Joseph?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't like the monstrous hotspot it sets up in the top right with the A next to the double letter with the X still unplayed. I think if Phil sees something like ITA in the top left, ITA, he would probably prefer that. Just an interesting point again on the back of me mentioning Totalizer. Alexi says, in another universe, Phil plays Totalizer as a 9, and then he plays a 15. Can you imagine the scenes? I would honestly lose my goddamn mind, guys. I'd be running around the commentary room with my shirt over my head.
Well, as a famous Italian chef once said, my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike.
Nice niche British TV reference from Josh Sokol over the pond there. Love to see it.
But I guess if you're worried about bonuses playing on this board, you're Phil, maybe you play Aralia from the AR for 21. It's a decent option. I wonder how it does in a computer simulation.
Yeah, let's try it.
Yeah, Ita is the only way to score 25 or more, which is basically a baseline of if you're considering passing up on a bonus and you have a blank. 25 points is about the minimum you really want to consider in most situations.
Yeah, for sure. And
a lot of players are worried about what. A lot of players are worried even with natural bonuses of what those open up, but it's almost never correct to pass up a natural bonus. You don't have a blank. Yeah, go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, just that Phil is now lining up Ito in the top left. And that is the play after quite a few minutes think there in this must-win game for Phil Robertshaw.
Yeah, that must feel a little bit better than what Brian might have been expecting here. But his position is still really awful here. Do you play audio through the D? Do you play Poyu through the Y? You're now down 21 points. A decent draw from Phil. Yeah, is Brian going to play in that area? Is he going to try to keep it open for himself? I mean, Phil just took a really long time on that pedestrian seeming play. So what does that mean? Is Brian going to smell a rat? I wonder if Phil has that last blank. If he does, Brian's in terrible position.
Yeah, this could well be an exchange for Brian Poe and Lord Livgon in the chat saying from Phil's POV, Lee Zode, GG. So that could well be the case because the board is absolutely dead after that comes down. Just running a sim on this. Audio is performing well for 10 points, leaving EOP, taking out those floaters.
Yeah, the problem with that and the problem with Poyu is although they will block options, they will create perhaps just as many with an S hook. But if we look 2 turns ahead, and Brian does face a bonus ending in S after audio or Poyu, board will be a little bit more open for him to potentially come back. So I think I put something on the board here, but I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, Phil spotted Dousabel.
Yeah, I was going to say, audio would not block this absolutely gorgeous 8 with a blank B that Phil has lined up of Dousabel. We're not usually interested in definitions, but I just looked that one up. It means a sweetheart, which is really nice. I love that word. I've actually not seen that one before. That's a lovely find from Phil with a blank.
Yeah. I guess you're thinking of audio through the first D of Saudi, but through the second D would block a lot of these options.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't.
But it looks like, oh my goodness, is this? Oh, but that's not going to block everything. Are we going to see a 9 after this play? Oh, coming down. Lacewood's on tap.
Oh, wow.
I think that's the word. That is indeed a word. So we're going to see some potential. We were wondering about the 9 earlier. Phil did spot totalizer, so this is definitely well within the range of possibilities for him to see.
Yeah, in fact, it seems Phil, I may be mistaken, has no bingos here except 9s. And there's a fair few on offer. There's Lacewoods, as Josh said. There's a few more. See who can find them in the chat. King of Letters has found one. Late Woods.
And look, Phil's already seen one of those.
Oh, fantastic. There's also a 9 through the OD that we've not had yet in the chat. See who can find that, making the blank an M. And also a W.
Oh my goodness. Wood whales? What in the world is that?
Truly insane. Can you imagine seeing that come down as a 9 on stream?
That's crazy. I honestly think that Lacewoods is better so that it doesn't open any part of the board that doesn't have any action in it right now. But Wood Whales is the highest score through the first OD for 82, opening the bottom of the board. But yeah, Latewoods and Lacewoods, those are very good options. I guess the issue with Latewoods would be that might open possibility for Ibex.
Oh, wow,
so you definitely want to. Oh my God, he sees it. He sees Wood Whales. He sees everything. Phil Robertshaw.
Wow! Oh my! It's
incredible. This is ridiculous.
I might be
regardless of what he does.
See a little quiver of the hand there from Phil realizing what he's found. Sorry, go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. But yeah, I think no matter what, given what Brian has, this is going to be so incredibly hard to come back from. "10 minutes left for Phil Robertshaw." He has so many 9-letter words available. I guess they're all 8-letter words with an S on them, so it's not the most incredible thing. But yeah, we're hoping he makes this a C rather than a T to prevent the bigger overlaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
this is the bad news for Brian Poe.
Yeah, a wry smile there from Brian in appreciation of this fantastic find from his opponent. Yeah, Wood Whales, one of those instances where unfortunately the truly stylish play was not good. But of course, Phil lining it up anyway, just to let us know that he has indeed seen it. We're just checking in with our producer on the ground. The blank is
and it is a blank T.
Interesting.
Wow. I think, yeah, Brian's challenging anyway. He doesn't have Ibex. So, yeah, this is definitely a mistake over Lacewoods, but it's not gonna cost him.
Yeah, so Brian Poe at a deficit of 94 with a truly disgusting rack laid before him. This is surely an exchange now. The only option available to him worth putting anything on the board is Weepie, Weepie, off the WE in the middle
Yeah,
of the board.
but I think given but there's the B for and there's the X. Why did I jinx it? I just feel like given the threat of Ibex, you might want to play LIEU for 4. Just hope for the BX draw. Just because right now on this board there is nothing going on other than that triple on the top. So maybe creating a new threat is the only way for Brian to untangle here, but he's down 94. So yeah, you got to go into desperation mode, but yeah, it's not going to happen. No Ibex for you. Maybe Bill's going to draw into it.
Okay, so Brian is
Really
playing.
a similar idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to play through this and just set up a diversion, but I don't think it's going to be enough even if he had drawn Ibex. For 89, yeah. It'd make it interesting.
Nice spot.
I don't think there's anything to worry about now.
Well, I think the other 9 availables, Phil, that we didn't mention was Wood Meals as well. So a whole host of really low prob, crazy 8s plus an S on display there. So yeah, it's looking like curtains for Brian Poe, but a crucial must-win game for Phil has ended in the result that he was looking for, as he will enter the final round with, I assume, Harshan Lamabadusuriya. I'm just checking the scoreboard. Yeah, no results in yet from that game on table 2.
Yeah, I can't imagine them having finished yet. Such a tense situation. Both players, both Paul and Harshan, definitely like to use their time. So, yeah, if you're Phil here, I guess the only threat remaining is a double-double through the A. You're up 88 points. You can withstand pretty much anything. Other than that, maybe a crazy bonus from the Y and Saudi is possible, but it looks like just taking the scoring route with 6 is what Phil's looking at. Makes sense, but there's no hooks available for Ilya. No C, no L. But what do you do here? Do you block the A? That's kind of what I'd be looking at.
Yeah, I guess possibly, because even if Phil bombs the X in the top right corner with 6 and Brian gets a double-double, some kind of miracle double-double through the A, Phil is then lumbered with a load of clunk. He'd be holding BCUV. Again, you've maybe just got to think about what the worst case scenario in this exact situation. How's the only way I can still lose this game? And like you said, it's either a crazy 8 off the Y or a double-double.
Yeah, double-double far more likely. There's an ING combination, but look at this for Phil. He's spotted the possibility of Ibex. He's really showing us what he's thinking about. And he's considering just Yuva for 12, which looks so good. It keeps the C for Iliac, keeps the IBX for Ibex. The only issue is that it takes an E. So if Brian had the E hook and a 5-letter word going down, that would be what he needs to do here. But his letters are so unwieldy here. He hasn't hit it.
And again, spread, of course, could still be a factor here. So genuinely, probably well worth Phil just continuing to go fishing for that E and just hold off.
Yeah, it's definitely in his interest here. For Brian now, it's looking so desperate. Down 100 points exactly. But maybe you try for Ibex. play Bug and UG, something of that nature. Spill hasn't scored anything, so you can renew the potential threat. But it looks like GIF is the play instead. Very sensible, scoring some points, and I think Brian will have one more turn to try and draw something. Maybe he had something in mind from the Y. Not something I see. There's a cool play of arguably through the AR and the L was available. Brian there. Yeah, Ibex is no longer possible, and suddenly Phil has only one vowel, no good X spots, and a board that isn't quite closed, so he can't be feeling formidable here.
Yeah, Phil's strongest play, perhaps looking to just dump the B and the X either side of the first O in late woods, leaving a really nice keep if he can just draw one more vowel.
Yeah. Something like box or just cocks through the O of late woods, or maybe you just play cribs and us and just try to score your way here to victory. There are 8 tiles in the bag. That really reduces Brian's options to untangle. Super interesting game. We'll be keeping our eyes peeled for the other results that is of utmost importance. Harshan Lamabadusuriya against Paul Allan. Once that result is in, we'll know what's at stake, but I think with Phil winning this game, almost certainly it's just going to be winner takes all, Phil versus Harshan in the final round.
Yeah, just while Phil thinks about this, we see, that result not come in yet. Harshan going into this penultimate game at the top. So you see Phil was 1 game behind, a must win if he's to still be in contention for the tournament. So we are just waiting on Harshan's result with Paul Allan, who you see going into this game was 3rd. 4 minutes left on Phil Robertshaw's clock. He's lined up cribs under Yuva.
Yeah, I think that's very strong. I don't really think it's worth keeping the C for Iliak. Might be worth keeping the...
Oh, that was a fire alarm test, I think. Sorry, go ahead, Josh. What were you saying?
It is, yeah. I hear that from here. That's not what you want to hear in a penultimate round of a Scrabble tournament. I think that gave Phil a little bit of oomph to make his play. So Crib's going down for 26.
Yeah.
Increasing the lead to over 100 once more. Leaving 3 tiles in the back. We like this play.
And there's another one. Sorry about that, folks. So 3 in the bag. Brian's best play, looking to just simply dump off 2 through the I, with PU setting up his M. Not a whole lot. Phil, well, I say actually, Phil sitting on an M himself. Sorry about this, guys. This should stop in a second. Apologies for the beeping. No. Rebecca in the chat saying, are you sure the building's not actually on fire? I'm not 100%. We'll find out soon enough. Alexi saying, keep the C for Iliak. Josh, I think you addressed that, didn't you? Saying you don't think it was actually worth holding on to.
That's right. Yeah, I think Brian is lost here, but gotta try something. 3 tiles in the bag, maybe play comp and just hope for something to happen, but you're down by so much. It's unfortunate. This is a pretty well played game by both players, and Brian gonna need to win his next one to have a chance of staying in the running. I think top 5 are being paid out, but we do see a result. Our first result: Jack Moran takes 20-point victory over Jason Carney to set himself into 4th place currently, pending all the other results at the top.
Yeah.
Jack's still in it with his super. He actually has a negative spread now,
Amazing.
despite being in 4th place. Yeah, pinup was the play. Unfortunately, the bag was emptied.
Yeah, nice. A nice 5 there from Brian. I did like the idea of just dumping 2 and setting up his M with PU, keeping the PM hook.
Yeah, that was a great suggestion. I should have given you more credit. Again, we'll talk later. That's a nice play for sure.
Atty Boy in the chat saying, would dribs have been better, saving the C for Iliac? Quite possibly, yeah. I don't know whether that occurred to Phil.
But yeah, this is gonna go to a finals between Phil Robertshaw and Harshan Lamabadusuriya. I think no matter what, it's just a winner takes all situation going into this round. Phil was up, I guess, 49 spreads, so it's possible if Harshan won by a lot that Phil also would need to win by a certain amount. And the result is in. Paul Allan winning by 151 points over Harshan. So now I guess Phil Robertshaw is going to have draw odds against Harshan if they tie their game.
That is very interesting.
And Paul, definitely a very nice shot. If he just wins his final game, he's going to get 2nd place.
Yeah, that is a massive result for Paul Allan.
Certainly.
Made things really, really interesting.
Actually, yeah, it's not guaranteed. Even if Paul wins the next round, he won't necessarily get 2nd because he still has some spread to make up. So, very interesting stuff, though.
Phil down to
This
a minute
endgame
and a half on his clock. Yeah, it's a tough one for sure for Phil. Quite a lot to work out.
Yeah, it's a tough end game. He does want to maximize. He doesn't know what happened in the other game. He wants to maximize his winning margin. The best way to do that is to not go overtime. But
for sure.
In lieu of that, just try to score as much as possible. And yeah, what a complicated position. I think the best play is Kep through the P and pinup, but Minx is the most logical move. Scores 39. That's the best you can do, other than just playing the EX off for 40. But yeah, this is a great play.
Yeah, Alexia in the chat saying Paul could
right now.
And for those who are new to the tournament scene, there is prize money. Usually the top 5, I'd imagine that's the case here. So every placement counts. Of course, you're looking to win. But in Paul's situation, as we say, he's beaten Harshan. It makes it interesting. Even if he can't win the tournament, he'd still be increasing his odds of getting a nice little pay packet.
Indeed. And hope, I think, is what Brian has lined up and what he needs to cash in this tournament. That is his best play, 30 points.
Yeah, nicely done.
He's got 2.5 minutes. So we will have a final game as it was probably written. Phil Robertshaw versus Harshan Lamabadusuriya, a rematch. We saw them earlier today. So yeah, it's gonna be really, really exciting. Hopefully we'll have a close game.
Yeah, that was always destined to be, I think, really. So Brian just dipping below 2 minutes now as he figures out how to optimize this end game. He's looking to find Chem in the bottom left.
Yeah,
Yeah, very
Chem
nice.
wouldn't be
Okay.
so good since it leaves an O and 2 E's. But
Yeah, true, good point. COME, probably better, actually.
yeah, the best sequence is actually, it's Hope and then MESE, through the S of Late Woods.
Yeah.
Which Phil could try and deal with, but EME plays with Uvi as well, so it's not worth him trying to block.
Alexi in the chat saying Sam Crispin casually scoring 600 against Dweeb, to which Scrabbler27 responds, a huge, huge win indeed. Ronald in the chat saying the final game will be a confrontational match between Harshan and Phil. I think that is for sure.
Very nice.
Okay, and Brian is playing Hope.
So yeah, to prevent this, that's why Kep was the top move last turn for Phil. He's lost only 6 points due to this sequence, but he can now play KUE through the U of pinup. And he's going to do that very quickly since he's down to 35 seconds.
Yeah, nicely done.
And we'll see if Brian spots MESE or if he plays with Uvi. Got 45 seconds.
Yeah, he's playing with Juve. So 6 points left on the table through the S in Late Woods.
So I guess it's all equal after all. 6-point mistake for both players, and Phil takes this game. Such an important win, but not necessarily given that Harshan lost. It wouldn't have really mattered so much. It's just going to be a final confrontation. I guess if Phil had lost this game by 240 points, he would have been relegated to third place. But yeah. We're going to take a small break, I guess.
Yeah, we will see whether Phil is happy to talk to us. He may just be a bit drained after that and need to get in the zone for the final game. Our producer Ruth will ask him, but yeah, it's a final score of Brian Poe collecting 6 on countback from Phil Robertshaw, just nipping over the 400 line with a score of 401, to Phil Robertshaw dipping down to 495. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're just going to see whether Phil is interested in the chat. But what a crazy game, Josh. I'm still reeling from the possibility of having seen a 15 with my own beady eyes in real life, and the fact that it genuinely could have actually come down if Phil had found his 9, which could have even been, well, it wasn't the optimal play, but it could have come down just insane. Our producer Ruth has sent Phil in, and as I look up in the room, he has in fact joined us now. I'm joined by our winner, Phil Robertshaw. Yeah, just come a bit further, thank you. So Phil, a crazy game. Congratulations.
Very crazy.
Thank you. I'll pass you to Josh shortly, but yeah, just to say, how are you feeling, first of all?
Relieved to have got through that one. It was a very pressure game. It was do or die, really, to get into that playoff. I hate those racks with a blank where you feel like there's got to be something there, and maybe I did miss something with that one I spent a long time on, but I just could not drag something out. But I felt even with Eater, I was in a strong position with the blank and not giving too much away. So yeah, I guess you'll tell me whatever I did miss on that move, but which is probably a lot of stuff.
Yeah, well, there were a couple of really crazy things going on. We were losing our minds, and the chat was as well. You guys may not have actually been aware, but I'll let Josh take over the conversation. So if you put the headset on.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Josh.
All right, well, he's putting me on the spot, Phil. How's it going? Congrats on that win. So you opened the game with front, you drew that extension, confront, and then everybody in the chat is like, wow, we might see a 15-letter word.
Confrontation.
And sure enough, after you played Retails, which was not necessarily a given, you could have played Totalizer, you saw that, you could have played Retails. Elsewhere, you ended up drawing that rack where you played Ita, and that was exactly the rack you would have needed for
Oh
confrontational.
man.
But of course, this is,
My
it's
once in
just
a lifetime chance to play
ridiculous.
15 as a bingo.
Yeah, but it wasn't available, so not to worry about that. I remember one time missing vinicultures or something, which was,
Oh, sorry, it wasn't actually
those
available
things
for
happen.
retails. Is that right? It wasn't.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
So
I
it's
didn't miss it,
people were
okay.
freaking out for pretty much no reason, but you did draw the rack that would have made it possible.
Yeah.
So
Well, I mean,
on your
yeah.
ETA play, you did have one playable bonus, but I don't think it was worth playing. Auto dial
Oh, yeah,
would
that's a
have
tricky one because it
created
was one of the more
some.
recent editions, I think.
Mhm.
What would that be? Blank U? That would have been, yeah. I'm not sure I'd have liked it even if I'd seen it.
Yeah.
With face value. Yeah.
Yeah, the engines didn't like it, so I think it was better to play ETA and just play the long game, and it was very nice.
Yeah.
You spotted one of or two of your possible 9-letter words. Turn after
I
that.
spotted
So.
Wood Wales as well. I didn't like what either of them did in terms of counter plays for the X. I figured that if he could draw into something like Ibex in the top right and absolutely kill the game with late woods, but then Wood Wales made another big X hotspot, which was probably
Mhm.
easier to
Yep.
use. So I figured if he's got Ibex, then that's just sheer bad luck from my perspective. So yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
and late woods is obviously more restrictive in terms of what he gives back, and doesn't give him
Mhm.
any new areas, any new floaters to play through.
Yeah, mirroring exactly what we were talking about in the stream, and also that. How did you feel when Fugly came down on the board and you got a place to play a bonus? Must have been very relieved.
Yeah, I was very relieved. I'd obviously seen the possibility of that if there was an L, but didn't expect to see one come down in a playable position. It was kind of frustrating because the queue got in the way, and I was going to change it, but then obviously it's worth burning it for 24 points, and then drawing the duplicate R. So it felt like it could turn into one of those games where you just always one tile away from something. So yeah, when Real Girls went down, that was a pivotal point in the game, I would say.
So look, one game left. It's a must-win situation against Harshan, and in fact, he lost his game. So it wouldn't have actually mattered had you somehow failed to connect on that win. But it's going to be a final showdown. You have draw odds, so if we tie the game, you will be our winner as well. So it's going to be awesome. It's been great to watch you play. Fantastic moves, and best of luck in the final game.
Thank you. Well, I'm hoping in this final game to break my duck on stream because I've played 6 times on stream this weekend. The only 2 games I've won are actually against Brian, and the other 4 I've lost. So it's time to put that to bed. But we'll see what happens. I'm sure it'll be a good game.
Indeed. All right. Good luck. Thanks for
Josh.
being with us.
Thank you, Phil. Just a question that's come up in the chat before we leave. Alex C. Homer saying, why not Lacewoods over Latewoods? Ronald saying, maybe you weren't entirely sure of the word?
I didn't think of Lacewood at all, to be honest. If I'd seen it, that would have been better than Latewoods for the positioning of the C, obviously. That was defensively better, but I didn't think of it.
Yeah, no, absolutely fair enough. Well, thank you so much. Well done again on the win. Good luck in your final game. We look forward to watching.
Thank you.
Folks, we're going to take 10 to 15 minutes as we reset and prepare. Let the players take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We are lining up for a hell of a final. Phil Robertshaw against Harshan Lamabadusuriya. Josh, Alexi in the chat saying a draw is enough for Phil. I'm just looking at it myself now. Is that accurate? Let's have one more look at the enhanced scoreboard. No,
That's
the results
accurate.
have come in. That's accurate. Okay.
And a draw is slightly more likely than a 15-letter word, so we might see that happen.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, so very interesting. Sam Crispin re-enters the top 5. To clarify what I said earlier when I wasn't sure, Those in the green on the scoreboard that you can see are in the prize positions. So that's why they are coloured the way they are. So if we just look a little further down, Sam on 13 wins, but all the way down to 10th place, Joel Davey, are all on 13 wins, some with not very favourable spreads, but still prize money to be won for those nipping at the heels of the top players. So the final will be Harshan and Phil. Paul Allen will be facing off against 4th place Jack Moran, and is essentially king of the hill here, with Sam Crispin facing 6th place Nick Della. Josh, I don't know about you, but I'm absolutely buzzing for the final. We will be back shortly, folks. Do not go anywhere. It's going to be a hell of a game. See you shortly. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the final of Easter Matchplay 2026. I have to say this matchup felt somewhat inevitable to me. These two players, long-standing friendly rivalry. They live close by to each other for many years. They've been sparring partners. Two of Britain's, possibly Britain's two highest performing players on the scene right now. We do have, of course, some other world-class grandmasters, but they are less active on the scene, whereas Phil and Harshan are regular faces at pretty much every major we have here in Britain. We see that Phil will be going first. He is in first place. Harshan going second. He is in second place. Harshan seed 1. Phil seed 3. Seed 2, incidentally, was Brian Poe, very promising young player who's coming up in the ranks, who goes into this final game sitting in 7th position. Still time for him to enter the prize money, which is the top 5. We see that both players here in the final are on 16 wins. Phil with a superior spread, which means in the very unlikely event of a draw, Phil would take the title. But essentially, this is a must-win game for both players. As I have mentioned a few times in the chat, observe the earbuds. With Harshan, he takes them out at the very last moment, keeping calm to the end, even while they're squaring up, bagging up the tiles, doing his paperwork. Josh, how are you feeling for this final?
Yeah, I've got some steam left. I'm ready for a really awesome final game. Always something to commentate. Always something cool going on. Sometimes the games aren't so close, but we'll see. It's going to be very exciting. Phil will be going first, Harshan going second. The earbuds are off. They're ready to go. Just a little bit of adjustment. I find it interesting that they fist bump and other players handshake. Do you know if there's a specific reason for that?
No, I actually have no idea. Harshan does shake hands as well, so yeah, I have noticed that.
Right. That's what's interesting. Maybe they just get into that mode, but not a big deal. The Q has made an appearance very early. I think it's time to play it and just see what happens. If you guys were wondering, there wasn't fire alarm in the building, Coventry, but it was just a test. Nothing is burning. So, do you play QI or do you play Saber? I think you play QI.
Yeah, it's got to be Saber. Sorry, QI. I meant all day long. Yeah.
So QI it is vertically.
Yeah,
we love to see the vertical openings.
absolutely.
Those are the superior ones. So this is the most common opening in Scrabble. If you want to study opening theory, if you're a chess player, this is the only opening theory you need to know. What happens after QI? Well, there's an N hook, there's an S hook, and you can overlap with an I. Nothing very interesting, but DUI or ID here look pretty strong, and Harshan playing very, very quickly. Just ID, just not opening anything, keeping things tight.
Sims well. Yeah.
Bonus. Yeah. This is nice. I mean, they've seen this before. Most of the time after 2 moves, the Scrabble position is completely new, but UI and ID have definitely happened many, many times in many, many games. So and why not play DUI?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. I don't know. What do you think?
It's just because it opens a triple. You just want to keep things contained here.
Yeah, and he's been punished as well, drawing into duplicate U. Meanwhile, Phil is going to get the first bingo of the game.
Yes, indeed. Caliber and Caliber. So for the 1st of April at my Scrabble club, we were given an anagram to work on based on our strength as a player. And so there's a 7-letter word, an 8-letter word, and a 9-letter word. 7-letter word that was given was caliber, ER, which of course anagrams to caliber, RE. And the other two were also very similar, just move 2 of the letters and you get the anagram. So that was a little April Fool's joke. So caliber ER is the play here, a little bit safer, I think. I think caliber RE takes the D, right?
Yes.
And a small point sacrifice. You could have played this with CID the other way, horizontally, but that would open the triple immediately, no matter what. Whereas this, you need an S to really maximize the value there. And look at that amazing draw for Phil. Holy mackerel. He is in fantastic shape here after that.
Wow. Yeah, from a neutral's perspective, with the final, you do want a close game. Someone in the chat saying they hope it's not a blowout. It still may shape up to not be so, but it's certainly going that way. Harshan considering unruling, which is not good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one.
Wow.
It would make sense.
Good as a 7.
But unrule and unrules, not valid. I think Harshan's going to get off of this. Play ruining or urinating through the eye of caliber and make things reasonable. No need to panic.
Yeah.
But actually, this play is very strong as well, setting up a double-double, keeping the same leave as last play. I think this is fantastic.
Yeah. So unrule is also good, but it is not a verb. It's a noun, meaning an absence of government or anarchy. So correct decision from Harshan to not turn that into a verb. Nicely done.
Oh, wow. Hey, thanks for that clarification. That makes it even more impressive.
Yeah.
Everything is valid except unruling. And yeah, according to a simulation, even though it is 16 points less to play UN over a double through the eye of caliber, it is definitely worth doing according to the engine. But yeah, now the bad news is going to come. And yeah, Phil is going to get a very high scoring bonus here.
Yeah, 104 points shortly to be coming down, and Harshan, Lamabadusuriya are going to be staring down an absolutely monstrous deficit, and he's going to be having to play maximally aggressive, maximally volatile, pretty much from here on out.
Hearing that my audio is doubled in the chat, is there a reason for that?
I am not hearing that.
Okay. Okay, maybe it's just a false alarm, but yeah, huge bingo on tap for Phil Robertshaw. The question is, do you play with calibers, sacrifice some points? Are you worried that Harshan has an S? And is this going to be an M? If this is an M, then Oreganum coming down immediately.
Wow.
This is a D.
And the thing is, Phil would probably make this an M because it's such an like an unhelpful ending title for an 8-letter word. So it probably is. It could be an H.
Yeah.
I think that might be Vanita in the chat. Hello, Vanita, if it is you. Points out in the chat it could be an H also. Don't think it would be a D. Or an R, as Alex says.
You don't.
Oh, it's an M.
I mean, do you even challenge this? Right? Like, do you even challenge this if it gives you Oreganum? That's crazy. It is an M. It could have been an H.
Wow.
There have been so many things.
And that's +5 as well for Phil Robertshaw.
The Dowiest was such a simple double-double there. And that wouldn't have given anything back. So Harshan's still in it. That's crazy.
Yeah, quite a confusing turn of events. Okay, well, we see Phil has drawn a ridiculous, insane post-bingo draw. Wow. And Phil won't believe his eyes seeing an 8 coming down onto his blank M. He will not believe that. Nice.
This is insane, but Tinaja's for 109 is going to come down with
Wow.
OS, and this game is all but over for Harshan. But you know what? I believe Harshan. I believe he's going to make a comeback here. Maybe draw a double-double through the I, double-double using the UN that he set up early. But yeah, Tinaja's is just ridiculous here. Anti-jam also plays in the same spot. Holy mackerel. What is going on here? Look at that. He sees it. Yeah, this is just crazy. Bill's up by 82. He's going to be up by 200 almost. He sees both of them. How does this guy do this? Crazy. But a decent draw for Harshan to stay in this game. He's just going to get a very cold shower momentarily here.
Yeah, really nice chunky draw for Harshan to keep this alive. He's not going to be bingoing, but he's going to be able to score and hold a good lead in the wake of anti-jam or Tinajas, which is shortly going to be coming down for Phil Robertshaw to establish. What would that be, like a 150-point lead, something like that, 180?
Yeah, the chances of winning after 109-point play here are so incredibly high, despite there being so much game left to be played. So a huge uphill battle for Harshan. Let's see if he can make a miraculous comeback.
Alexi in the chat saying it's going to be 303 points in 4 moves. Alexi also says that Tinajas does at least give back Kex or Vex in the top left. So yeah, that is something.
Definitely, yeah. So what do you do? Is anti-jam a bit safer? I think it is, but unless you're 100% sure, I think actually, honestly, it's probably better to do this because you're encouraging overlaps, which is what you want to do on a board like this when you're up by so much.
Wow. Absolutely brutal scenes here for Harshan Lamabadusuriya, getting back in the game with a stunning 8-letter word onto a blank M and immediately getting hit out of the bag with a J blank bingo, with the J tripled, the word doubled. 109 points for Phil Robertshaw for Tinajas, which establishes an almost 200-point lead. If there's anyone who can come back from this, it is Harshan. So don't count him out just yet, but it's looking very, very grim. His winning chances have dipped south of 1%.
With that nice, balanced, high-scoring draw for Phil, things are looking even worse. Harshan has many 50-point options here, but that's only a quarter of the way there. Riki is 55, making many overlaps. Oxeye is 55, next to the J, A, and S. Kex or Yex are 53 and 50, respectively. And I think if you're Harshan, you do want to eliminate the triple as a spot that Bill can use to score easily. So I think I like X or X here. You even have to start thinking about what's more likely, bingo with the K or with the Y. I think the Y, but I'm not sure about that. And yeah, a host of 30, 35-point plays available that keep very well. Phil Robertshaw, I think the most convincing of which FIL next to the IGA Organum. That looks fantastic. Joseph?
Oh, wow, look at that draw for Harshan.
Are you kidding me? Oh, is that what just happened? You've got to be joking.
Yeah. That's truly, truly insanely bad luck for Harshan. He kept really well with EORY, and he's drawn 3 O's for a quadruple O rack.
I almost want to cry. That is just
Yeah,
absurd.
man.
I cannot believe that. So, I mean, if you're Phil, feeling very good, this idea of playing Filch instead of playing Phil, I think makes a lot of sense. You do want to maybe play a homophone of your name when you can, but Filch and UH, I think, is what he's looking at, which eliminates the double lane. UH doesn't take any hooks. That might be a better way to just seal the deal as best you can. But yeah, I mean, how do you come back from this? Harshan drawing 0. What has he done wrong? I guess he's given 5 points for the challenge. Might have modified Phil's direction in the bag. Maybe that's what happened. If Harshan had let that go, Phil would have drawn something different, if you believe in chaos theory. It's just ridiculous.
Billy Nakamura in the chat saying Harshan's rack looking like the cranial nerve mnemonic. Do enlighten us with what that is.
Okay, so Filch and Lun instead, which is a similar version. Definitely would prefer to see that with UH. But not a big deal either way. And if we were on Twitch, there is an emote or an emoticon with 4 O's. It's like a flopping fish, and that's kind of how I feel if I was Harshan. But yeah, GUI playable for 18 points. We see some emotion, which is very rare. It's such a terrible position. Blocking your own double, keeping 2 O's, scoring 18. But what do you do?
Yeah, man, that's brutal. I mean, highest performing play on my sim is to change down to ER. But you want to get something on the score sheet. But yeah, blocking your own double, like you say.
Phil's just going to be able to continue, score well and balance. He's got vaped now through the E of GUI, making the best of some awkward combination. Harshan has drawn E-E-A-M. It's just too many vowels. So, yeah, we jinxed it, I think, but what can you do? That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Seems like Phil's considering Zaya with acid, potentially, to score very well. But as we mentioned, the only way to really set yourself up to lose in positions like these of 150 is by keeping only consonants or only vowels. And Vaped does neither of those things. Scores very well, opens nothing. Looks like for sure the play. I hope we see a really, really cool attempt by Harshan. I mean, he's in such desperado mode already. Can do a number of things to try and give himself a chance. This is where I think players are at their most creative when they're in such desperate situations.
For sure, and Harshan is not one of the world's best players by accident. His focus is second to none. You can see him still absolutely locked in on this game, analysing every position, every possible way he could come back into this game. So you see that he's opting to score a little bit, turn over tiles. There's no blanks left to be drawn, but open some new lanes, which in turn, at some point, might be played through to open a triple lane. That's all you can do in this situation. But you can absolutely be sure that Harshan will try to the last to control miracle win from this desperate position.
So 362 to 207 after rehome, forking the board. Phil noticing the possibility of gazumper. I think that was a famous play by Gomon in the North American Nationals against Nigel, or the World Championship, one of those two. But Zugma is an incredible find. Plays for 47 points next to the E of rehome. And that about seals it as long as Phil draws a vowel.
Yeah.
And oh my goodness, just more of the same for Harshan. A-E-E-O-O. This time he doesn't even have a scoring tile. He's replaced his M with an N, and that's it's just no B for anaerobe. That doesn't even work. It needs two A's. But yeah, Zugma coming down, and Harshan can't even extend the ZE here. Maybe you play 0. Hope for something crazy. How do you win this now? I think you start with 0 for 13 and go from there. And
yeah,
are those 7 consonants?
Okay.
Wow. This is what I was saying. Sugma might not have been the best play because it doesn't leave him with a vowel and a consonant. Now, what about 0? How desperate is Harshan? He's only looking, I mean, normally, yes, EO and the play he's looking at overlapping the OME makes a lot of sense, but you need more than that.
Yeah, as I was saying on the stream, I think yesterday, when you're in this truly diabolical situation, you need to bank on not only drawing into a miracle rack or sequence of racks yourself, you also absolutely have to bank on your opponent having absolute dreck, being able to score next to nothing for several turns, or having to exchange multiple times, because if that's not the case, then you've lost anyway, and it's the final. This is literally the last chance. You have to play maximally volatile and make plays that in any other situation could look crazy. So, yeah, I have to say I'm a big fan of 0 here.
And what about... Okay, Harshan's just going to play 1, which... it forks the board. It creates 2 lines on the end column, the second to rightmost column. And this is going to give Bill just free reign over what he does here. He doesn't need to address anything. He can just play Brawl through the A of Zugma. Let's see. He might continue to draw constants. There's 5 T's unseen still at this point to both players. There's still a very, very tiny chance of a miracle here. For those wondering, see someone asking about an update. Will, unfortunately, is not going to be able to cash in the position he's in, but doing quite well in the tournament. He's in the top 10.
Yeah, Will, going into this final round, was in 9th.
Yeah, I think that was the last chance we see a great draw of the S for Phil and the all-important E. I think that's it. Harshan doesn't have a bonus. He can play Uma with the M of Zugma and try again, but with 18 tiles left in the bag, Harshan will only really be able to bonus twice after that, and it's down over 200 points. So deflating, very deflating for Harshan, but he can be proud. He played so well throughout this tournament. And he is probably going to get second place.
Yeah, just looking at the standings, he could, well, actually, with this blowout, he could be leapfrogged by Paul Allan, who goes into the final in 3rd, only 30 points behind on spread.
Yeah. If Paul does win, then Harshan goes 3rd. Another fun option instead of 1 last turn would have been Roof. So the F and Filch trying to draw P and Roof play. We know that Bill had the P, but the best he could have done is just played Proof for 30, which he wouldn't have done. He would have gone with Brawl and just used his P next turn once he draws a vowel. But yeah, what else do you do? Uma's 28. Maybe you try to open a 9 timer. Not sure the best way to do that.
Josh, just going back to Harshan's play of 1 ONE, is the thinking there perhaps to fork the board in the sense that you then hit a 7 to the right of MO and then you draw into another 7 to the right of the E with the Zen forking the board? Because I'm just wondering why not go maximally volatile. I'm still thinking about that opportunity for 0. I don't know. What do you think? Is that what the
That's
rationale
right. That's right. That's the sort of play. Yeah, we're seeing Oma here. That's the sort of play you make when you're down 100 rather than 200. It forks the board in the way you just described. And if a 7 does come down, it'll likely open a 9 timer. So got a long-term benefit to that as well.
So Oma, the play for Harshan. It's worth pointing out, I did say at the start of this match, the immense amount of respect between these two players. You can guarantee Phil will be taking absolutely zero pleasure in blowing out his opponent in this very lopsided final with so much at stake. Harshan, of course, being the defending champion of Easter Match Play, having won the tournament last year. There'll be a lot of empathy coming from Phil right now as he sees his opponent move after move, just slogging through this absolute haze of just awful draws. And, you know, seeing Harshan over 200 points down and having to reluctantly play Moa, pick it up, play Oma, it's just absolutely painful stuff for both players. So, but you can see on your screen with the player cam, Harshan, perfectly stoic, still focusing on the game down to the last, still treating it as a puzzle to be solved, wanting to optimize every move. And that's why he's got to where he is on not only the British, but also the international Scrabble scene, being I believe, 2-time world runner-up.
That's right. Yeah. A world-class player with world-class etiquette. Yeah, it's unfortunate for him. He has drawn into a bonus finally. Austere will play in multiple locations, and austere or treasure through the R of rehome. So a little bit of a tease there, but being down 184 and whatever Phil scores this turn, it's not even going to come close. Scratching the surface. Sev is a great decision by Phil to just try and eliminate as much space as possible. I guess the only issue is leaving himself foul-less once again, but at this point, there's only one triple that could possibly be opened, and it is not accessible via a 7 or 8 or any letter word, so there is no risk to this play of Sev. Harshan will never have enough, even if he opens something that Bill can't block. So, do you play treasure or do you play austere? I think treasure is a nicer word, Joseph.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's very fine margins at this point, isn't it? I guess treasure. Yeah, do you know what? I'm just flicking between them. I'm honestly not seeing a whole lot of difference. I guess treasure, putting the E under that triple, easier to play onto to then open a new lane for 8s. But at this point, it genuinely is pretty much academic. Treasure is the decision, though, for Harshan and Lamabadusuriya to cut the spread at least to only 140 in what could have been an even worse blowout. Meanwhile, Phil sitting on another slew of consonants, although he does have some quite nice options available to him here. One of my favourite words, griped, Grypt, available to him. Making treasurer, that would be really fancy.
Yeah, that's very, very nice. And that would leave one tile in the bag. And of course, here we are with 6 in the bag, Joseph.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Completely insane. He spotted Griped. Very nice.
Wow.
Yeah, another great play been mentioned in chat is Treyf, Treyf, through the disconnected E and F in the center and the top of the board. That's the highest score here, 45. Like you said, it's academic, but we just see the just natural play finding ability of Phil is just incredibly high. Shows why he's at the top and why he's going to be our 2026 Easter Matchplay champion in just a few moves. I wonder what he's thinking. He sees everything. This is just a masterclass in play finding. Just absurd.
Yeah, that's remarkable vision.
You know, with nothing on the line, sometimes your system just goes into relaxation mode. You know you're going to win the game, but Bill is just firing on all cylinders no matter what. Very impressive stuff. So after this, what's the next tournament that that the ABSP is planning on covering and streaming? Other than
that would be the BMSC, which is our summer major in August. There is also going to be the MGI, which Josh, you've attended. That is at the start of May. That is a different stream team that will be run by Lukman Ovalabi, the new Westford chair. But Josh, I believe you will be co-commentating that with Will Anderson, right?
Right. I think that's what's going to happen. So try is the play here on the board, but Phil is going to try again. Maybe he's thinking of trip, TRYP, that also works. Allan has lost the jack, so seems like Harshan will be our runner-up, despite the 2 losses to end.
Yeah, if we
the
just
final
take a
day.
quick look at the scoreboard while Phil thinks further about this. So yeah, Harshan is secure in his second place. Just trying to see whether Jack Moran can still be knocked out of the top 5 with such a crazy spread of -112, despite being in 4th place on 15 wins. You really very, very rarely see that. That speaks to a number of incredibly close games.
That's right. And this was a 74-point win that got him there, so maybe one of his bigger wins.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, actually, no, sorry. I've just realised he's on 2 wins ahead, so no, he can't be caught. So he's secure also in the prize pot.
That's right. And 5th place is going to be between Sam Crispin, Nick Deller. I think those are the only 2 that can really make it. They're playing each other.
Gripes the play for 35. Nicely done.
Giving much less back than Trafe. Trafe floating the T out there in space. Let display. It's just a masterclass. Leaving one in the bag. Guess you could be slightly worried about a 7-letter word somehow fitting next to GRYPT, making treasures, but that's not possible.
Yeah. The players just pausing the clock to check their scores.
Yeah, 35 is the score here. And a lot of points on offer here for Harshan if he finds a way to play through the R of calibers, to play with the Zugmas, making a bunch of in-between moves.
Yeah, that would be really stylish.
Triads, trodes, trotes, droits, aroids, traits. Those are all playable that are. And with 1 tile in the bag and no bonus available, I think you just do what you can to score some points.
Rebecca in the chat saying, which club do these guys play at? As far as I'm aware, they don't, but there is a really good club scene across Britain. So if you're a new viewer joining us for the first time, and you're interested in getting involved in competitive Scrabble yourself, do jump on the ABSP website. I will drop a link to that momentarily. There you go.
Yeah.
And there should be a club near you.
Yeah, and a good comment, Sam, doing so well for his age. Yeah, such a young, bright talent with so much ahead of him. He chooses to continue to play this beautiful game. Harshan has spotted one of his high-scoring plays, seems like. Sees a Stradiot, is that what he's... or Stradia, is that what he's... Yeah, he sees Stradiot, but that doesn't quite fit. Yeah, Estradiol and Stradiot.
Yeah, we'd love to see... Has he lined up Trodes? I think possibly. We'd love to see this come down.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Spotted that. I mentioned that, wow, Phil has Thief For a second, I was like, well, that's not how you spell thief. You can't play it EIF, but thief between Treasure and Filch will score a massive amount of points. Phil is thinking for a second. Is Zugma's a word? It is. Doesn't challenge, doesn't hold. As this game comes to an end, Phil Robertshaw going to be crowned as the 2026 British Matchplay champion. Eastern Matchplay champion. As they correct the score, got to get it right.
And it means so much to both of these players as well. Phil, very stoic and composed during tournaments, but and he's won many majors. I have seen firsthand when he's won a major previously, he really does let his emotions show. It means so much to these guys at the top of their game. And Harshan, as previously stated, just respectful down to the last, having drawn true dross in this crucial final. A respectful loser. You couldn't hope to have a better opponent in the final. Phil dipping down to 3.5 minutes. He's going to be nipping comfortably over the 500 mark. He needs to find Thief for 47.
Yeah. Other than Thief, next best play is 35, which he's spotted. But there we go. Thief for 47. FOH for 35 is no longer what you want to do here. You just have to decide if this leaves him with 2 outplays. It's certainly worth playing. And there we go.
Yeah.
And even if it doesn't, Harshan's just going to go out here. Yeah. Great until the very end. Play finding just so strong. And well-deserving victor. Either of these guys, well-deserving.
For sure.
But it had to go to someone. Phil Robertshaw.
And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised that
final game on stream.
Harshan doesn't go out here because he's going to optimize this end game down to the last move. His best play is actually to not play out, but rather to hit the Q with just dropping the N onto that for 14, holding IT. I don't know whether that means that Phil can't actually go out with LN. Oh no, he can. He's got LUN.
Yeah, no, it is correct for him to go out.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a way to in Quackled, if you click Ask Championship Player, that'll show the best end game play.
Oh yes, I see. Okay.
So yeah, hint for 14 is what Harshan should do here. He's got 8 minutes to figure this out. Maybe there's some play that scores 175 points. But I don't think so with 3 1-point tiles. I guess if you play INOT, BI, and Brawl, and Moudiest, that's the closest you can get. $63, $65, $68 points there.
And folks, do stick around.
Nick Deller.
After the final, because we will be interviewing Phil Robertshaw. Josh, yeah, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Nick Deller has won a crucial final game against Sam Crispin, who falls to 10th place. Nick Deller makes his way to 5th and can't really be caught unless Brian Poe wins his game by 306 points. So I think we have our top 5.
Nice.
Paul Robertshaw, Harshan, Lamabadusuriya, Paul Allan, Jack Moran, Nick Deller. We'll see about Will. He might get into 7th place. He might get knocked down to 14th or 13th place.
Yeah, well done to Nick
It's
Dellis,
such a close one.
sneaking into the prize money right at the death.
Yeah, what a tournament. You guys did a fantastic job with the coverage. Great team behind the scenes. Got Ruth Crispin, producer on the floor. Rick Kennedy doing so much work behind the scenes as well. And of course, Joseph commentating all the way through, annotating, doing all the things.
Thank you, Josh. And yeah, of course, thank you for co-commentating with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. We were meant to do this back in January, and then technical issues meant that you actually took the final day solo, which we really appreciate, and that was great to watch. So it's been really fun to finally jump on the comms with you.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure, and hope we can do it again sometime.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Are you guys having co-commentators with MGI, or is it you and Will for the whole thing? Or maybe you can't say, to be fair, 'cause I know you said there's some stuff.
Oh, I can say that. I can say that much. Yeah, I think it's just gonna be me and Will, but we're definitely willing to have people come in.
Mhm.
All right, Harshan plays hint. This is the final play on the final day, and that'll be it.
So Harshan collects 2 points from Phil Robertshaw. For a final score of Harshan Lamabadusuriya 385, Phil Robertshaw 544. Commiserations to Harshan, last year's defending champion, but a huge congratulations to Phil Robertshaw, your Easter Matchplay champion 2026. Yeah, a phenomenal achievement in a truly stacked field, as many of you have pointed out in the chat. We've got Will Anderson, who finished somewhere about 7th or 8th. We've got Jack Moran up there, Grandmaster Paul Allan, Brian Poe, who won the UK Open. Just a seriously stacked field. A phenomenal result. And Josh, like I said at the start, I did think it was destined. It's just always these two guys when it really comes down to it. They do inevitably rise. I mean, I don't know whether you were following the standings on day one and the middle of yesterday, but Harshan had a really slow burn to this tournament. He was down in the upper middle of the table. I had no doubt, honestly, that he was going to end up on the stream for the final. Phil Robertshaw has been up there consistently. We see the players leaving the playing room, and I think we should be joined shortly by Phil.
And I think both of them.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think we're going to be joined by both.
And yeah, thank you everybody for watching. We're gonna take a little peek into the brains of our first and second place finishers. Let us know where you're watching from. We got an international community. Everybody watching from a different place. Really appreciate it.
For sure. Thank you to Lukeman in the chat saying great broadcast. Thank you, Alexi, from Indonesia. Hopefully you can play in the UK someday. Yeah, we hope so too. You've been there from the start on this stream for the 3 days, so really appreciate your support. Rebecca, you've been there from the start. Really appreciate that. Thank you to Mr. Hatsuka saying great stream, fantastic weekend. Thank you to Neve in Bologna who's enjoyed watching. Daniel says amazing last games watching from Uganda despite the time zone. He was pleased to spare the time. And thank you to Stephen who says thank you for wonderful commentary. It's been a pleasure keeping you company. And folks, I'm very, very pleased to be joined by your Easter Matchplay 2026 champion, Phil Robertshaw. Phil, well done.
Thank you.
Fantastic scenes. Well done. How are you feeling?
Elated, relieved. Feel a bit sorry for Harshan because obviously it was a real bad game in the last game. But you take the rough with the smooth, and sometimes you get those against you. And I've had a few against me as well, so good time to get lucky.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying that Harshan is such a respectful opponent. He was trying to make things happen. I said the respect that you two have got for each other. I could feel the empathy coming off you when, for example, he's putting Moa in the bottom right, picking it up, and Omar. It's just relentless dross. Meanwhile, you've just got crazy plays coming out. What can you do? But let's not take away from the fact you also played extremely well. I'm going to hand over to Josh. He might have a few questions for you if you want to put the headset on.
Hey, Josh.
Congrats and welcome back, Phil. What an
Thank
incredible victory. Like you said, it's a great game to finish things. Somewhat relaxing, I think. But you didn't let up. You kept finding these incredible plays. Griped, Trafe, Thief, Sev, like all of those plays were just so brilliant. So yeah, huge shout out to you. Seems like you're just always firing on all cylinders.
Because I know Harshan is never beaten until the very end, I was not going to give any sniff of any kind of unlikely comeback. So Sev was maybe not the equity play, but it was just such a winning play that it just killed that side of the board completely. And that was all I was concerned about at that stage, just to kill any faint hope of a comeback. And yeah, but when you're doing things like picking Tinajas straight out the bag, it's hard to go wrong, really. So I feel very
there was a moment there, between the play of Maudi's and Tanajas where suddenly the choice of blank, you could have made that blank an H, an M, a D, but probably M or H, and somehow gives Harshan or Organum. But then I bet when you saw your post bonus draw, you were just like, okay, this is going well.
I couldn't believe it, and obviously anti-jam was another possibility in the same spot. It was just like all my Christmases came at once with that draw, really. And yeah, obviously, if you get such a huge early lead, then it makes it so much easier to make those decisions and shut the board down, which is what I started doing really with Vaped. Just try and kill any scoring spot on the board, turn over as many tiles as possible to hasten the end of the game. And yeah, it completely flowed my way. I feel very grateful.
Yeah, we see Harshan there. I guess you can offer him my congratulations for his second place. I guess we could say hi to him if you want to. Yeah, sure. If you want to pass the headphones just for a moment, I'll bring him back to you as well at the end. Okay.
Hi, Josh. How are you?
Harshan, hey. Good. I'm good. How are you feeling?
I'm good, actually. I mean, it's been a really good day. Enjoy the Scrabble. It's been a fab tournament. It's especially been enjoyable having your compadre over here, Mr. Anderson. So he's been mobbed by everyone. Everyone's been asking him for autographs and things. I think that might have got in the way of his Scrabble, possibly. Like, it's hard to play when people are lining up to ask for your signature. But yeah, I hope he comes back. I hope he doesn't disappear with all the rating points he's won.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, it's great to see him playing internationally again. And such a celebrity, such a lovable guy. You as well. You're just well loved by everybody. Your attitude, your stoicism, your gameplay, it's all been fantastic. So
thank you.
Congratulations. You were struggling at the beginning of this tournament. You stayed in it. You came all the way back up and almost made it to the finish line there. But that game was just, I don't usually say this, and I don't say this lightly, but that seemed very unwinnable there. The plays you were making were all correct up until the Najas. So what does one do in a situation like that? But try to make the best move, and that's what you did. So huge shout out to you for maintaining your composure and your quality of moves all to the end.
No, thank you. I mean, the way I think about like Scrabble, I mean, I don't know whether you watch any snooker. I mean, it's like I think of each game as a frame. And I mean, there's a reason why this tournament has 23 games, right? And there's a reason why the MGI has 32 games. So each game, you can't control each game, but if you're consistent, hopefully the best player comes out on top, basically. So so you got to compartmentalize each game and each frame. That's the way I think about it.
Absolutely. Indeed. And yeah, it's just a pleasure watching you play as usual. So you will be playing in the MGI tournament in a few weeks?
Of course.
And Phil as well, I think I hear.
Are you playing in the MGI? Yeah, he'll be
very nice.
There.
Very nice, very nice. Awesome. Well, I won't keep you much longer. I'll take Phil back just to congratulate him again. But thank you so much for talking with us. Yeah. All right. Yeah, thank you to Harshan. Huge congrats to him. And Phil, again, one final congratulations from everybody watching and everyone at home. Well played. We'll see you again soon. And yeah, keep up the good work.
Thank you. I hope we provided some good entertainment for everyone watching. And yeah, a final plug for the channel. If you've been watching this stream and you've enjoyed it, please give it a like. Please subscribe to the channel. That helps us spread the content much more widely. So please do give us a big like and a big subscribe. We'd appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'll hand you back to Joseph.
All right. Huge shout out to our 2026 Easter match play winner, Bill Robertshaw, and the runner-up, Harshan Lamabadusuriya. Back to Joseph. How's it going, Joseph? Are you ready? You ready for prize ceremony? What's next? What's next for you?
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to playing the MGI and then streaming the BMSC. Honestly, I've got such a bug for it now. I honestly think I prefer streaming to playing. It's been such a joy. I actually feel quite emotional with all the support and the engagement from the audience, the massive amount of team work that's gone into this. I've missed some of these comments in the chat, but guys, thank you so much for what you're saying. Ruth saying congratulations, Phil, and the whole streaming team. Lukeman saying great job on the production. Samuel saying great job. Thank you so much. Yeah, just really appreciate all the support, guys. I've got a few people to thank before we sign off and go and watch the prize giving ceremony. So first, obviously, to my co-commentators. So day one, Mike Chappell, unfortunately wasn't able to join us because of technical issues, but did give up his time and was on the call for 2 hours trying to fix things. Hopefully we'll be able to get him on next time. Stuart Holden joined me for the majority of yesterday, as well as Ronan Dance. Really great co-commenting with those guys. Josh Sokol today, an amazing ambassador for the game. Such a privilege to have a player of his caliber and standing in the community on our stream. So thank you, Josh. And then I would like to thank, of course, Wayne Kelly, who was the tournament director, one of the unsung heroes of this stream. Ruth Crispin, the workhorse and frankly the glue that holds all of this together. She's in there game after game, stoic and stony-faced, running the production side. She cannot react, and she's in there all day, every day in a darkened room. She does so much work behind the scenes and also encouraging her son Sam in his pursuit of Scrabble greatness. So we love Ruth. Rick Kennedy, who is the brainchild behind the whole production and the stream. It really was his motivation and audacity and just unrelenting passion for the game that sparked this entire thing into existence. So we're so thankful to Rick as well. Joel Davey, a good friend of mine, who's done all of the beautiful artwork and the design that you see, the color scheme, just meticulously thought out, gorgeous, even down to the fonts and the sizes and the formatting, just fantastic stuff. Will Anderson, who flew over from the States for this, and again, just a fantastic ambassador for the game. He said he's going to be making some content about this, which will be so useful for our channel. We're thankful for that. Will ran an exhibition match on Friday featuring Harshan and Phil. Thank you to them for their time, and do check out that stream. You can access it on ABSP Scrabble, our YouTube channel. And finally, as Phil said, if you haven't subscribed to our channel yet, do please hit the notification bell. It really helps us in the algorithm, and just drop the stream a like. It's one click and it really helps us out. Thank you so much for joining us over this 3-day extravaganza of Scrabble, guys. Josh, I think I'm about to
Yeah, I think
sign off, but yeah, go ahead.
I think you covered everything. There's one more person to thank, and that is you, doing so much work on this production, commentating with everybody, being around, wrangling the players, annotating, doing all that. So thank you so much, Joseph. And we're very lucky to have you in our community.
Thank you so much, Josh. Okay, guys, well, until next time, I'm going to go and watch the prize-giving ceremony. Josh, I will speak to you soon, and I'm going to put the scoreboard back on the screen for those interested in keeping an eye on that. But for now, my name is Joseph Bennett. That's Josh Sokol.
Thanks a lot.
And see you next time. Goodbye.